Metro Labyrinth, Volume 2, Part 2, Chapter 79 to 109, by Sasaki. Last translation by Lazy Translations. Text editing and audiobook by Masquerade. Chapter 79. The self-proclaimed final boss of Ootsuka Metro. At the same time as the stillness returns, the fog seems to have returned as well. Footsteps can be heard coming from beyond the murky white air. It's Gurren and the others. Kuren the Shishikoba sisters, plus a few xolotls. It looks like they have defeated Bishop. You did a good job, Abe. Yes. Thanks to you. It was very strong, though. As expected of my little Shuu. This is how shy he is, even while calmly doing things that no one else can do. He's trying to kiss me, so I push his chin with the palm of my hand. Gurren sits down in front of me, who is still crouching, and offers his paw. Palm. I accept and shake hands with him. Ours was also tough. Treant was a nuisance, and I shot all their fireball I have on hand. I don't want to see any beef for a while. Maybe we'll have pork at the next barbecue. The twins also sat down next to me and patted me on the shoulder. Everyone is covered in blood and dust. What about the other xolotls? I sent them back with the wounded. No one has any life-threatening injuries. They're all alive and there were no casualties. Mako rejoices at the safe reunion with her friends, and there was a cry of more mows. Well, thanks to your diversion, I managed to manage it. But if it was a solo fight, wouldn't Mr. Gurren be better? You're stronger than me. In that case, my role would have been to fight an endurance battle against the zombie army. No. Even if I am your senior, the difference in potential are obvious. At the time you got accumulation, you've already surpassed me. I thought he was being modest, but his rather serious face made it difficult for me to respond. What does this man, Gillen, think about me? I wonder how aware he is about my situation. Even if I wanted to ask, I couldn't. I would be digging my own grave. Well, this is the end of our short break. The war isn't over yet. I'd like to finally capture their base. But all eyes looked up at the altar. The largest and tallest in the city is still silent, not even a single movement of its body. That reminds me of an Aztec altar which was treated like a taboo topic on the internet. The place closest to the sky where sacrifices are made to the sun god. According to Nai's story, Kukulkan's egg was hidden away behind the shrine at the top of the altar by the woman who brought out the Gillums. When it is about to hatch, it was to be the first to become their food, a true sacrifice. Unless the egg is retrieved and Rook is killed, there will be no peace on the 31st floor. But then, it still hasn't come out yet? Yes. Gurren and I whispered for some reason. I look at Tamiko. She shakes her head pensively. She can't see its level, which means she can't seem to confirm its presence. The top. Is it really there? Isn't it possible that these are all golems? No wonder the twins are skeptical. Even the xolotls, who have been fighting for 3 years, have never seen it since they first appeared on the scene. I don't think it is not here, but I sensed it once. If asked if it was just my imagination, I can't disagree with it. The only way to find out is to climb up on the altar once anyway. It would help if it had been asleep for a long time, or if it had secretly starved to death. Shasha. Or it's afraid of me. Squeak. The lively squirrel begins to shadowbox. After her tiny fists hit the altar several times through the air, kaboom, as something heavy hits the ground. Pidgeot. Without a pause, the ground shakes with a low rumbling. I stood up and looked in the direction of the epicenter of the tremor, which was clearly coming from the altar. Seriously, is it coming? And then, the side of the altar exploded, and a pair of gigantic arms emerged from within. There it is. It is a scene that seems to reproduce Nai's words. Rook, the giant Gillum, has appeared. But why at this timing? Was it really because of Tamiko's provocation? No way. Its arms, arched like the horns of a helmet, it swung down toward the top of the altar. The shrine is blown to pieces, scattering dust. Everyone is stunned. The Gillum's arm destroyed the shrine. If that entire altar was used as a body, it was like a monkey swatting its own head to get rid of a fly. And there is something falling mixed in with the flying debris. Bouncing on the cobblestone pavement, it lets out a voice like a squashed frog. Ouch. What the hell are you doing? You idiot. It's a human. A woman. She is yelling at the altar with her eyes wide open. I mean, how could she have fallen from that height and only ouch? It didn't look like she had taken a passive stance. Isn't that Anna? Really? Hey, Anna. The twins called out to her. They seemed to know each other. Oh my god. I've been spotted. I was sneaking around. Showing an embarrassed expression, she is wearing a white robe over her jersey. I wonder if she is around 30 years old. She is a beautiful woman with long chestnut hair. She is very beautiful, very important. Do you know her? What a beautiful girl. Ah, that is Anna Yano. She is an apprentice preacher in the church. She used to be a hunter, and we used to see each other in the metro. I think I saw a lot of metro church preachers and their apprentices wearing clothes like that. Why is that girl here? I mean, it's dangerous. Hey, Anne. Gurren stopped them by grabbing them by the collar as they were about to run up to her. The altar rumbles again, drowning out the protests of the two. The surface of the altar rattles and crumbles. The sharp-edged pyramid draws low and changes shape. Rook. Soon there appeared a rock giant more than 20 meters long. It was the third golem, Rook. The twins involuntarily back away, but Rook does not even look at them, although it probably does not have eyes, and takes its first step toward the woman, Anna, whom the twins have called. With that single movement, the ground shakes, fog blows away, and dust rolls up. I turn to Tamiko, who is riding on Noah's shoulder. As I have guessed it, her body is trembling slightly. The golem is around 75, squeak. It's the highest of the three, but it's not like it's out of standard. However, that huge body alone is a threat. But that person, squeak. Tamiko's eyes are not on Rook, but on the woman facing it, who is as tiny as an ant in comparison. Ah, you seem to have completely forgotten what your mummy looks like. Well, I don't remember your name either. Anna shakes her head and holds up her hand as if to say, oh dear. She then holds the katana. That's why I have to punish naughty kids. -99 squeak. Tamiko's muffled murmur barely reached my ears, as it was almost drowned out by the sound of destruction emanating from right in front of us. As Anna jumped up and thrust her fist into Rook's chest, a series of shocks shook the giant's body, and for the third time, things burst out of his body. The staggering giant slowly, frame by frame, falls on its back. Behind the dusty dirt, the shadow of a woman standing with a sword on her shoulder looks like the most ominous god of death. Ugh, Patoi. I got sand in my mouth. Anna approached us at a brisk pace, spitting all over the place. She drags a white ball of hair the size of a balance ball along with her. Is that Rook's body? He is spilling his thick bodily fluids and not moving a single tentacle. It seems to have already died out. Anna. Seriously. The twins seem to have finally realized whether they are deceived by Anna or she hid her true nature well. We don't know, but it doesn't matter now. The things she says and does, the fact that she is here, and her demonic power. There is no longer any doubt. She is the mastermind behind this whole affair, the one who unleashed the golems. Damn. I was worried that he was dead, so I just secretly entered the place, but he forgot his parents' faces and saw me as his enemy. I'm sure that egg hadn't hatched yet, but I wonder if protecting it had become his principle of action. She dusted her clothes as she mumbled. You're a lot smarter than the other beasts, but you're still empty in the middle. So you're quick to bug out in absurd directions. When are you going to grow some decent instincts or something? Metro beast that evolved from an AI. For a moment, my thoughts stop. If I had not misheard, what emanated from her mouth was a phrase familiar to my original era. Huh? A.I. Anna reacts with a twitch and looks up. Ah, I'm sorry. I'm just talking to myself. Am I by myself? Am I having a meeting with myself? It's just that the pure feelings inside me are being dampened by Golem's betrayal. I don't know what she is saying. Still, I can't help but ask. Are you talking about an AI? There are so many other things to do and think about, but I can't help but ask. Anna's eyes widen. She seemed intrigued. AI is AI, though. Artificial intelligence. You know what I mean? I only know the word. I felt as if I had been grabbed not only by my thoughts but also by my heart. I never thought that in this day and age, deep in the metro, I would hear such words. Could a golem be a metro beast that evolved from an AI? Assuming that's true, What does it mean? Well, who are you? Oh, I'm Anna Yano. I'm an apprentice of the Metro Church. Anna winks with a peace sign in the corner of her eye. Don't be silly. You can't be Anna. You're a fake. Where's the real Anna? I'm sorry, Ms. Shishikaba. I'm the one you've been talking to on the 20th floor with whiskey in your hand. I'm the real Anna. I was wearing a face on the surface, but no one noticed the real me. I don't have one. The twins' shoulders are shaking. That's a lie, the younger sister murmured in a muffled voice. But, well, they found me here, and they found out about Sneaky Anna, too. I'm sure you've figured out who I am by now, right? Oh, of course. Garen takes a step forward while pulling out his night sword. You're the one who started all this, demon. Anna's mouth turns up at the corners and she smiles, a sinister smile that sends chills down the spine of anyone who sees it. The first time in many years that I've been called that. Arito, the demon Arito. That is my true name. Arito. She tells me her real name, and slowly raises her arm. She lightly grips her fingers and retracts her thumbs. Dash white bullet, she mumbles, and at the same time, her thumb flicked. I quickly tried to guard her, but I couldn't make it in time. With a cough, Noah choked behind me. There is a hole in the side of her solar plexus that goes all the way to her back. A smear of blood slowly spreads. Noah, princess. Garen and my cry did not reach her. Noah collapses helplessly, and just as she is about to fall, I caught her. My fireball rolls out of her hand. Ah, damn it. At the same time, the twins are running towards Arito. The Midori thrusts her war spear, and Aoi shoots a thunderball from her fingertips. Their arms, Midori's right arm, Aoi's left arm. Their arms are cut just under their elbow and are sent flying away. The two screamed in pain, but it didn't last long. Both of them are kicked in the stomach and blown away. Ha ha ha. I've been thinking for a long time that it's hard to tell them apart because they have the same face. Now it's easier to tell them apart. Arito brushes off the blood on her katana, and her body shakes like she is enjoying this. The wound of Noah is covered with holy healing. The wound regenerates itself. After gently touching her cheek, I stood up. Tamiko, cure. Take care of Noah. Abe Shuu, little Shuu. The burning heat that surges up as if a fire is all concentrated in my feet and legs as I used. Leaping, the surroundings fly backward in after images, and the woman wielding the katana fills my field of vision. Both hands, Haifa arms, and two pairs of katana left glowing stakes. Arito, who had caught them all, still slid back more than 10 meters and wiped the slightest scratch on her cheek with the back of her hand. Azura, and light blade. What an interesting combination. Breathing roughly and desperately trying to calm my head that is about to boil with anger and hatred. No, fuck, no. I can't calm down at all. I'm getting more and more interested in you after what you said earlier about AI. Okay, I'll let you live, or I can kill you clean and welcome you into me. I don't know what you're talking about, but I've decided I'm not going to let you live. Ahaha, I'm scared. Why are you so angry? Was it because of that kid or was it the twin sisters? You must be a virgin, right? Garen grabbed me by the shoulders and stopped me from rushing forward. Calm down, virgin. I am a virgin. Cool your head. If you're like that, you have no chance of winning. Even Garen stood next to me, his hair standing on end and his fangs quivering. A low growl escapes from the back of his throat. Did I hear you wrong? Do you really think you can win? You said it yourself, handsome wolf. I'm a demon. Yes, you may be a demon. However, we are hunters. We have sharpened our fangs to avenge the scourge of our ruined country. You are just a clown who can do nothing but crawl around in the shadows. Don't ever underestimate the human race. There, Night Sword, held in his hands are tinged with red light. It's Flame Blade. The smile disappears from Arito's face and she snorts in a bored manner. You're a human being with a wolf's face, aren't you? If wanted that badly, I'll have no choice but to get serious, won't I? The robe she was wearing fell off in pieces as her katana sliced through the air. Light Blade, and Azura, and Flame Blade. 6 against Tho is not fair. Rip. Her back is ripped open and 4 Haifa arms are generated. 2 pairs, 4 arms. 4. katana, appeared and adding the 2 she holds. A total of 6, are tinged with a black haze. If it were a game, you could call it a demon sword or a cursed weapon. Are you even on par with mine? Since you've criticized this lady that much, why don't you entertain me a bit, Mr. Gurren? You didn't have to provoke her, did you? If you've calmed down enough to make a joke, it wasn't for nothing, was it? Anger still simmers in the pit of my stomach, but the cold sweat oozing all over my body freezes it. Aruto laughs again, her 6 arms flailing like spiders. Well, let's get started. I'm the self-proclaimed final boss of Ootsuka Metro, the demon Naruto. Nice to meet you. And please die. Chapter 80. Those WHO struggle to the death. Why did you jump out at that time, on the night we were invited to the Xolotl tribe's fortress? Noah suddenly asked me why I had jumped out, as I had promised, or rather, she asked me to explain why I had saved Mako. Oh, no, I'm not blaming you. Though, I should blame you for putting all of us in danger by acting on your own. My bad, my bad. Kyo was taking a bath, the twins were looking for something to eat, and Gurren and the Xolotls had something else to talk about. Tamiko was snoring on top of my thigh. At that time, Mako said run, didn't she? You should have known the strength of the Jaguar Golem. So why did you help her? Well, how should I answer that question? I searched my mind for the right words. I was going to stay out of it at first, and not I let my companions die, but right before the Jaguar hit her, I looked at Mako and she almost said, help, but she swallowed it and said, run. I didn't check with her, but that's what it sounded like to me. I didn't notice. For some reason, when I was almost about to die, I often said those words. I would have been desperate to ask for help. What's with her magnanimity? Compassion, apparently she's female. I could feel all that. In that instant? Oh, no. Technically, I had already jumped out when I thought that. So, even if Mako just said help, you would have helped her, right? Well, maybe. Noah chuckled. No, but come on. I think it's kind of strange for me. I think it was hypocritical. An actual hero would have come to their rescue much earlier. But then again, I would have involved my friends. It's like I'm halfway there. Noah shook her head lightly. But that's also very like Mr. Shuu, isn't it? Her slender fingers poked Tamiko's stomach. She laughed again when she saw Tamiko's twitching. I didn't tell her. I had felt an overlap with Mako, who had mumbled, run. I later realized that this was the same as Noah, when she first met us in Ootsuka Metro. As expected, I don't think she knew that, but she put her hand on top of mine and gave a small nod. No matter what anyone says, Mr. Shuu has been my hero ever since we first met. Oh, that hero is now clinging to the 6-armed beautiful demon with so much tension is having a runny nose. The hero continues to deliver slashes from the left and right, flanked by Gurren. The 4 rays of light drawn by Light Blade are blocked by the 3 black fogs, and each time a particle of light is shaved off, it is the same with the red blade wielded by Gurren. Ha ha ha. That is amazing. Wonderful. Both of your breathing are perfectly in sync. Simultaneous pincer attack of 2 level 70. Even as she completely blocked all our blows, she still had room to laugh. Damn it. I can't make a hit. What's going on? The speed of her hands moving is unbelievable, but the brain that can handle it is also unbelievable. I wonder how many of the latest CPUs are capable of such processing. Moreover, her left and right eyes are moving independently like a chameleon. What is this? Is she some kind of martial arts master? Light flashes and scatters, the sound of a hard collision that never ceases, the weight of reality transmitted to my hands, the pain that gradually constricts my lungs. The heat builds up in my brain to the point where the fog seems to turn to steam, but still, it does not reach. Her bones are just a few centimeters away. Even her skin just a few millimeters away, seems hopelessly far away. No, the margin is only a facade. Just to survive such an onslaught must be more exhausting than it appears. Perhaps. I hope so. Then this time, it's my turn. Of course. I might die. After knocking the 2 of us at once, Aruto puts both hands on the ground. Dodge! Gurren shouts, and at the same time, I leapt backward. At the spot where Gurren and I were standing, several white stakes broke through the ground. If I had been one step slower, I would have been covered in holes. Well, how about this? The 6 arms that had let go of their katana folded their fingers inward. It is a familiar form. The first thing I do is throw Fireball and Thunderball at the same time, but before they reach the target, they are shot down by a white line and exploded in midair. Those are Arato's white bullet. Then, the 6-armed machine gun, which surpasses my 4-armed machine gun, showered us with bullets. Oh, I can no longer stay on my feet. But then, I almost stumble forward and rush to take shelter behind Great Shield. Hi-aha. I'll turn it into a honeycomb. Aimed and shot by a beautiful woman in a good mood. Gah. The impact echoes through their Great Shield, as if my entire body is being punched. It is clad in light blade, but at this rate it will surely be shot through. At that moment, their sensory spores catches an unexpected behavior. Are you still alive? I didn't look in that direction, but a small smile appeared on the corner of my lips. I threw myself off the shield and jump and threw a hyper ball like a great pitcher. The ball is released not in a straight line but in an arc, but it is shot down before it reaches Arato. A large amount of smoke is then dispersed. It's a smoke's ball match. Shouting, I dived, leaping, into the smoke. I switched to the katana, plus light blade, 4-sword style again, and cut into Arato in the depths of the grey fog. Oops, I can't see very well. She moved her eyes separately to recognize the 2-pincer attack. Unlike me, who accurately catches enemy form even in smoke, she does not seem to have anything similar to sensory spores. Ooh, I finally gained one advantage. That was a time when I thought so too. Even with this poor visibility, Arato still manages to survive the barrage of blows I throw wholeheartedly. Her defensive power was so strong that I could feel her dogged determination to not let even a single shot graze her. But even so, my spirit slightly surpasses him. Even as the black blades grazed his face and body, he roared like a beast and lunged forward. Arato's back pops out of the grey cloud. I had already noticed who was waiting for her. Arato's back pops out of the grey cloud. I had already noticed who was waiting for her. A moment later, Arato reacts by swinging her hyper arms behind her back. Gurren dodges it, and a sword slashes deeply from her back to her waist. Gua. Her face contorts in pain, and I pursue and attempt to take advantage of the gap, but Arato jumps backward to the side just in front of me. The tip of my katana sliced through her thigh, but it was shallow. Still, it reached. It finally reached. I finally got something good. Oh. But Gurren, standing on his side, swayed unsteadily, stabbing his sword into the ground and enduring. A pained groan escapes from the back of his throat. Mr. Gurren, that black's blade has poison. Even though I have poison resistance. When he said that, even I felt a sharp pain in my wounds. It's not like I can't move. Detoxification. Thank you. A green ball of mycelium is released from my finger, and Gurren catches it with his mouth. It was somewhat like I am feeding him. Meanwhile, Arato is prioritizing checking her own wounds. She can afford it. Oh my god. It's been years since I've been wounded. I feel like it's that time with that giant snake. Aside from my stab, Gurren's swing going in pretty deep. The blood is dripping, but she doesn't seem to be in pain or concerned about it. The demon has the ability to regenerate with self-regeneration, or even better, immortality. A little damage is meaningless. What's with that? Isn't she already immortal? Well, she has a weak point. It's her head. Oh, I see. Most creatures do. I've never tried to see what would happen to me if I got hit in the head. To be precise, there is a small stone in the back of her brain. There, fungus stone. If you can destroy it, you can completely kill demons. If you cut off her head, she won't be able to move her body. I tried to do it earlier, but she dodged my attempt. Fungal rock. A fungus stone. Maybe? Is it like monster cores? No one is immortal. Every living thing will eventually die, and they can always be killed. There is no such thing as perfect immortality. So, I guess that means break time is over, right? Arato, who was stretching and twisting her body, placed a hand on her waist and nodded. Even so, virgin boy, you're so versatile that you are probably not any normal hunter. It seems that their ruined blade's poison doesn't work either. I'm starting to get curious. You know, seeing a beautiful woman who was licking her lips, I thought it was a waste, that she wasn't human. So, I held up my katana. Third-person perspective. Noah is laid out in the shadows, and from there Kyo look out into the square, which has turned into a fierce battlefield. Shou and Gurren are desperately fighting back. If anything, Shou is in the front and Gurren is compensating for what he lacks. It is a feat of their excellent sense of stability and broad vision, and it is a sign that they have not been through a lot of rough patches. However, Arata, the witch, completely surmounted the onslaught that would have made it impossible for any beast to even stand in front of her, and on the contrary, she was steadily inflicting damage on Shou and Gurren. Moreover, from what Kyo sees, she has not yet turned serious. Or should to be exact, she has not yet decided to become serious. She is standing there as if she is having fun, without any sense of danger to her life. Noah, Noah, Tamiko continues to call out to Noah, who does not wake up. Tears were welling up in her eyes. It's going to be all right, little Tamiko. The bleeding has stopped. She will wake up eventually. The truth is, Kyo doesn't know what will happen. Even if the visible wounds are healed, how much damage and how much influence remains deep in the flesh. As neither a doctor nor a healer, Kyo has no way of knowing for sure. All he can do now is say that to Tamiko, who looks worried. What about Abe Shuu? He is fighting desperately, but the opponent is so strong that I can't see the bottom of their power. Watching the dizzying battle and exchange between the three from behind, Tamiko burst into tears. I can't do anything. Abe Shuu and Noah. Even though they're like this. Kyo gently stroked her back as she sniffed. Kyo bites his lip and nods toward himself. There's something you can do, little Tamiko. When Tamiko turned around, Kyo handed her an item he had taken out of his pocket. It was their fireball, charged with accumulation, that Noah had. Can you take her out with this? Squeak. No, it's not. The person who will use it is different. Tamiko, who had confusion written on her face, took off his jacket and showed off his bulging pectoral muscles and six-pack abs. Little Tamiko, throw it at me. Little Shou's ball against my body. Tamiko's eyes go wide as she holds the fireball in both hands. The eyes of someone asking, what is this human talking about? I can't do this by myself. Strangely enough, self-injury doesn't trigger my skill. It's my true hidden skill, adversity. Adversity. The more damage my body takes, the stronger I become. Like a candle before it burns out, a spark that gives a brief glimmer of light in the void. It won't last long, but just for a little bit, I will gain enough strength to fight next to Little Shou. For that to happen, Tamiko, I need you to bust Little Shou's ball against me. Me? I'm not sure why. If done by my hands, my fungal skill won't activate. However, on the other hand, even if there is no hostility or harmful intent, damage done by another person's hands can trigger it. I've done it. Kyo flexed his chest muscles to make his words more convincing as he explained. Tamiko finally seems to understand, but she is still hesitant. But that sounds amazing. Squeak. But what if you die? Squeak. Fufu. Thank you for your concern. I'm sure you're right. It's powerful enough to blow away even a minotaur with a single shot. I could lose my life as it is. Then. But that's why it is to be. It is to be Little Shou's ball. Or rather, that's the only thing. It is to be his ball. Kyo's handsome face and beautiful body turn pink with heat. My muscles have been trained for this moment. Only after I have received his massive balls with all my might will I be able to open up a future standing next to him. Conversely, I don't care if I burn to the ashes under the metro if I cannot accept his balls. If I'm going to die with his balls, then so be it. You know, I think the word cherished wish is in an apt as wait a minute, little Tamiko. If I say go, throw it, okay? You were just about to aim at my face, but don't do that, okay? Each of the Shishikawa sisters is dragged by the Xolotl tribe and taken care of. They wake up at the same time at a distance. The right arm, Left arm has lost everything from the elbow onward and has had the bleeding stopped. Broken ribs and injured internal organs. Recognizing them, Nei expels a deep sigh, then bites his lips so hard that blood oozes. And then, with a more and an anxious cry, Nei gives them an order at exactly the same time as the twins. Take me to Aoi, Big Sis. Chapter 81 Awakened Body. Kurizuho. Fungal Class Fighter. Level 51. Fungal Skills 6 Types. Self-Regeneration. White Armor. Herculean Strength. Instant Response. Telephoto. Adversity. Garantici. Fungal Class Holy Knight. Level 72. Fungal Skills 11 Types. Knight Sword. Throwing Axe. Round Shield. Flame Blade. Healing. Self-Regeneration. Leaping. Enhanced Nose. Iron Bite. Raw. Poison Resistance. Fungal Ability. Perseverance. Shishikobamudari. Fungal Class Knight. Level 41. Fungal Skills 5 Types. Cudgel. War Spear. Round Shield. Herculean Strength. Cold Resistance. Shishikoblaoi. Fungal Class Illusionist. Level 41. Fungal Skills 5 Types. Thunderball. Windball. Impact Ball. Training. Heat Resistance. Detailed information such as age will be released later in summary of the main characters. Every time we strike each other, my bones and heart are cut down. Death is right in front of me with every blink. Oh, the screams emanated from deep within my chest. My body is on the verge of crying out in despair, desperately trying to rouse itself. Ahaha. You're still fine, right? Black blades are raining down. The number of attacks and speed are off the charts. Gurren attacks from behind Naruto. 2 Hypha arms intercept the 2, Flame Blade. The exchange of sparks is dizzying. A rain of crashing sounds shakes my entire body. Dodging a fatal blow a few centimeters away, I unleash my clenched killing intent. The first step taken without regard for the splattering of blood is pushed back with even more pressure. In the midst of the dizzying sword fights, I still do not retreat. It is not out of willpower or determination, but because I understand that if I retreat, I will be overwhelmed in an instant. Damn it. Nice. I love children with foul mouths. Whoosh. In an instant, cuts ran through my whole body. Without pause, a heavy impact hits my cheeks, and another roundhouse kick blows Gurren away. Goo. Ah. My bar. I quickly go to Gurren, but he remains down and unable to get up. His chest is rising and falling quickly. The silver body hair that covers his entire body is covered in darkened blood, more than mine. Mr. Gurren, it's okay. I can still do it. He creates several, healing, in this palm and throws them into his mouth. He also has self-regeneration, but it seems that the regeneration of wounds has not yet started. Together with my detoxification, he swallowed another one. The effectiveness of the healing fungal skills is said to decrease if it is used continuously for a short time. Gurren may not last long. You know, Aruto approached, walking slowly, and called out to me. What is it, that blue one? What is it? I looked at my own body with alarm and saw blue-black fungus clinging to my wounds. It's a mycelium of immortality. Gurren saw it. Perfect. Phew, no need to hide it now, Abe. My eyes are not for decoration. What? You're a master threadweaver, aren't you? The 13th person to appear in the 107th year of the Tokyo calendar. My eyes open wide. Gurren just nodded slightly. I knew it. I had a feeling that was coming. Amazing, quite the auspicious meeting. All of a sudden, Aruto immediately starts yapping and laughing. I heard there were only 3 of them left, but I didn't expect a new master threadweaver to show up. I didn't expect to meet the new master threadweaver. What do hunters call this kind of thing? Yes, thread is a connection, thread is fate. Gillen stands up, leaning on his knight sword. He is a master threadweaver. He is the vessel of the hero who returned the surface to human hands, which was destroyed before the calamity, and continues to protect people and the country even now. He is the hunter of fate, who will defeat you and all other incarnations of chaos. No, even if bring me up, I am far weaker compared to the 3. Yes, it is said that demons and Master Threadweaver have a strange relationship. The war 50 years ago is another example. I wasn't born then. Could it be that you, too, are my fated? He is the hope of our country. However, young demon, I will not let you kill him. Even if this head leaves me, my fangs will bite down on your evil. Ugh. Hey wolf, that's always interrupting. No matter how much you try, you can't reach me, you know? Maybe, if I'm alone. The figure is also in my sight. The shadow of a handsome, macho man looms behind Aruto. Sorry for the surprise attack. A low tackle by Cure, clad in white armor, closes in. It was a tackle of a speed much faster than the one he had made on me. Aruto quickly turns around and swings her black blade, but the faster Cure surpasses it for a moment. He dives close to Aruto's, his brow furrowed. The punch is not completed. Aruto is holding her ground with a crouch. Even handsome men can be guilty of sexual harassment, you know? No, I'm not remotely sexually interested in you. Oh really? Then die. Aruto thrusts her black blade into Cure's back. Just before she does so, what emanated from the depths of Gurren's fanged mouth was a roar like a shockwave that shook the air. A directional sound bomb. It is the fungal skill, roar, that manipulates vocal cords and turns them into acoustic weapons. It seems to be peculiar to canine demi-humans. Aruto, receiving a direct hit, jerked back as if struck by an invisible fist. A momentary delay in reaction, and then Aruto collapses forward with a jerk. Her knee, which had been entangled with Cure, makes a dry sound. Got one. Aruto's eyes widened from shock and severe pain, and my figure jumping from above was reflected. Damn it! Aruto's palm punches Cure in the jaw, and her 6 arms spin around, cleaving both Cure and me together. Cure is on top of me as he is blown away again and falls to the ground with a thud. A large amount of blood spills from his mouth. Cure, you were badly injured from the start. Underneath the cracked and shattered white armor, burned and bloodied flesh peeks out. It's clearly not from Aruto's slashes. I wanted to stand with you even for a second. This is the price for that. Adversity. He forcefully activated it. Power and heat are draining from Cure's body. This is where I will die. This is something I want. And then Cure's words and consciousness fade away. Hey, Cure, don't die. Hey, Cure, don't die. Just as I thought, the arm that was wrapped around my back was unexpectedly strong, and Cure buried his face in my chest and kept sniffing. I pulled him off forcefully and stand up while creating holy healing. Gurren is alone with Aruto. It seems that even if she is a demon, she cannot instantly repair a destroyed knee. Her balance is shaky and her sharpness is dulled. She is being pushed by Gillen's deadly attacks. I crouched to join in. Aruto's attention is slightly diverted as she is wary of my leaping. At that moment, in my eyes, I see the shadow of a warrior maiden standing on the other side. Lacking her right arm, she leaps at her, clutching her war spear in her left hand. It is Midori, the older Shishikaba. Anna, why is she yelling when she is doing a surprise attack? Just as I thought, their war spear was easily repelled by a swing of a Haifa arm, but the next moment, the tip of the spear ripples through the air, a tremendous impact and thunderbolts are scattered. Hi-aha, I hit jackpot. Midori was overjoyed while being blown away. It is that technique. She's shown that to me once a few days ago. Midori's war spear was wrapped in sticky thread by a combination technique in which Haifa balls such as Thunderball were abundantly sprinkled on top of it. Its name is Boba Soft Serve. By the way, it seems that it is still popular in Akabane. As expected of Aruto, she was unable to resist or dodge. She sticks a katana of her Mikili alarm into the ground to support one of her legs. Her hair is charred and blood is dripping from her forehead. The body is battered and shaking. Is it due to the damage? No, I to do this on a weak lady. That's why humans. It's not human, but there's another one. A huge shadow covers Aruto, who turned around. A golem with only the upper half of its body, pieced together from the surrounding rubble, raises its huge tree-like arms. It was when Aruto was going trigger happy with White Bullet. My sensory spores caught the fact that the main body of the golem, Rook, was still moving. I blocked Naruto's eyes with Smoke Ball, and threw Holy Healing at Rook. It was a high-stakes gamble. I had hoped that his Mima, whom he had once identified as an enemy, would be his target again, but if it turned against me and my companions, our chance of winning would be completely destroyed. But in any case, the odds of winning were slim. So, I gambled on its absurd actions. The result was smash her. Use your rebellious hammer. The words that spilled out of Naruto's mouth, as her eyes widened at the moment the stone hammer was about to strike down, did not reach my ears. But her lips looked like she murmured, "Wonderful." The impact and ground shook as if it were a bomb. The wind pressure blew away Grin, who was closest. In the center of the sunken ground, blood slowly oozes from a crushed lump of flesh. The golem is still in the posture of a hammer striking the ground and has stopped moving. In the meantime, I rushed to Grin's side, who is crouching down. "Are you okay?" "Oh, thanks to your stupid bet. If it had backfired, I would have beaten you up, but for now, I'm grateful." "Thanks." Taking Grin's hand and helping him stand. He is still unsteady, so I lend him my shoulder. "Let's go away immediately. I'm not sure how the golem will react to us." "Wait, is the demon really dead?" "Could you please not raise any strange flags? There is no change in the golem. My sensory spores show that there is no figure inside. She was definitely crushed or something. I feel like we're done." "Then that's good. We've won. We've done well for each other, Abe. Thanks to the fact that the other side beat our asses all over the place. If we had challenged her without schemes or having her guard down, we wouldn't have had a chance of winning. At the end it took everyone to finish her off, and in the end, we even took advantage of the enemy's carelessness, and with that, we finally grabbed the narrow victory. It was pathetic, but it's the best we could all do." "She was probably just a juvenile." "Juvenile? It was a young individual. We could barely handle it. It was probably not even close to the level of the real demons that raged in the war 50 years ago." "Are you serious? With that ridiculous strength, is that really a young demon?" "More importantly, in the end, it never showed it. Perhaps she was aware that she couldn't control the power of her awakened body." There is a dry crack. The golem's arm cracked and dropped pieces. The cracks instantly spread throughout the body, turning it into a mountain of rubble. At the top of the pile, countless threads dance. They are different from the familiar white mycelium. It was black mycelium. They are interlinked, tangled, overlapped, and bundled. They swell up and take shape, an awakened body. "Ha, I thought I was going to die." The voice sounds eerie. Neither male nor female. "Well, if one of me could die at the hands of a golem, I was about to accept it." "That thing must be more than 2 meters tall. Its slimy, dull, shimmering body is gray with black spots. Its abdomen swelled up like a balloon. Its supporting limbs are made up of countless intertwined tentacles. On its back are wings that are also bundles of tentacles." "But that was not me. I am not Jeru. I am not Anna, Junhai, or the nameless beast." A horn resembling a knob grows randomly on its head, and pus-like mucus drips down from the tips. The face is reminiscent of a skeleton, with blackened, sunken eyes and nose, and a huge mouth that hangs from side to side like a crescent moon. This hideous figure that is so repulsive is the real me. I am Naruto, the demon who will bring chaos and rejoices at the destruction of the world of man. It is I, a demon reborn. Naruto's mouth pops open. I can only see an unparalleled darkness and terror in the depths. "It's been a pleasure, people of the thread, and Master Threadweaver, but let's put an end to the sideshow. This is my true self, and this is the end of you." On the edge of the battlefield, a girl wakes up. "Noah, are you okay?" Squeak. The girl vaguely looks at the Carbuncle tribe beside her, listens to the noises around her, and then rises up with a jerk. "You should still be sleeping." Squeak. "It's okay, Tamiko." "Noah?" The girl's eyes soften. She caresses Tamiko's forehead with her index finger and nods. "I have to go." To protect my Sparkle. Chapter 82. My hero, my sparkle. Mad Naruto, who has turned into a dark bulging monster, jumps from the top of the rubble. The tentacle arms swung in the air, instantly swelling their mass many times over. Run! I quickly used, leaping, moving back with Gurren in my arms. At the same time, the tentacle arm pierces the ground. The arm wriggles from the impact. The exploding ground rises up to form ripples that sweep away the area. Although I avoided a direct hit, I lost my balance and fall to the ground in the wake of the shock wave. Are you serious? Dust is already rising in the air to take the place of the fog that was blown away. The cobblestone pavement around Arato has been obliterated. It's impossible. It's like a scene from a shonen manga. Arato's back wriggles in agony and spills their bodily fluids from his crescent-shaped mouth. The sticky, tar-like liquid spurts out in a cloud of steam. The tentacle arms clawed all over its body. Bodily fluids scatter everywhere. The awakened body. It seems far from perfect. It is no different from demonic disease. Beside me, Gurren was trying to get up on his elbows. There is still a chance to win. No. But that ridiculous power is still there. Break their fungus stone. There is no other way to kill them. The cure was left lying on the ground in a remote location. As for the twins, Aoi and Axolotl are taking care of the battered Midori in the shadows. Gurren, too, from what I can see, has wounds all over his body. A one-on-one battle against that monster? As expected, it's a bit of an impossible fight, isn't it? Nevertheless, there is no other choice. The only way to end this nightmarish situation was for either of us to die. Gurren rummages in his pocket and pulls out a small mushroom. It is a bright red mushroom about the size of a piece of shimji mushroom. Red shiitake. They are nutritious, good for recovering from fatigue, and has the effect of raising the spirit. It's my final trump card, but you should be the one to eat it. Red shiitake. Is that safe? I'm especially scared of the raising the spirit part. It feels bad to refuse Gurren's serious expression, so I have no choice but to take it. It tastes strangely sweet once I chew it. By the way, that's 1,000,000 yen. Why are you telling me after I ate it? There is no contract of sale. If push comes to shove, I'll fight it all the way to the Supreme Court. I'm sorry. But that's the only way to save everyone. I know. Is it because he thought of the two people who are now hiding in the shadows? Or is it the effect of the mushrooms? The heat in my stomach is burning. The heat is transmitted to the whole body. The sluggishness fades away and my strength returns. What the hell is this? I feel elated, like if I don't restrain it, it will break through my back and grow wings. And yet, my vision is strangely clear. It's frightening. I'm ready. I feel like I've felt perfect after the mushroom, but I don't think about that anymore. If I have to do something, I have to do it, right? Cough, cough. Oh, Master Threadweaver, you're still able. I'll be in trouble if I am not. We are about 5 meters away from each other, and I stopped. I pulled out, katana, in both hands and my Haifa arms. This is the second time I've been in this form. It's fun, it feels good. It's ugly. It's disgusting. The killing spirit swells enough to be palpable. Oh, I'm hungry. I want to throw up. I widened my eyes to not overlook what was happening and slightly bent my knees. Sporanium. I want it. I want the sporanium of the Master Threadweaver. I want it. The tentacle arms groan with a scream that shakes the air. I jumped into Arato's chest, dodging the wind pressure that alone seemed to scrape his skin. I refuse. I calmly connect consecutive attacks from one blow after another. Everything hits neatly, but Arato's flesh is thicker and harder than I thought. Whack! A careless swing of the tentacle arm. The tip extends and cleaves the ground. If I had dodged backwards, it would have been the end for me. Ooh! With a yell, a series of strikes that took advantage of the gap between the end of the strike and the end of the attack. The damage of Light Blade did not reach the deep enough. I got you. Arato spreads their tentacles like a net and scratches the ground. I avoided this too, just in time. The arm that was grazed is gouged. Odo arm. After having an awakened body, their power and toughness have improved to the point of insanity. Their attacks are sharp and heavy, but thoughtless and crude. They leave room to be taken advantage of. The difference in size is so great that to strike to their head, I must stop the opponent's movement. A lethal blow passes just a few centimeters to my side. The wind pressure and aftermath alone leaves my bones creaking. Accumulating pain in the core of my body. Cold sweat beads up and evaporates from the side of my body, taking away the heat. I cannot take my eyes off this ugly monster's every move. If I lose focus, it will take everything away in an instant. One hit and you're dead immediately. Moreover, this monster has unreasonable specs that I can't tell if my attack on the monster is effective or not. I slashes at it repeatedly, dozens of times. The only response I felt is from my strained clenched fists. I feel as if the effects of the red shiitake are wearing off. My breath becomes harsh. My vision clouds over, and I can no longer ignore the drain on my strength. Still, Aruto does not collapse. They do not stop. They only wriggle slightly, like they are tickled, as they spray a large amount of their bodily fluids all over me. Nevertheless, there is no choice but to move forward. If the distance between us is too great, it will be a one-sided torture. The only way to win is to jump in. This is the only way to win. The only way to live. But, boom. The tentacle arm pierces the ground. Fuck. To evade or block the attack. My decision to evade or block the attack is delayed. With a wriggling motion, the ground is hit and a rippling shockwave is released. I chose to evade with leaping, but the shockwave that pierced my body caused blood and bodily fluids to pour from my mouth and nose. While falling from the sky, I noticed something black rising from Aruto's mouth. A lump of flesh like an iron ball is released. I twist my body, but my right ear and shoulder are hit, and my right hypha arm is ripped off. I gasped in pain and I lose my balance upon landing. For a brief moment, Aruto is out of sight. When I look up, I see a gray shadow covering my eyes. A closed fist closes in. I can't dodge it. I guard against it using my round shield, but it is ripped off and I am punched in the stomach. The sound of my ribs breaking echoes clearly in my ears. A large amount of blood spurts from my mouth. As I was blown backwards, I bounced around on the ground like a stone skipping over water. The sound of dragging footsteps and a voice saying, J. I am on my back, trying to raise my upper body. Move, move, move. My body is rejecting my will. I can't breathe. Impatience and fear rise from the pit of my stomach. It's okay. My head is lifted and placed on something soft. Noah's face, turned the other way, peeks out from above. Noah. She responds to my muffled call with a faint smile. Good, you're safe. Abe Shuu. Tamiko comes over to me and climbs onto my belly. She looks up at me and Noah alternately, uneasy. Both of you get away. That guy, I'm about to say, is coming. When I notice that Aruto has stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide and filled with emptiness and their crescent-shaped mouth is half open. But Abe Shuu, I know. There are probably fewer areas that are no longer safe. Still, it was good to see their faces. I was able to reaffirm my motivation to stand up, to confront them. The only thing left to do now is to make this scared body do what I tell it. Yes, you can stand up, Shuu. You can still do it. Shuu. You? Mycelium weaves from Noah's fingertips. It's a shimmering ball of silvery white mycelium. Now, show me your most beautiful part. My hero, my sparkle. Her thin lips held the hypha ball in her mouth and pressed it against my lips. Gulp, it went down my throat. The pain is gone, as if it never existed. There, immortality. Mycelium that covered my body has also receded. Noah. Tamiko called out to Noah who was lying down. I gently touches her neck. She has a pulse and is breathing. She's just asleep. What I just saw was it real? Was it a dream? It feels that way, but what happened to me, what she said to me earlier, Tamiko, take care of Noah and that one. Abe Shuu, let's have dinner when you're done. I'll cook today. Abe Shuu, you going to mess cooking? Squeak. I'll surprise you. Aruto stood still, stunned. They turned their black eyes behind me. That child is also, she's my friend. That's it. There, katana, that rises from my palm grows long and heavy. Well, today is full of strange events. I'm exhausted. The killing intent that makes my skin crawl leaks out from Aruto once again. The huge katana, is on my shoulder and is covered with light. I have my own anger and hatred towards you, but I don't care about that now. I'm fighting for me, my friends, and everyone else's survival. I mean, isn't that what a real hunter does? You're really funny. I can't believe you can say that to me. Well, I'm going to eat. You are going to eat? A moment of silence, and then, at the same time, we kicked the ground. The cleave bites deep into Arato's stomach and passes through. The returning sword crosses with the tentacle arm and is repelled. Not only have my injuries and fatigue disappeared, I am filled with power. My nerves are sharpened. My body is surging forward as if I was a different person. Tentacle arms swinging around. Explosions everywhere. Black cannonballs, needles, poisonous fog, and strong acid breath. I dodge them all and attack with a giant katana in both hands. The black bodily fluids that splashed out leap with a dull gleam. Ahahahaha. So fun. I'm hungry. One bite. Just one bite. Arato, unmindful of their injuries, pounces on me like a raging storm. Still, fear does not dominate my brain. The pain of being cut does not stop me from moving. I am more physically and mentally fit than when I ate that weird mushroom. It's not only the effect of the ball, but also the lips of the beautiful girl. That's what it is. That's how simple and stupid men are. I can't believe I got that. The blade that I raise cuts off both tentacle arms at once. I can't lose. The blade he brought down deeply slashed the torso. Arato stumbled to the ground and putting their hands on the ground. A reddish-black light flashes behind their vacant eyes. So what? I'm a demon. A spear emerges from the ground. In the nick of time, I used leaping upward, but my flank and legs are cut deeply. Aiming at the moment I pause at the top. Arato shoots countless needles from their mouth. Whoosh! And with a dull sound, it bites from the side, a charged, white bullet, in Arato's flank. Nice. Tamiko. It was Tamiko who released it. I had secretly given it to her when Arato was stunned. As I had signaled, I wanted her to aim at the right moment when I used leaping. The trigger is unstable, as she bites it with her hardened front teeth, but the control is perfect. The training had paid off. And there were 2 more shots left. The charged, white bullet, that I had created with my arm during our banter. My name is Abe Shuu. I throw out my sword and hit at my arms with Iron Fist. 2, white bullet, are released. One pierces Arato's shoulder, and the other pierces their face. Arato's huge body shakes. Arato, who has lost half of their face, still supports themselves with their tentacles, refusing to fall. On top of it, the sword lands on the ground. The giant katana that I threw out in the air is back in my hand. If you hate someone, it should be me. As I swung down, I felt my eyes meet theirs. The sword smashes the top of Arato's head in half, and I can feel the crack of something hard with my hands. Chapter 83. Let's be stronger. In the fortress of the Xolotl tribe, a bonfire is being built as a ritual. A flame is burning in the center with firewood arranged in a well in front of Tamiko and me. They say that when difficulties occur, such as a war, which involves many casualties, they hold a mourning ceremony by burning together some of the victims' belongings and fur. The faint crackling sound of flames dyes the fur of the solemnly watching Xolotl bright orange. The lives of our people lost over the past 3 years have been as heavy and significant to us in our world. The Metro Chief Nai, who watches the fire next to me, has tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Yet we made it to this day alive. We made it through this ordeal. We were able to overcome this ordeal thanks to the guidance of another master threadweaver. Nai turns around and bows deeply. Thank you very much, Lord Abe and Lady Tamiko. Everything went well, but it is the result of everyone's desperate efforts. We were great. Squeak. You're getting a big head. The body of Arato, the demon after receiving the final blow, melted into a black puddle and vanished without a scream of despair or a lingering curse. Only golden pebbles that had been shattered into small pieces, the fungus stone, remained. After that, the wounded were treated mainly by those with Helicitum fungal skills. Immediately after the battle, I ran out of gas again, but Rook's black Sporangium helped me my strength. On top of that, My level had increased by one more level, and I finally reached the 70 mark, which was the cherry on top. At any rate, the final battle ended in victory from the Xolotl tribe, with not a single casualty. Another objective, the retrieval of Kukulkan's egg, was also accomplished. It was a tough egg because it remained safe under the rubble even though it should have been crushed. And as for the Kukulkan egg itself, actually, it has already hatched. It was not long after we brought the egg here that they hatched. It was a day earlier than I had expected, but whether there was just an error, or whether it was because I had startled it with all the slamming around, no one but the snake hatchling could tell. At any rate, the moment was a mysterious sight beyond description. As if to signal the completion, a black crack appeared in the robust shell that no one had been able to break. With a faint cracking sound, it slowly disintegrated, having completed its task. Eventually, a pure white snake peeked out through the cracks. The snake's soft skin glistened wet with its own fluids. Its eyes were sleepy, and it seemed to be writhing helplessly. Tamiko had called it a squeaking cute, but I thought it was godlike. I could understand why people in ancient times sought for gods and religions in the white snake. The Xolotls, too, I think the adults were crying. They had fought through many sacrifices for this day. As I turned my eyes toward the snake, I saw a snake hatchling curled up in the center of the straw bundle. It has just finished eating all the food laid out in front of it, gulped down a bowl of water, and now seems to be sleeping contentedly. The Xolotls will take care of the snake in place of the parent snake until a certain point, when it dies and becomes nourishment for the child, and eventually return it to the 31st floor. Well, what are you going to do now? I don't think we can avoid interacting with the people on the surface. I will have to rely on Mr. Grin for that. I was very surprised to hear that Grin was talking to Nai in secret. It's like political and concession negotiations unique to village chiefs. The hunters who have learned about the existence of the 31st floor will probably advance to the 32nd and 33rd floors through this village. Nai must have been preparing for this when he asked for help for the Xolotls. It would be a turbulent time for the Xolotl tribe, and it takes several years for Kukulkan to grow up and become the guardian deity of the 31st floor. When that happens, will the hunters become their second invaders? We, the Xolotls, the Threadweavers and Kukulkan will be able to spin a new bond. We, too, must be prepared. We must also educate ourselves in the new Tokyo language while we are at it. It's important to show off your cuteness. Abe, Tamiko, Xolotl cubs come running, and we were surrounded by them. During the mission, I had no chance to talk to the non-combatants, including the children, but now that I have become the hero of the village, the children are more than willing to not leave me alone. Fluffy dogs rushed toward us. They come and romp around. I'm ascending heaven in the middle of the day. Hey, stop that. Yes, this is it. I was looking for this. Yes, this is it. This is what I was looking for. Harassment from petting is not a crime if they come from the other side. My whole body is drowned by the fluffy stampede, and the innocent hugs, endless barking. In other words, I am happy. I want to live here. Tamiko could only say, "Oh, I'm being squeaked." So squeak. As she is pounced by the Xolotl cubs. Hey Abe, let's go drinking, Mr. Virgin. Virgin, Master Threadweaver, Master Virgin for short. The Xolotl cubs run away like scattering spiders. Oh, no. The Shishikaba sisters hug me from both sides. 1 minute a peaceful fluff heaven. Next I am sandwiched between bouncing sacred mountains ready to suffocate me. I can't help but think this is my end. In their hands is a bottle of whiskey. The Xolotls are not in the habit of drinking. In other words, it is their private stash. Seriously, please keep it a secret. The urban legend that they're Master Threadweavers are monsters is true, isn't it? They're better than us. They're truly the cheat of the cheats. Is it okay for an injured person to drink? Older sister Midori's right arm and younger sister Aoi's left arm are missing starting from the elbow. My holy healing was unable to regenerate their missing limbs, because too much time had passed. They were in a state where they could not be reattached. Their arms are now tightly wrapped in bandages to keep her wounds from opening. Well, this will keep us out for a while. As for the drinks we'll be having in the metro, the two women lightly waved their lost arms. It is said that it will take time to get divine healing. We're going to take a break from hunting for a while. Divine healing is the highest level of the healer system, such as healing and holy healing. It's a super rare ability limited to the high rank class of healer, sage, but only 3 people are known to use it. And all 3 of them were related to the Metro Church, or rather, they said they were the founder, a master threadweaver, and 2 high-ranking clergy. In other words, it is practically a fungal skill monopoly. It is said that it is possible to regenerate missing limbs, but the healing requires an exorbitant amount of money in offerings and admission to the Metro Church. The 2 women initially suggested giving up on the treatment, mainly for the latter reason, and retiring, but Grin, who is well known to the leaders of the church, offered to take care of the matter. He said that they would be able to avoid joining the church, despite the offerings. I hope the medical bills don't blow our earnings this time. Let me add a little extra to your cup, Abe. So, I had no choice but to join them for a drink. The amber liquid burns my throat. Tamiko and the little Xolotl look at us blankly as we, the 3 adults, shout in unison. Leaving the bonfire ring to visit the man who was most seriously injured this time around, almost up to life and death. Oh, little Shuu. Little Tamiko, cure, who has recovered well thanks to self-renewal and holy healing, is out of his bed and drawing on the ground with the Xolotl cubs. I'm not in perfect physical condition yet, and I want to swallow holy healing. No, my little Shuu's balls, don't say it that way. I need a snack. If you want it, feed me first. Squeak. Cure quickly presents an acorn. Our superior put it in her cheek pouch and gave a nod with her chin. I reluctantly created holy healing and smacked it between Cure's eyebrows. What are you doing? Lick lick. Cure desperately tried to lap the juice dripping from between his eyebrows. As expected, the little Xolotls are also creeped out. Shuu, you were also someone from the world before the collapse, right? Like the other master threadweavers. Well, to put it plainly, yes. I only gave him a rough explanation about it. The Tokyo dialect in this country is based entirely on the Japanese of Little Shuu's time. The letter structure is the same, kanji, katakana, and hiragana. Yes. On the other hand, the Roman alphabet and other foreign characters have also been inherited to some extent. Literacy rates were low until a few decades ago, but in recent years there has been a renaissance, especially among young people and middle-class workers, because they think to do this emo. It's almost more of a fashion statement than something practical, though. Renaissance? Of course, some of those who survived as threadweavers were foreigners. Gurren, too, was blonde-haired and blue-eyed boy before he developed his demi-human characteristics. So, about the golem. Don't suddenly change topics. As you know, golems have a pattern on the surface near the vital spot. In the guidebook I read, it says, the less experienced the golem is, the more often it shows up. When a golem gets a chance to be targeted in the vital spot in a battle with a hunter, it learns that the cause of the attack is the pattern it made appear, and it hides it. Makes sense, right? Knights and sages couldn't confirm the vital points due to their complex shapes, but strong individuals such as scorpion golems didn't have a vital point. Isn't it fine if I don't put out such a thing from the beginning? I guess that's true. They may have their own reasons for doing so. So here's the thing. Rook, who showed up twice today, had a vital point pattern on its left chest. I notice. Really? I didn't notice. I barely noticed it with the telephoto. There is a theory that the vital point pattern looks uniform, but it was never officially determined what it is. It could be blurred, broken, or too small to see. You can't see it, but Rook was so big that I could see it rather clearly. As one would expect from a man of his talents, Kyo remembers what things even if he sees it only once. His hand scrapes the ground. It looked like this, but this looks like the Roman alphabet, doesn't it? I thought little Shuu would know what it meant. When I saw the string of letters, I fell flat on my back. A dry laugh escaped. Are you serious? Indeed, it is both a letter and a picture. To be more precise, it is a corporate logo. Terra Technics. In those days, I saw it almost daily in TV commercials. Terra, one of Japan's leading corporate groups, One of its subsidiaries was also a client of the advertising company where I worked. Terra Technics was one of the core companies in charge of development for the group's products. I remember reading in a Nikkei newspaper that in recent years, the company has been focusing on the development of drones for work in special environments and onboard AI. As I recall, it was something about drones for research and exploration of undersea and subterranean resources or something. AI. Oh yeah. The words from that demon narrative came back in my mind. Metro Beast evolved from AI, the golem. Is it a product developed by Terra Technics? It is the habit of roaming the underground, can store minerals. A drone for exploring subterranean resources. Is it an organism that evolved from that due to the influence of super fungi? No. No. It's impossible, right? When I looked up, Cure, Tamiko, and the Xolotl cubs were looking at my face curiously. Show, what is it? I thought little Show would know something. I could only smile wryly and shake my head weakly. I found out that. I don't understand what I found out. Chapter 84. Let's be strong too. It looks like everyone has finally fallen asleep. In a corner of the fort, I am alone with Grin. In fact, Tamiko is there, too, but she is sleeping and her eyes are fluttering. I think it's a weird thing to have a secret meeting with another man late at night. I use sensory spores to confirm that Cure is not nearby. The main subject is about what I will report to the guild when we return to the surface. I think you and I will decide on general direction and share it with others. The emergence and defeat of the demons. The fact that the appearance and subjugation of the demon is a national crisis cannot be hidden from the government. Even I thought that it would be fine as long as they avoid exposing me. Gurren is willing to have you bear the brunt. By becoming the hero. I'd rather give up the honor of discovering the 31st floor. But first, you have a lot of questions you want to ask me, don't you? Well, since when did you notice? When we met again, there was a hole in the back of your jersey. Wasn't there? I knew at that point that you had Azura. Oh, right after the battle with Knight? It's too elementary of a mistake. However, you say that you are a light blade user. It is a combination that is not normal. Well, the same goes for the breed of dog that Lord Oyama knew, the Chihuahua, and your own presence is different. I was vaguely convinced that you were similar to a master threadweaver. I see. Although it was partly an irresistible force, it seems that I had been exposed to a lot of minor things. It's something to reflect on. I understand your desire to hide it. I'm not going to throw sand on the face of my benefactor. You have a persuasive power unique to canines. I use it from time to time, though I'm a hominin. I promise to keep your secret, as a comrade in arms. I feel a little embarrassed, but I don't feel bad. About the boss. Or maybe the chieftain of Ikebukuro? Gurren scratches his head in embarrassment. If our chief knew about it, he would probably try to recruit you at any cost. He loves talented people more than 3 meals a day, but if that were to happen, there would inevitably be a mess, both inside and outside the tribe. I am sure I will be so busy that I won't have time to pick up any women. I definitely don't want that. So it's personal. Well, whatever your intentions are, I'd appreciate it if you'd keep your silence. Thank you. I'm fine with that. So, I'm going to change the subject. What's a demon? Gillen takes out a small bottle from his pocket. Inside is the finely shattered golden stone, a fungus stone. For those of us from a generation poisoned by manga and anime, this is a what if it comes back? What do we do? But Gurren says there is no problem because the stone is completely dead. He will submit them to the guild as research material. The incarnation of the super fungus, a negative legacy that condemns the misdeeds of mankind. Various speculations are still being made, but to put it simply, this fungus stone is the very essence of demons. There, fungus stone is the demon herself. He shakes the vial. The fact that such a beautiful little pieces of gold is the very essence of that horrifying monster still doesn't sink in. They parasitize the bodies of other creatures out of nowhere, reading their memories and experiences, and they grow while changing hosts. Eventually, they completely take over their host and become monsters that demonstrate greater power than the host. We call them demons. Parasitize. Oddly enough, I think they are an overlap between golems and zombies. The origin, nature, and purpose of the demons are still unknown to us. They are alien creatures. But one thing is clear, most of them have obvious malicious and harmful intentions toward humanity. Mostly? You mean there were demons who were not hostile? I heard that there were demons who took a neutral position during the war. I don't know much more than that. It's been more than 50 years since they were recognized as the archenemy of mankind. But the demons are still full of mysteries. The Church is the organization that is most enthusiastic about demon research, but my knowledge may be just the tip of the iceberg. Tamiko can't join this conversation. Her nose twitching on my thigh. I guess it can't be helped because I'm also tired. But it's an important conversation, so I share it later. The self-proclaimed demon narrator this time transformed into what is called an awakened body, a form that exhibits the true power of a demon, but she was clearly inexperienced in handling it. If she had been on the same level as the demons who were active during the war, we wouldn't be tending to our injuries right now. If she was still immature at that level of strength, how strong would a mature demon be? It is hard to imagine. On the other hand, there is a theory, not yet officially accepted, that the manifestation of the awakening of an immature demon is identical to the symptoms of what we call their demonic disease. There are too few cases and too few witnesses to speculate, but I believe it to be a reasonable theory. Demonic disease. I remember the morphed appearance of the bandit's boss. That face. The atmosphere. The black bodily fluids overlap with Arato in many areas. The chieftain's eerie lines overlap with Noah's words. My hero, my sparkle. If the hypothesis that demons are something that changes the host, and is of the same nature as demonic disease, is true, if that's true, it would mean that patients of the demonic disease are a breeding ground for future demons. They could be the worst bomb of all for mankind. We can't leave them alone. Gurren clutches his palms tightly. After the battle, I confided in Gurren about Noah's strange condition. I did not tell the others who had fainted, but only Gurren. I did not even tell them that I had fought a man with demonic disease, but Gurren now seems to have come to the same conclusion as me. Your decision on the origin at that moment. What kind of being it becomes. Will it become a disaster for the country of threadweavers and you, or will it change history? About the silvery white heifer ball that Noah had created at that time. That something inside Noah had created. Gurren guessed that it was a spirit ball, similar in color to the mithril ore we had seen in the hidden warehouse. That is a very famous fungal skill that brought about a healing effect greater than that of holy healing, and improved various abilities simultaneously, thus leading to mankind's victory in the demon war. It is said that only one person in the history of mankind, the founder of the church, has used it. Without it, that thing I would not have been able to defeat Arato. What was their intention? What did they want? What is their true nature? What do they intend to do with Noah? I have to find out with my own eyes. I'll do what I can. First of all, we need to gather information from the beginning. The church seems to be a crooked bunch, though, so I can't be too careful. Thank you. I suppose, for the sake of the princess. Gillen's ears twitch. When Noah was shot by Arato, that's what you called her, wasn't it? Maybe you heard me wrong? Do you have any personal connection with that girl? So I wonder if he's trying to push it deep down in his chest about what he might know about her. Gurren stands up and turns his back, shaking his head slightly. You can hear it from her own lips. It's uncouth for a man to uncover a woman's past. And, if possible, I wish to have her keep it in the dark, for her sake. He waved his hand lightly without looking back. And then the sound of footsteps moving away. When his back is out of sight, his footsteps hurry back. I almost forgot, we didn't get to the main topic yet. Right? When I go back to the tent to lie down, Noah, who was sleeping next to me, wakes up. I'm sorry, did I wake you up? No, I've been asleep for a long time. After the battle ended, she woke up several times, but she slept most of the time. However, she still looks sleepy. Her eyes flutter sleepily. Just checking. But do you remember anything? There, spirit ball directly with her mouth. Whoa whoa whoa. Yes, that demon shot me. By the time I noticed, it is all over. Well, did something else happen? No, You didn't see my awesome heroic form the time when I killed the demon using the red shiitake. I'm sorry, I don't. But I wished I could have seen it. I wasn't of any help. I'm sorry. Gently I pat Noah's head. She shakes her head. Sparkle, huh? No. Nothing. Are they asleep deep inside her? Or are they pretending not to hear me? I must exchange words with them again sooner or later. I will have to find out someday. If Noah is well tomorrow, let's leave this place. So, for now, rest easy and have a good night. Okay, good night. As soon as Noah closes her eyes, I heard peaceful breathing confirming that. I also sat down next to her. I let Tamiko, who was in my pocket, lie next to me. And I also lie down. Abe Shuu, did I wake you up? Tamiko turns over and turns her back to me. Her tail swished. I couldn't do anything. Squeak. You saved me. The only thing that I could do was to watch. Squeak. Even though everyone was squeaked. I hear her sniffle. I want to be stronger. Squeak. I nodded and gently stroked her back. Me too. I lie on my back and close my eyes. I have to become stronger, to the point where I can protect everyone even against demons. So I need to know more about this world. So, starting tomorrow let's work together again. Let's work hard. I will follow you. Squeak. That's how it should be, sir. I felt something soft on my cheek. Tamiko is rubbing against my cheek. It's a little hot and it's harder to sleep, but that's okay. Good night, Tamiko. Good night, Abe Shuu. The next morning, after sleeping like the dead with a sense of accomplishment and exhaustion, we were again awakened by the howling of that werewolf, which only annoyed everyone. Noah is feeling better now, and it is time to return to the surface, the fortress of the Xolotl tribe where we stayed for a week. The Xolotl cubs and I finally get to know each other. I can't say that I lived a civilized human's life, but I would be lying if I said I didn't regret it. I want to hug everyone goodbye for about an hour each. Mako's face with tears in her eyes saying longer, Abe. What a cutie. But before we leave, there is something to do. It was time to split up the quest rewards, so us 7 hunters set out for the treasure warehouse of the Xolotl tribe. Gems. Give us the jewelry. Sis, I found an emerald. It's a massive haul. The 2 sisters, with their eyes bloodshot, claw their way through the warehouse, leaving the stunned chief in their wake. How ugly, so ugly. So this is what heroes look like. The pervert wolf should suck a snake's egg. Gurren has come here in search of gold ore. He wants to make a ring and send it to a girl, which sounds like a motive he has heard somewhere, and he is looking for something that looks like one. Cure doesn't seem to want anything in particular, so he's randomly looking for treasure. My group were also promised to receive treasures from the request. And then there's me, Mithril, my goal. At any rate, I got my hands on some more fungus that were randomly lying around. How much can we make from this? Basically, I heard it is processed into an alloy, but it would be nice if I could make various kinds of things with it. With Grin's warning, consider the future economic exchange with humans. We should be moderate. We decided to keep to what caught Noah and Tamiko's eyes. Tamiko is rummaging around for a shiny stone anyway, and Noah is stiff in the corner of the room. She starts flipping through her grandfather's notes while trembling. Noah, what's wrong? Mr. Shuu. Here, let's take this. The pupils are dilated and breathing heavily, and Noah presented a beautiful reddish orange ore. It was a large ore fungus the size of a ball, shimmering like the sun. It is heavier than it looks. Everyone gathered around to see what it was. We've never seen this stone before. Looks like it's worth a lot. Chief Nei, what is this? It's a stone that our old warriors found on the floor much lower than here. Hi. Calm yourself, Noah. Noah broke. Squeak. Looking around at everyone who was shocked, only Gurren seemed to notice something and opened his mouth. Noah squeezed out her words with a serious face. I think this is Hierocan. It surpasses Mithril. It is a great material for making a parasite weapon, the strongest metal on the surface. Are you serious? Abe Shuu. Noah has the nose of a squirrel. Squeak. Chapter 85. Hunters Guild Commander Tugo Adom rushed by Gurren, who has turned into a demonic instructor, a shoulder-breathing superior who rants and nags. The miners reach the surface in a forced one-day march, Tamiko and Noah go up in the commercial elevator with the miners and other mined goods, and as expected, they vomit. It's kind of damp. I think my injury is going to get mold. Squeak. The group was greeted on the ground by a light misty rain. The temperature is rather high and the humidity feels like it is clinging to your skin. Before I knew it, it was past the middle of June. This is the first rainy season in New Tokyo. The deeper one goes into the metro, the more one loses a sense of the seasons. When I was in the Ootsuka Metro, there was almost no difference in temperature throughout the year. As a former air conditioner dependent, I am half looking forward to the coming summer and half worried about it. The rainy season and summer are the best time to be a hunter. The number of metro beasts increases dramatically, and there are mycelium plants that bloom only during this time of year. I see. When Gren reported what had happened at the Hunters Guild, the Uji Metro was immediately put on lockdown, and the town of Uji fell into a bit of chaos. Miners and hunters rushed to the guild entrance, and shouts and curses flew about. The guild officials at the end of the chain of command are not informed of the situation, and the town is flooded with unfounded rumors about the digging up a gold vein, the appearance of an impossibly powerful golem, the spread of poison gas, and other such rumors. The guild has prepared a hot spring hotel for all of us. In short, it is time to wait until the guild's investigation is complete. We visit the hot springs, drown the underwear thief in the pool, eat hot spring steamed buns. This is squeaking yummy. Sell some of the loot through the guild, other than mithril and hierocan. Just with a nosebleeding amount came back, exceeding 1,000,000 yen. We have a picnic on Asukiyama Hill. Return of rice with a real rice ball. I drank so much with the twins. A valuable fact was revealed. Noah wants to take off her clothes when drunk, and we trained in the nearby forest. Or when Tamiko had her first shedding in her life and said, "I'm losing my hair," squeak. "I'm going bald," squeak. And a big fuss ensues. I have heard that indoor pet keeping and the spread of air conditioning have made pets' hair growth/shedding period more confusing. But this seems to be the result of her body's proper reaction to the temperature on the ground. She constantly asks Noah to brush her fur, but after a few days, she gets used to the changes in her body and shows off her somewhat slimmer body, saying, "So, do you think I've lost a little weight?" squeak. And so, we enjoy our days of peace and tranquility. It's as if the hell we've been through in the deepest depths is a lie. Fortunately, or rather, fortunately, Noah, on the surface, nothing in particular has changed. Every once in a while, I try to talk to Sparkle, my nickname, who seems to be inside her, but there is no response. The usual Noah expression of puzzlement is all I get from her. But it is certain that there is something inside her. Both Tamiko and I are convinced of this, and it grows bigger day by day, and eventually it will take over Noah, and I feel anxious and paranoid like that. Will such a day ever really come? I wonder how much time we have left until then. I need to find out more about demons. In order to talk to the church, which is the authority of demon research, I visit them without telling Noah. There is a veteran preacher in this town. He is that scary man who glared at Noah when we arrived in Uji. I am a bit reluctant to meet with him, but I can't and I ask him to meet with us. However, his disciples and others who seem to be part of the church turn me down. They say that someone he knew died in an accident in the metro, and that he has been depressed for some time. That's right. Arito's host, the beautiful woman, wasn't she from here? And it was me who killed her. There is no sign of disquiet among the disciples. At their level, it seems that the lie of accidental death is being passed on as fact. The bosses must have been told the truth. The person who ate out of the same pot for so many years was the sworn enemy of mankind, and they failed to see it. I can imagine how painful that must have been for him. Well, if only I have more information than what Gurren told me. I guess I'll have to ask the higher-ups of the church or something. Metro Church leader, one of the 3 existing master threadweavers. If I could meet them, I might learn something. However, when that happens, I have to be prepared for it. My own secret will be revealed and I will be caught into the mysteries that lies at the heart of this country. I feel that I need to be prepared for that. Gurren seems to be cooperating with the investigation, and although we share the same We hardly ever see each other. He seems to be busy with the negotiations between the Xolotl tribe and the Threadweavers, as he is said to be the mediator for the exchange. 2 weeks after his return to the ground, finally I received a call from the guild. Waiting with Grin in the spacious conference room is a man in his 60s with impressive grey hair and a beard. He has a stout physique and a tall build. He exudes an air of dignity and stature that he is not someone ordinary. "It is the first time I met you," the man says, his name in a stern voice. "I'm Tugo Adom, the commander of the Hunters Guild." The twins gasped in unison. "Please seat." He offers us to sit across the table. The twins push me to sit right across him. What an aura. I heard that there are about 60,000 hunters belonging to the guild. That is about half of the population that has a fungal class other than peasant. This person is at the top of the 60,000 individuals. His eyes are sharp, and they are filled with a visible, dense vigor. His mustache is covered with steamed bun crumbs, but no one can point them out. Whisper, Tamiko. Whisper, 80. He's over 80. Squeak. As I recall, the upper level limit for the higher rank fungal class is supposed to be around 80, so this person has reached that level. He is also the commander of the guild and has strongest hunter in the human race. Even the twins, who are the epitome of unreasonable, are like small fries. No, 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 I am honored to meet you all, the demon hunters. It has been 20 years since I assumed the position of commander, but I have never had the opportunity to receive such an honor. In that sense, you and your colleagues are heroes who have accomplished feats that I could never hope to match. Demon Hunter? It's a title given to hunters who have subjugated demons or cooperated with killing them. Nonetheless, there is not a single person in active service who bears the title. My predecessor got it at the time of the war 50 years ago, but now he is just an old man sipping tea on the porch. Ha ha ha. Commander, said Grin. Even for you, Grin. I can't believe that the boy who was a snot-nosed wolf just a few years ago has not only defeated the tyrant of Ikebukuro whom even the Tokyo metropolitan government was having trouble with, but also defeated a demon. I'm getting old, aren't I? Ha ha ha. Gurren's head is being ruffled by his large hand. He looks a little annoyed at the mention of the word tyrant of Ikebukuro. No one next to me twitched, which I did not miss. You're Shou Abe, aren't you? Yes. His gaze was suddenly focused straight at me, and I flinched slightly. I have heard about you. You're a hero who did everything in his power to slay the demon alongside Grin. Yes, thank you. Grin is considered to be the most outstanding fighter in the war against the demon, excluding the Xolotl tribe. By my own wishes, I didn't expect that to be Shugamo's strongest rookie, who was also rumored to be the strongest rookie at the headquarters. On the one hand, I tried to believe it, but on the other hand, it was too good to be true even for some heroic epic. I hate to say it, but it seems that despite your flashy career, the rumor of your unimpressive appearance is true. Who is the source of rumors? K.I. Kuramoto. There were a few skeptics at headquarters about your background and abilities as reported by the branch. But I knew the moment I saw you at first glance that you were the real deal. I've lived this long, and I have a certain amount of confidence in my ability to measure people. Yes, I trained him well. Squeak. Why, we are not some big fish, you know. Ha 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 ha. I'm sure you're a reliable duo. Abe and Tamiko, I hope you will continue to do your best for New Tokyo and the guild. Commander, let's get down to business, said Grin. Oh, right. I'm sorry to call you, but I also have something next on my schedule. I have 2 things to tell you: the matter of defeating the demons, which I have already told you about, and the matter of the Xolotl tribe. Let me tell you about the latter first. With a cough, Tugo cleared his throat once. The city government's delegation and the Xolotl tribe are expected to sign a friendship agreement with Chief Nai as the representative of the interests of the 2 groups in the near future. They will come under the protection of the metropolitan government and the Hunters Guild and will be provided with life skills and education. We will ask for their cooperation in mining resources from the 32nd floor onward. Of course, we will also work to protect their various rights. For the hunters, mithril and other mineral resources may be their top priority, but if they can establish friendly relations with the Xolotls, it may not be a bad deal for them either. Some volunteers want to station themselves in their villages. and they are willing to do so. I actually went there too, but how can I say? During the mission, there were many people who have been drawn to their adorableness. Well, I am too. Those innocent A's, the abundant fluff, the sly woof at the end of the sentence. Damn it, Mr. Oyama. Tugo bites his lip hatefully. I'm sorry, I said inwardly. In the end, mankind is no match for the fluff. The reason why we were able to have such friendly negotiations on our first contact is largely due to your contributions. On behalf of the Hunters Guild, I would like to express our gratitude. Thank you, you are heroes to their tribe. What I am worried about, Kukulkan, Commander. Yes, I have seen it with my own eyes. It was a beautiful snake. Though it is already taller than me by a good margin. Before our group left there, it was at most 1 meter long. In the short time since, it seems to have grown more than twice as long. The axolotls are still feeding it, but reptiles don't imprint, so it won't recognize them completely. I'm going to let the guild's illusionists use training, but I'm not sure it will work. The first thing we need to do is to make sure that its territory is as far away as possible from the route connecting the 30th and 32nd floors when it is released on the 31st floor. Tugo stammers and shrugs his shoulders. Well, as a hunter, it would be the least risky to subjugate it now, but of course, the axolotl tribe doesn't want that. A day may come when we will be forced to make a difficult choice. As for the axolotls, Kukulkan is an object of worship in a sense. If their people are harmed, they will accept it as fate. However, the hunter is not so lucky. If the beast is expected to cause human damage, it is necessary to plan a countermeasure with extermination in mind. Man and metro beasts. How far can we live together? As a matter of hope, I can only hope that the future will be as peaceful as possible. There are many issues that need to be addressed, but we are still seeking to build a friendly relationship with the axolotl tribe. You should visit them from time to time. They will be happy to see you. Yes, I am still lacking in fluff. Then, one more thing. Regarding the subjugation of the demon. Tugo paused there and sipped his tea. As you all know, demons are a calamity that threatens the peace of New Tokyo, and it is the Hunters Guild's earnest wish to kill them. I personally think that we should honor and consider awarding honors and rewards. Us heroes have our ears twitch with the word rewards. The top management of the guild, the metropolitan government, and the metro church is split in half over whether the worst news of the return of the demons is really to be announced to the world as it is. It is no wonder that the nature of the demons, who disguised themselves as people and lurked in the world during the war 50 years ago, caused suspicion and discord among the people. Both Tugo and Gru are now making difficult faces. What they have just said may differ from their views. The fact that the demons were defeated is an opportunity to showcase the strength of New Tokyo and the success of the hunters, and it also serves as a wake-up call to society about a potential crisis. On the other hand, publicizing the fact may cause confusion in society, and if there are other demons hiding out in the city, it may also provoke them. It may sound bad to say that it is a cover-up, but it is a difficult decision to make when considering the continuation of social stability and order. So, I am sorry to say that the current information control will continue for some time to come. I ask that you keep your mouths shut. Of course, the guild headquarters will not forget its debt of gratitude for your contributions. We promise to repay you in some way in the future. The heroes nodded, their eyes filled with yen. 50 years later, the demons reappeared. I hope that this will not be the catalyst for a turbulent world. The fact that there are people like you is really reassuring for an old man like me who is on the verge of retirement. Please keep up the good work. We chatted for a while and then decided it was time to go. Abe, when I was about to leave the room, I was stopped by Tugo. With a startled expression, I approach him as he beckons me, and the man with the shaggy white beard walks right up to me. I have good news for you. Good news? Yeah, it is about the Hierokan you got. That perverted wolf, he's the one who tipped us off. I heard that you want to make weapons with it, but there is only one craftsman in all of New Tokyo who can handle it. He is the same master craftsman who made the sword for the governor of New Tokyo. Do you have any way to cross swords with him? I don't mean to be presumptuous, but I take back my previous comment. Good job, Mr. Wolf. Chapter 86 Hunter Ranking. So, thanks for taking care of us. When you visit Akubane, be sure to visit Shishikuba Jewelers. Like that, the Shishikuba sisters left in a very brusque manner. They were manly sisters from beginning to end. Well, I think it's time for me to go, too. Kyo carries his rucksack on his shoulder. She seems to have decided to temporarily return to the Senju tribe. I was a little worried that Shugamo wouldn't be able to follow him, but he said that the upper echelons of his and the guild branch had ordered him to return. It seems that they are asking for a report from the person concerned about the missing period of their tribe's founding father. We are conservative when it comes to outside politics and interests, but not when it comes to Lord Oyama. They all have a father complex. They have portraits and replicas of hanging scrolls hanging in their houses, and they worship him every day. Sooner or later, this place will be filled with Senju people making pilgrimages to the sacred land. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me. I am really grateful to you for taking my request. You should live a good life back in Senju. No, I'm not going to stay long after I'm done with my report. I'll be back with you soon. So long, Kyo. I may never see you again, but I won't forget you until I forget you. Little and your companions have a house in Shugamo, right? Can you tell me your address? After the parting greetings that didn't quite mesh, I forced myself to send Kyo on his way. Well, I said, I guess we should go home too. To our beloved home. Squeak. Noah. What is it? I'm sorry. I just want something. I've been crammed with lots of things lately, so I'm not sure how much more I can take. Shugamo is the first town I visited after leaving Ootsuka Metro. I stayed in Shugamo for less than a month and lived in a rented house for about 2 weeks. I didn't realize how much I had come to know about the city. The modern cityscape surrounded by city walls, the lively faces of the townspeople, and even the smells were nostalgic. I don't want anyone to know that I almost cried the moment I opened the door to my home. So I spent a few days leisurely. I get a lot of new mushroom bread from my landlord's bakery, wholesale some of Uchi's loot to Kono, and research the history of New Tokyo and the demons at the library. I wanted to wholesale the rest of the loot to Obuchi, but they had already vacated the inn and gone to another town. I was a little disappointed because I wanted them to introduce me to a craftsman who could handle mithril, and I also wanted to see Uia again. Since I was not going to carry around my valuables, I went to the underground vault of the Shugamo branch office to deposit my valuables, including the mithril. It is said to be safer than a bank in terms of reliability and security. But even if a safe cracker were to appear, no one would know the value of Hierokan. Oh, Mr. Abe. When I returned to the first floor, I ran into Aomoto. She is still as sharp and beautiful as ever, but she has lost some weight and her voice has lost some of her lift. She looks like an office worker who has been working overtime. Is Tamiko with you today? Oh, she's with Noah. They went window shopping. With such a blatantly disappointed face, I'm not sure how I feel about that. At any rate, without even saying hello, I was taken to the eating and drinking area and treated to a cup of coffee. Mushroom coffee from Nelma. I heard about Uji. It seems that you were quite active. Huh? What? You found a hidden floor with the Silver Wolf of Ikebukuro and met with an unknown tribe of magical beasts, I hear. Oh, yes. The demon case has not come this far down, as I thought. Seriously. A man like you doesn't like to be measured by any ordinary standard. I can't help but feel that I, who was hailed as a Shugama's child prodigy when I was young, am a very insignificant person. No, 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 I'm indebted to Mr. Garin. I also owe it all to Tamiko and Noah. You're already one of the top 2, maybe even the top, in Shugamo in terms of ability. It's been more than 2 decades since the establishment of the branch. And the time may finally come when a single-digit ranker will be born from Shugamo. Single-digit ranker? Don't you know? It's the hunter ranking. The waiter brings a sandwich and offers me one. It is corned beef, cucumber, and lettuce on buttered toast. The salty taste of the corned beef and the crunchy texture of the vegetables are good. A yum-filled squeal is inevitable. The hunter ranking is an annual ranking system that takes into account the number of rewards earned from quests. the rate at which Metro beasts are killed, the profit from the sale of Metro dives, and other factors, and establishes a pecking order based on the level of activity. Of course, the first Dan and above will automatically participate in the hunter ranking system. You reached first Dan, but because of this incident, a letter of recommendation for promotion to first Dan was issued to you by Uji, correct? Yes. The official notification has not yet been given, but with the help of Tugo, all 7 members of the team to defeat the demon are to be promoted to the next level. The top ranks will be given to the deserving names. In particular, Gurren is now 4th Dan, the highest rank in active service. The top rankers will not only receive the prestige they deserve but also a variety of other privileges. Ask Kaiko or one of the other staff members for more details, as I'm sure you'll find out what you need to know. Is Mr. Shimoinagi at the top of the Shugamo rankers? I think his highest rank was 19th. However, my uncle S. Shimoinagi doesn't care about such things. So if he's serious, I think he might have had a chance to enter the top 10. By the way, my highest rank is 312th. The number of first Dan and above seems to be around 3,000, so I guess I did well even with this. Looks tough. If I remember correctly, even Mr. Gurren's highest rank would have been 3rd or 4th, but you will surpass even that someday. I believe so. Your words are wasted on me. From what I've heard, it doesn't seem like it's enough to subjugate Metro beasts with your brute force. The world is still far away for me, who lacks knowledge and experience. Fufu. Well, I have high expectations for you. Your comrades and I, here at Shugamo, have high expectations for you. I forgot to mention one thing. Welcome back, Mr. Abe. I then noticed that all eyes are on me. When our eyes met, they raised their coffee cup and bowed. Somehow, I feel a little bit of excitement in my heart, which makes me nod vaguely. Yes, thank you. I'm back. So, by the way, well, Amoto cleared her throat and began to tear the bread into balls. The magic beasts that you guys interacted with. The Xolotl tribe, right? What were they like? I instantly understood and inwardly chuckled in my heart. Well, they are basically a small dog, about this tall. I gestured about 50 centimeters apart with my hands. They have short limbs and a fluffy tail. I draw their silhouette with my index finger and thumb. Their eyes are round. They have twitchy noses, and their fur is very fluffy. The coffee cup in Amoto's hand shook. They are a bit cautious, but once they get used to you, they are very friendly, and when I hold them in my arms, I can't help myself. Crack. The handle shatters and the cup rolls onto the table. The dark brown liquid spreads out. Hey. I tried to wipe the coffee with my handkerchief in a panic, but a half-smiling Amoto began to scrub it with her sleeve. Oh, forgive me, Fufu. Her eyes glow menacingly. A chill runs down my spine. I have already paid for it, but please pay for the cup with this. The wiped the blood on her nose with the bill she took out and added a few more, saying, oops, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I remember I have an urgent business. Please take your time. Amoto's back shook as she leaves upstairs, and I quickly clean up her mess and quickly exits the room. That evening, Kaiko arrives at my house. She asked me if I could accompany her, and I tried to ignore her, but I was forced out of the house by several staff members. I tried to play it cool and told them, don't worry, it's just a misunderstanding. I'll be home soon, I tell Tamiko and Noah. According to Kaiko, there was an incident in which Amoto, in tears, pleaded to go to Uji, and was seized by the staff because she was in the middle of work until the end of the next month. She said Amoto is still sobbing and immersed in paperwork. It's because Mr. Abe sent something strange into her head, isn't it? May I have a lawyer represent me? I lament that even though interrogations have begun and the world has become like this, the value system that focuses on confessions has not changed. But alas, I am not falsely accused and I was a criminal, so I spew everything after a few minutes. Yes, I did it. After the hour-long lecture, I was made to promise to actively accept requests. When I returned home, I was disappointed, but my friends, to whom I had entrusted my life, were unsympathetic, saying, what a cheater. Squeak and Noah said, Just like what Sis said, he wanted to brag about the fluff. I was left wallowing in despair. Chapter 87 Friend of the Unicorn. From the hottest rising star in Shugamo to the rebel who made our beloved clumsy leader cry. I am increasing my own brand here. Just when I was thinking it would be better not to show up at the guild for a while, a staff member comes to my house again. This is a letter from headquarters to Mr. Shuu. Abe. Oh, thanks. I received the letter with a red wax seal with the guild's logo on it. I thought it might be about my promotion to first dan, but the signature on the letterhead was that of General Tugo. I was a little surprised. Are you serious? It was written in a rather casual tone of voice, but it was disappointing to me at the moment. What happened? About the craftsman who can handle Hierokan. The master of the blacksmith said that he was willing to take on the project because it would be a valuable experience for both himself and his apprentices, as it is a rare material that is rarely available. Unfortunately, however, his schedule is packed for the next 3 months and he is not available. That's not a bad thing. He is said to be one of the best craftsmen in the country, so he must have an endless supply of requests. There's another part of the problem, the price. From the smelting to processing of Hierokan, it takes a lot of manpower and money, so they need to pay up to 20 million yen out of my own pocket. 20 million to 10 millions. How many acorns is that? Squeak. It's difficult to calculate in acorns, but I think you can have a pretty nice house in Shugamo with that money. The price is based on the guild's negotiation and a favorable discount from the craftsman's side, so it would probably cost twice as much as it would if I asked for it normally. I wish the guild would pay for everything. However, I can't say that out loud. I've been given a lot of favors so far, and my motive is purely personal taste in the first place. It is the nature of a serious ex-office worker who cannot say that taxes are being paid for personal greed. Well, now, of course, I'm hoping that it's not just a trinket, but also practical, perhaps. For a hunter of my level, do you think it's only natural that they have the financial ability to pay that much? Well, I think there are only about 100 people in this country who are over level 70. I would like to say that they should not have fooled since I was an amateur ancient man until 2 months ago. I think you are well off even now. Including the sale of Uji's loot, I think you have more than 3 million yen in savings. I want an allowance. Squeak. Your mom gave you 1,000 yen yesterday, right? It's kind of funny. It's all gone. Squeak. You're going to get fat again. If I sell the mithril, I would have enough money to pay the fee. But that would be a complete waste of money. I've heard that mithril can be processed into fibers and made into high-quality lightweight armor, so I'd like them to make armor for Noah and Tamiko. Well, I've found a way to craft the weapon, so I wonder if it's okay to slowly raise money. If I'm serious about doing quests and diving in the metro, I'll probably save enough money. Suddenly, I remembered the thing. I went past Noah and into the bedroom and opened the door to the closet's underfloor storage. Ugh. It smells like mold. It was not due to the powerful super fungus or anything like that, but simply the stench of neglected socks during the rainy season. I gingerly lifted it and peeked in with trepidation, but I was glad to see that the contents were safe. It was the wolfskin bag I had been using until I left Ootsuka Metro. When I brought it into the living room, Tamiko and Noah looked blatantly disgusted. Moldy. Squeak. Get rid of it quickly. Squeak. It's a memento. It's outrageous to throw it away. I told you before, I'm not in charge of this kind of junk. Well, it might be fine to dispose of the bag. I place the contents inside on the table. A pure white carrot with a missing tip. Well, it's actually a long, thin carrot-shaped horn. Old Man Uni's horn, also known as the Tsundeer unicorn, is a chipped horn unicorn, with who we formed a friendship on the Ootsuka Metro. Old Man Uni's horn. Squeak. That's a real unicorn horn. Amazing. I hid it to protect it from burglars, but I forgot to leave it in the safe. Old Man Uni, how is doing? Squeak. I'm sure he's doing well and has a new horn. While clearing my throat, I think I've heard that it's a valuable item before, and I was wondering how much it would be worth if I sold it. I don't intend to give it away, though, you know? It's a token of our friendship, right? Just checking, you know? I glanced at Professor Noah. Basically, It's an ingredient for medicine. I've only heard about it in passing, but it's supposed to be a cure for mycelial failure. That's all my great-grandfather wrote in his notes. Mycelial failure? In short, the mycelium in the body doesn't work properly and various symptoms occur. In the past, there were a lot of cases like that, but nowadays you don't hear much about it. I know that squeak, liar. Putting aside the know-it-all squirrel, the disease seems to have something to do with resistance and compatibility with super fungi. It makes sense, then, that the number of patients would decrease over time. The fact that the human body is infested with the strange mycelium is still a mystery. The story is that unicorns were often hunted in the past, and now they are rarely seen. They're like an endangered species, huh? But they are very strong horses, squeak. It would have taken a population that strong to survive. The fact that it was an unpopular metro with low yields may have been a blessing, but with that said, there is a possibility that because of me coming out and defeating the Satan slime in Ootsuka, perhaps hunters or guild members will investigate. I haven't heard any further news since then, but I can only hope that the humans won't find him out. Well, they are cautious beasts to begin with, and it is probably only because they have been accustomed to us since we were little more than insects that we have been able to communicate with each other. And I would like to think that they would not be easily captured because they could even erase the sound of their footsteps. Anyway, I think unicorn horns still fetch a pretty high price. I don't care how much used they are early on the market. I see a chipped corner at the tip. Old, dirty, and heavier than it looks. We stare at it in my hand. Stare? It's a memento, right? Yes. You won't sell it, right? Why are you not replying? I'm just checking. I just want to make sure how much it's going to cost. It would be nice to have Obuchi around at times like this, but unfortunately he hasn't come back yet. The guild's loot counter will also give me an appraisal, but then they'd have to ask, where did you get it? Combined with the fake past history of Tamiko and mine, it would be confirmed that I lived in Ootsuka Metro. It is going to create difficult questions. Then, is there Kono? Since they do a wide range of business, let's ask them. I should ask him without looking like a person who has it. Ah, a unicorn's horn. Well, it's a long-cherished desire for a Shugamo hunter. What? Huh? Why do all the Shugamo hunters want it? Brother, you don't know the story about the mayor? Kono was saying something like, "You're a fisherman. Why are you asking me how to catch fish?" After a quick explanation, I ran to the guild with the wind knocked out of him, as if he were running to my fallen friends. Wow, Mr. Abe, you surprised me. As I passed through the entrance, I happened to run into Kei Ike. He was breathing hard, so she had a look of suspicion. Well, you came here for a quest, didn't you? There are a lot of dangerous ones out there for Mr. Abe, you know. They're all posted on the bulletin board by the stairs over there? No. There is another one next to the counter over there. There you can find advanced and difficult quests. I see. If you look at it, it certainly looks like it's going to be very difficult. I see. There are quests for defeating a certain metro boss, searching for treasure in a hidden place, and clinical trials for a new drug. At the top of the page, there is a quest written on a relatively new piece of paper. The client is. That's a request that the mayor has issued. We regularly post them with higher rewards, but it's hard to find takers for the content. It can't be helped. Unicorn horns are very hard to come by these days. Request procurement of horns, Metro Beast Unicorn. Due date as soon as possible. It's a famous story in Shugamo. The mayor's daughter was born with a serious illness and needs a unicorn horn to cure it. So we've been sending out quests for it for the past few years. I stared at the reward amount written in the middle, 30 million yen. Mr. Abe, your nose is bleeding. Chapter 88 Shugamo's long-cherished wish. That evening, we had a small meeting before dinner. On the agenda was whether or not Old Man Uni's horns should be used for the mayor's quest. What do you want to do, Mr. Shou and Ms. Tamiko? Tamiko and I looked at each other and both shaking our heads. I can't bear to let it go, but if it means that one girl suffering from an incurable disease can be saved. Abe Shuu, you're just in need of money. Squeak. Tamiko, what do you want? I know the memories are in my heart, Skiwak. I like that side of yours. What? Who is your wife? Not me, squeak. Tamiko slapped me on the wrist. Well, old man, you and I wouldn't blame us if we used it to help people. And the other party is an innocent girl under 10 years old. But the only question is how to explain how I got it. If you answer honestly, Ootsuka will experience a unicorn hunting tour. Right. But I feel like it can't be helped. Hunters and metro beasts originally have that kind of relationship, but we're friends. It's nothing to do with them being a metro beast. If possible, I'd like him to live in peace. Squeak. That's what I expected from both of you. Although he did not do anything specific for us, his presence was a comfort and encouragement for the lonely Tamiko and I, who could feel the warmth of a living creature. Even when we parted, we felt a small bond with him. I would never do anything to put him in a difficult situation because I was blinded by greed. If this would save a sick girl, that would be fine. But I don't want to cause any trouble for old man you and I. So, I'd like to see if there's some way we can make it work. Noah, what do you think? I'll let you play with my tail later, squeak. Tamiko and I looked at each other while putting our hands together. Noah takes a deep sigh and nudges Tamiko's tail. Fine, I'm going to regret this later. The next day, it was not raining, but it was a slightly overcast. Ike is at the sales counter as usual. Mr. Abe, good morning, she responded along a professional sales smile to the suspicious person who ran away after talking and having a nosebleed yesterday. What? Really? Even Ike was taken aback when I told her in a whisper. She immediately withdraws to the back of the room, consults with her superior as usual, and takes the complainants upstairs to the interview room. Please wait here for a while, she says, then serving an tea and rice crackers. Tamiko bites into the rice cracker with a noise like a construction site. Noah drinks her tea quietly. I was there looking sleepy. I was not sure how long it has been, but I felt alert when I heard the door open behind us. Entering the door is Ike, and a handsome man in his mid-30s whom I have never met before. He is tall and slender, with black hair that is gently naturally permed, and wears a white work shirt and black-rimmed glasses. He doesn't look like a hunter. My name is Iki Namaguchi. I am the attending physician for the daughter of the mayor of Shugamo. The man sitting across from me also has a soft demeanor. He seems kind. Come to think of it, the person who was in charge of my operation when I was in the hospital a long time ago was also like him. They told me that you had brought a unicorn horn, so I came here in a hurry. I was sweating profusely on my forehead and forcing myself to not breathe hard. I choked a few times because of that. So, let me see it. Here. I put it on the table. Namaguchi and Ike gasp. Is it okay if I touch it? Sure. Namaguchi holds it in his hands with trepidation. He looks at it from various angles, peers at it with a loupe, and smells it. The wet wolf smell is still there, and as expected, he frowns a little. I've been saying that since the interview, and with Uchi and this case. Mr. Abe, you are really outrageous, you know? Is that a compliment? Of course. Phew. Namaguchi returned the horn to the table and rubbed the inner corners of his eyes with his fingers. His hands are shaking. This is the second time I've seen the real thing. And it looks a lot like the real thing. I can't believe it. It's impossible to be real. Yes, but it's real. Oh, I'm sorry, if you are offended. I'm sorry, I hope you don't mind. I've been presented with many items that look like the real thing. After all, they are very rare. I see. Calm down. Where did you get this? I don't know. It was a memento of my father's. I didn't ask him where in the metro he got it. I've always had it with me. The story of a father and son. Noah's idea. Is not easy to go into in detail. Namaguchi's face became thoughtful. I heard that Mr. Abe's father was a very good hunter. Mr. Abe himself has not been a hunter for some reason, but he is a master at his level and experience. To be honest, I did not expect Ike to be present at this meeting. Should I have called someone else from the beginning? Mind's eye, Ike, who is the bearer of a rare fungal ability that recognizes people's emotions with a colored vision. Supposedly, I wonder if she sees through the lies about the origin of this and only the intention is genuine, and if she is willing to match the story. May I collect just a few fragments to verify its authenticity? Sure, but just a little. If you would allow me to cut away a little bit of this broken part and collect a few fragments, and you can tell if it is genuine. Yes, I'm going to try it on rat with mycelial failure, just like the mayor's daughter. Mycelial failure? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't explained it yet. Namaguchi pushed his glasses up. It's a disease that the mayor's daughter suffers from. It is a congenital disease that occurs only at an early age and causes the hardening of all the muscles in the body. The mycelium that surrounds the entire body stiffens, inhibiting the movement of muscles and internal organs, and eventually leads to death. Whoa. It is a type of the mycelial failure disease, the specific cause of which is still unknown. The disease is particularly susceptible to serious illnesses, and normal treatments can only do so much to halt the progression of symptoms. The only way to cure disease is to administer a cure made from a unicorn's horn. Is there a lot of children with that disease? We don't know the exact number, but it is said to be in the tens to hundreds of thousands. There are currently only 2 patients here in Shugamo City. The young lady was 4 years old when she contracted the disease. For the past 4 years, she has not been able to leave the mansion, and has spent her days just trying to stave off the disease that has been slowly progressing. Namaguchi's somber gaze hid behind his glasses. She clung to the hope that in a distant tomorrow, she would be able to get the medicine, but she endured a slow despair that was like a tightening of a cotton wool rope. How terrifying that must be for her as a young girl. Adults can only hold her hand, encourage her, comfort her, and be a receptacle for her sometimes raging heart. The words cut off there, and the room falls silent. Tamiko and Noah are both looking sorry. Namaguchi made a deep sigh and gave a small nod. I personally can't help but hope that this is the real thing we've been looking for. However, we can't let that child and her parents feel false hope. We will verify it rigorously, and we would appreciate it if you would wait for us. Yes, that's fine. Chapter 89 Shugamo's long-cherished wish 2. 3 days later. Again, I was taken to the interview room, where I found Ike, Namaguchi, and another new face, a middle-aged man. My name is Suzuyama, and I am the secretary of Mayor Ayukawa of Shugamo. He hands me a square piece of paper. His name and title are written on it. It was the first time for me to receive a business card in this world. He must be in his mid-40s. He has a slightly thinning head of hair, a morbidly thin frame thinner than a Namaguchi, and a small stature. He wears a white shirt and a suit-like jacket. The fountain pen in his breast pocket is shiny. Originally, Lord Ayukawa himself should have met you all in person, but he's busy preparing for the Shugamo Founding Festival. And on behalf of him I ask for your understanding and thank you all for your kindness. I heard from my landlord and Kono that later this month, Shugamo will celebrate the 30th anniversary of its incorporation as a city. It seems that behind the scenes, preparations are steadily underway for stalls and events, and everyone in town seems to be in a state of excitement. I heard that important people from other tribes and the city will gather, so naturally, the city administration is also very busy. Incidentally, it seems that Amoto is being kept busy by the city police and guild working together on various security measures around the city. And at this rate he will not be released until after the festival is over. If I had known that, I wouldn't have done such torture as boasting about my moa. I am so sorry. Namaguchi and Suzuyama sit on the sofa, and Ike sits in the chair behind them. This seems to be the formation for today. The results of the tests, Namaguchi said. We purified the drug from the powder of the sample we received and administered it to rats suffering from mycelial failure, and found that their symptoms improved dramatically. There was no doubt that it was the real thing. Oh, that's good. I did not doubt the authenticity of the horn, but it was a relief to hear that it really had medicinal properties. It proved that Old Man UNI was a magnificent unicorn. Suzuyama leaned forward, like he was about to leap at us. I would like to ask you once again for a favor. Would you be willing to sell the unicorn's horn for 30 million yen as a quest reward? I looked at Tamiko and Noah. They both nod. Yes, we'll give it to you. Namaguchi and Suzuyama's faces light up. For the first time seeing them, they were bent over and closed their eyes tightly. Their shoulders are shaking, savoring the joy of having their long-cherished wish come true. Thank you. Thank you very much. Namaguchi stretches out from the sofa and asks for a handshake. He shakes me so hard I feel like my shoulders are going to come off. I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for this day to come. And now that it has, my lady. You are her lifesaver. Suzuyama is a ragged mess, tears spilling down her face. He hugs Noah and me, then shaking hands with Tamiko. Before I do that, I'd like to make one condition. Suzuyama's expression turns slightly cloudy as I says this. Speaking of conditions, is it the amount of compensation? No, I'm not dissatisfied with that. The thought of being able to raise the price of the product is not a bad one, but it might look bad. I decided not to do it. About how to use the medicine? Use? I picked up the unicorn horn in my hand. It felt cool to the touch. I've done a lot of research up until today, but I heard that one of these horns can be enough for 2 people, right? Well, if the mayor's daughter is properly cured, I'd like to see the other child in Shugamo treated as well. If it costs money to treat them, you can deduct the cost from my reward. Namaguchi and Suzuyama looked at each other. Why, do you know each other? They are not someone I know. I just went to visit them yesterday. I went to see another, mycelial patient in this town. He was a boy of 10 years old. He had contracted the disease at the age of 5 and had never left the hospital since then. His condition was so advanced that he was already having difficulty walking on his own. His hands were shaking so much that it took him several seconds to open them, and he was unable to speak freely. According to the doctor, he has 2 years to live. His parents, who both worked, seemed to be spending every spare moment they had to earn money for his treatment, and they did not come to visit him often. Why that child? Well, if I can help him, I just want to help her if I can. I don't have any deep reason. Yunio's horn is a gift from the very beginning. If there are lives that can be saved, I don't mind if the reward amount is slightly reduced. I am aware that I am doing it for self-satisfaction, but no one will complain if I am being selfish from giving a child a future. After consulting with Tamiko and Noah, they agreed. Noah was almost aghast, making light remarks such as, Mr. Shu's good-naturedness is at its peak here, isn't it? She seemed quite pleased, though. Namaguchi and Suzuyama whispered in each other's ears. Then they nodded. Yes, we will do as you requested. Namaguchi said, we will give priority to my lady's treatment, but we promise to treat him with the rest of the medicine. We will pay for his treatment, and we will make sure that you and your colleagues are paid in full. Okay, as a matter of fact, Suzuyama said, we were planning to do the same. Oh? He is my lady's only friend. They have never seen each other, and have only known each other through letters. Come to think of it, I remember that there were many opened envelopes in the boys' hospital room. Were those the ones she had sent out? It was the my lady's wish, Namaguchi said. She wanted me to share the medicine with him if I could get it. No way. That's so unreal. I subconsciously touched my eyes. If this were on TV, I would probably be crying. We got almost a whole horn, so I think we'll have enough medicine for both of them. I have been preparing for this day for several years. I promise, I will save them both. Suzuyama shook my hand again. We have 2 strokes of luck to be thankful for, it seems. One is that we have obtained what we have longed for. The other is that it was people like Abe and your companions who brought it to us. On behalf of the mayor and as a member of my lady's family, I would like to thank you again for your kindness. Truly thank you. After signing a few documents and completing the formalities, Namaguchi and Suzuyama leave their seats together. We expect it will take a couple of weeks for the treatment to be completed. If possible, please keep it confidential until then. I understand. He bowed his head and thanked us over and over again as they left, and me and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although the flow had been almost decided, it was still a big job worth 30 million yen. I was probably more tired than the first time I went on a sales trip. Ike sat down on the sofa across from us. His cheeks are slightly perky. The reward will be paid at the end of next month. It will be transferred to your account. Of course, the fee and city tax will be deducted. As I recall, They will take a little more than 20% of the total. I had to be content with the fact that I would still have more than 20 million yen in my pocket. Mr. Namaguchi said earlier that it was a secret. But in other words, the quest itself is neither completed nor suspended yet, and it will be treated as an ongoing request. What if someone else brings it to you in the meantime? We will be paid the same amount as Mr. Abe and your party. Even if that happens, the medicine itself won't be wasted, so it will be given to someone in another city, or left as a reserve in this city. By the way, is that from the mayor's own pocket? That's right. His father, the first mayor, is a legendary merchant who built this city with his own fortune. 10 years ago, the previous owner passed away due to illness, and after that, his son was appointed as the second mayor after an election by the residents. I see. His predecessor was so powerful that some people still compare him to his predecessor, but I think the current mayor is loved more by the people because he seems more like a commoner. That's why everyone is worried about his daughter's illness as if it were their own child. Whether it was Kono or the landlord, when I asked them about the mayor, they all spoke in the same way. They trusted the mayor and were concerned about his daughter's condition. You can see it in Namaguchi's and Suzuyama's heartfelt joy. This must have been one of the long-cherished wishes of the citizens of Shugamo. Could it possibly be more important than we imagined? Yes, I think so. When it is announced that she is cured, Mr. Abe's and your companions' names will be known all over Shugamo. They are truly the heroes of Shugamo. I just handed over a gift. It doesn't feel bad to be praised for doing good things, but it's not because of my power either. But even so, I think what you just said was a very good decision. Is it? Are we going to become famous? Squeak. Maybe. Tamiko was busy polishing the jewel on her head. Finally, can I have a bit of your time? Kaike's voice becomes a little stiffer. Naturally, my posture stiffens too. As you may have heard, I have a fungal ability called Mind's Eye. It is the ability to read people's emotions with their eyes. In my case, it is expressed in color. Yes. So I could see a bit of guilty feelings when Mr. Abe used to talk about your personal life or when you showed your fungability. This is the color that arises when lies are mixed with words and deeds. This was also the case the other day when you told us how you had the horn of the unicorn. That thing. Even though it is as I had expected, when you say it to my face in front of Tamiko and Noah, I can't easily apologize and admit that. But there was no murky color, no color of malice like lying to trick or mock the other party. Above all, both Abe and Tamiko had that pale, bright, gentle colors at the root of them. So, if Mr. Abe didn't want to talk about it, there must be some circumstance. But it was my job to make sure of that as well. Kaike looks up and smiles. The loose hair on her head are fixed as she spoke. But I think now that I made the right decision at the time. Being able to interview Mr. Abe and the others was probably the best job I've ever had in my life. I looked at Tamiko and Noah. They both nod. Oh, so you're okay with the quest order thing, then? But that is separate. Please work for Mizumoto as well. Chapter 90: A New Quest and Noah's Determination. Now that we have found a way to raise money, we decide to take on a quest. Noah left the room first because he had some business to attend to, and Tamiko and I went with Kaike to the reception desk on the first floor. Mr. Abe, do you remember Rikugi Village? We were there as a guard before, weren't we? It must have been about a month ago. One of the quests I received before heading to Uji was to guard a village that was being harassed by a group of Baphomets. That was the village of Rikugi. I stayed there for 3 days to guard the village and exterminated about 10 Baphomets that had tried to harm the livestock and villagers under the cover of night. The villagers were so hospitable to me, I thought I would like to go there on a personal visit. Actually, after that, a Baphomet Colony Subjugation Squad was dispatched to Rikugi Metro. They were tasked with identifying the boss and his nest, but they left the village 10 days ago and haven't returned yet. That's either they are still working in the metro, or they are in some kind of trouble. I see. It seems that the guild did not expect this. The subjugation team was formed jointly with the city of Komigom, but all 30 of them are individuals with fungal levels 30 or higher. The squad is not expected to be annihilated unless there is something goes very wrong. Baphomets are metro beasts that operate in families or herds and are often found on the ground or in shallow metro areas. They are reasonably intelligent, but their individual killing power is not that high. It only takes a few villagers armed with farming tools to deal with them. And if you are a hunter, they are perfect for newcomers to gain experience. The problem this time, however, was the number of them. They appeared night after night, no matter how many were exterminated, suggesting that a colony had sprung up, a type of metro beast that reproduces in large numbers and occupies an area inside or outside the metro. In a sense, the number of metro beasts increases like a pandemic, and mature and the mutant individuals are more likely to occur. If left unchecked, the surrounding ecosystem and human settlement will be affected in no small way, so it will be necessary to thin out the colony's considerable numbers, including the colony bosses, and bring them to a close. The words from before are from Professor Noah. Since it is possible that some kind of unforeseen situation may have occurred, I wanted to ask someone above first Dan to conduct a scouting, but unfortunately everyone was quite busy with the founding festival. By scouting you don't mean taking over the task of defeating the colony, do you? No matter how small they are, it's hard to deal with hundreds of them with just my party. They might be stronger than Uji's zombie army. Yes, first we need to investigate. I want you to dive into the metro and find out what's going on in the Ootsuka Metro and the colony right now. If the strike team is safe, it would be helpful if you could help them. If not, I hope you can bring them back. In the unlikely event that happens, we'd be happy to just get their IDs. By the way, is it just us, with another team or something? If that is what you want, I will ask the others to join. If we are just going to check on them, not take them down, it might be easier for us to go alone. The Ootsuka Metro is not that large and the deepest level is the 14th floor. If it's just looking around, it would be quicker for us to move alone. I understand. Then will you accept? I looked at Tamiko and she nodded. I would have liked to check with Noah, but she would not have said no, given the level of difficulty and the reward. Yes, I'll do it. I've always wanted to go to Ootsuka Village again. Thank you. If it's Mr. Abe and the others, we will feel at ease as well. I don't feel bad when a gentle beauty smiles at me like that. Tamiko's tail slaps me on the cheek looking quite annoyed. I could only say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll give her belly rubs when we get home. In this case, your top priority is to bring back any information, no matter how small. I'm sure that at the level of Mr. Abe and the others, you will be able to return safely. Please don't do anything reckless. Oh. Welcome back. What? When I returned home, Noah was hurriedly packing up her belongings. I haven't informed her that I had received a quest yet. When I told her about the quest, she just nodded her head. Well, is it okay if I leave? What? Squeak. I'm sorry to bother you on such short notice, but I'm thinking of going back to Ikebukuro. Tamiko and I had our jaws drop after hearing Noah. What? Why all of a sudden? Noah, you're leaving? Squeak. Tamiko and I were flustered. Noah suddenly wanted to go home. Did she felt that I sexually harassed her? I didn't do anything to disrespect her, right? Maybe. Noah looked up at me and Tamiko while feeling a little embarrassed and shy. I thought I'd take this opportunity to officially transfer to Shugamo. So I wanted to go back to Ikebukuro and go through the formalities. Oh, seriously? You are moving here? It's easier for us to work as a team, and it's also easier for us to go through the procedures in the future. Truthfully, I would still like to stay over there and do some things that I want to do. Noah narrows her eyes, looking a bit regretful and lonely. As someone who was born and raised in Ikebukuro, she seems to have some regrets. Or she's stuck on something from her past. But seeing what happened in Uji, about the mayor's daughter, and seeing Mr. Shuu and the others being active, I thought I'd like to do my best as a Shugamo hunter together with Mr. Shuu and Sis. I'm sorry that I decided on my own without consulting either of you. Well, it would have been better if you had consulted me, but I like your idea. What do you think? Squeak. We'll always be together. Yes, thank you. Tamiko and Noah are playing with each other. That's good, that's fine, but But does that have to be done right now? I think it will take a few days to process, so I thought it would be better to do it soon as possible. Sounds troublesome. Or rather, I'm worried doing the quest without Noah, and that means we'll be without the brain of our party. But more than that, I'm worried about being away from Noah now. From the time we left Uji until today, the mysterious presence in her has not been seen even once. I went to the library and read the materials available at the church's branch office, but there was nothing more than the information I had received from Gurren regarding demons and demonic disease. I was beginning to think that if I wanted to know more, I might have to go deeper into the church. At any rate, for the moment, the situation is quiet and I don't see any signs of it. Maybe it's nothing that can't be fixed right now. But still, to be separated from her for a few days. I'd like Noah to come with us if you can. It's about investigating the inside of the metro, isn't it? I'm not sure if I can be of much help right now. I can't be too much help to you if I don't have the right skills. No, but without Noah, we'll be in trouble in case of an emergency. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get the job done quickly. You are in charge of our tactics. Shou and Sis are studying a lot, right? What should I do? If I confess that it is about the quest or transferring, should I cancel the quest and accompany her to Ikebukuro? No, it seems they are short on staff right now, and seeing K-Ike's happy face, I can't bear to cancel it. The word I said to Noah earlier boomeranged. Please consult before accepting. A century since leaving the company, the importance of Hurensu, report, inform, and consult, seems really important. At the very least, someone who knew what was going on should go with Noah. It would have been a blow, but I had no other choice but to put Tamiko on Noah's side. Pidgeot, Tamiko lets out a scream. I turned my gaze to the glass door of the living room. Along Tamiko's line of sight, a red-haired man peeks through the gap in the curtains, his face stuck to it. Hey, it's me, it's Kyo. He opens the glass window and enters. I won't let him through the front door. I didn't give you my address, so how did you know where I was? I followed the smell of Little Shou and found this place. That's creepy. Foo-fa-foo. That's a joke. I remembered hearing that the A was rented near a bakery, so I searched all over Shugamo for a bakery. It took me all day. That's creepy. Kyo took off his shoes and tried to get into our home. I tried to stop him with all my might, but I changed my mind and welcomed him in. You went back to Senju, right? You returned quite early. I've already done what I came there to do. Regarding the history of Lord Oyama Masuo, Senju is going to send a special envoy directly to the Doggy tribe. From there, the story about the demon was passed on to the chief, and he was very concerned. Well, it's a national crisis. Well, when I told the chief that I had mastered grappling, he was very excited. It was hard to go on and on about joint training classes and sparring, as one would expect from a brain-muscle tribe. In a sense, it was the earnest wish of the tribe to have my life or death technique recognized. I'm still in training, and I want to hone my skills rather than teach others. Because I'm also a member of Team Abe Shuu. I don't recall ever having heard of such a team, nor do I recall ever having allowed myself to join it. And the female members of the team, as expected, are looking at me with white eyes. In a sense, however, this was the right time for him to join the team. Chapter 91 Rikugi Village. Author's note: Kaimatsuko's job title is changed from sniper to knight, since White Arrow is not a fungus for snipers. Noah, with a confused look, staggered along behind Kyo, who was in high spirits. After watching their backs as they headed for Ikebukuro, Tamiko and I returned home to get ready for the day. It's been a long time since you and I have been alone in the metro. I'm going to give you a good squeeze, squeak. I'm going beat you so hard you'll be new squeak. Suddenly, your sergeant switch has been flipped. Shut up, Shou. The answer is yes or squeak. Oh, don't you dare rub my belly. Still, it was quite a painstaking task to convince the two of them. If it's Kyo, he was also quick-witted and surprisingly thoughtful, and with Noah, I could ignore his perversions. There was no one better qualified than him to act as a chaperone. However, Kyo wanted to go along with us on our quest. He says, it sounds more interesting, and I think I can be of help. I don't want to leave now that we have met again. As expected, the first negotiation broke down, and we had to renegotiate on the condition of giving and receiving a reward. At least one pair of Shu's underpants. I will settle with that. I'll give you the one I bought yesterday. Since when did you become a clerk in the underwear department? I'll put on a new one I used once after I get out of the bath. I can't make any more concessions. The amount inside is not enough. It's what you use on a daily basis that is the soul. After the shittiest negotiation in my 130 years of life, I agreed to give up one of my favorite underwear. According to Cure, I can eat 3 bowls of rice every day just by this. It's an endless side dish. I hope it gets moldy during the rainy season. Noah, the person who was in the middle of such an exchange, was understandably distrustful, wondering why she had to bring such a thing back home with her. After some persuasion, I finally succeeded in splitting the team into 2 groups, saying, "There's been a lot of commotion lately. That thing would be a good protection against attacks. And if you want, you can leave it as an offering to Ikebukuro." By the way, it seems that Ikebukuro is still alive and well in a different form, which is a little worrisome. Noah and Cure are, for whatever reason, surprisingly on the same page, I thought. They are both intellectually curious people, and they have often discussed the Metro and Metro beasts in Uji. The process should only take a couple of days at the most. And they'll get it right. Okay, let's go. We have to get to Rikugi village by evening. I put my drill sergeant, who was twitching on her back, on my shoulder, and off we went. I left from the east gate of Shugamo and headed for Rikugi village. We disembarked from the carriage on the western road leading to Komagom City and headed south to the forest road. While nibbling on the new fluffy melon bread with walnuts that we bought at our landlord's bakery, all the walnuts were eaten by Tamiko. We walked at a brisk pace for a little over an hour. Before evening, we arrived at a village surrounded by a moat with muddy water and fences. We call out to a villager guarding the entrance, a face we didn't see last time, and show him our Hunters Guild identification card. Tamiko says, "Mine too." "Let me show mine," squeak. I was urged by Tamiko to have her show her recognition card as well. The villagers politely welcome us and show us where we think the village chief might be. "It's been a month," squeak. Rikugi village. From the direction and location of Shugamo, it is easy to imagine that the village is built on Rikujian, a garden in Bunkyoku. In reality, however, there is no trace of the elegant garden associated with the Tokugawa shoguns, but rather has a tranquil rural landscape of fields, livestock, and thatch-roofed houses. The population is said to be about 200, which is rather large for a village of free folk. The village is not only self-sufficient in agriculture and livestock farming but also engages in trade with Shugamo and Komagom, with whom it has an agreement. Their specialties are medicines made from mycelial plants produced in Rikugi Metro, and non-food working animals such as ostriches and horses. Along the way, I watched the villagers hard at work. Some are laboriously plowing the soil with a hoe in their hands. Others tackle the removal of weeds that are growing stronger during the rainy season. Some are watching the crops with strict eyes for mold and damage and are picking the side shoots. Some brush the feathers of ostriches and those mend the fences of the pasture land. Everyone is sweating because of the sweltering weather. It seems peaceful in the daytime, doesn't it? "Smells good," squeak. Something smells like simmered vegetables. It was probably the evening meal being prepared. The last time I had dinner here, all the dishes were delicious. The meat and vegetables were fresh, and the taste of home was comforting to a bachelor's mind. Today, after finishing the business in the village, I intend to head directly to the metro. It will be after all the work is done. It was going to be a tough job, and I would be more motivated if I thought of it as a small reward. Mr. Abe. Ms. Tamiko. A woman in a straw hat came running up the farm road, pulling the ostrich by the reins. "Hello, Miss Kaya Matsuko." She was 22 years old, I believe. Her chestnut-colored hair was pulled back and she had freckles around her nose. When she smiles, dimples appear. She is a simple, healthy beauty. Although he has a small physique that is not much different from Noah, she is also a knight who fights at the front of the village with a white arrow in her hand in case of emergency. And, to tell you the truth, She is the current village chief of Rikugi village. It's been a long time. It's good to see you here again. Brufu. The ostrich chimes in with a rough snort. Kaya is lovely and pretty to look at. Her personality is also bubbly and vivacious, but one thing that bothers me and that I just can't get past is that she has a very thick accent. She has an accent so thick that it is hard to tell what her original dialect is. Tamiko is as fluffy and soft as Eva. I'm going to have your nibble on acorns again. Squeaker. Her accent is contagious, and her voice is getting louder along with it. Hey, Ms. Ikari. Not Witya? Oh, she has a different business. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. I promised her that I would give her the recipe for our pork and vegetable miso soup next time I saw her. A recipe? I'm here today at the request of the guild. I'm going to head to the metro to investigate the current state of the colony and search for the unit sent. Yeah, of course. Those people. Ka put her hand on her chin and her expression clouded. We also wanna go to the metro, but I can't find them in the shallows. We want to believe they are safe, but we can't dive that deep by ourselves. If Mr. Abe is gone, we can rest easy. For now, I want to gather information with the hunters stationed in the area, so can you show us the way? Leave it to me. Then come here, boy. Thank you. Kaya, you still have a strange way of talking. Squeak. With an ostrich breathing down my neck, I followed Kaya to a row of houses. As I can observe, New Tokyo's ostrich is closer to an emu than an ostrich. The neck and head are covered with long thin feathers, the body and neck are gray and black, and the head has a single white pattern. Its wings have degenerated, and its legs are surprisingly thick. The eyes are large and sharp, and when viewed from the front, it looks like a dinosaur. When I touched its belly, I felt a warm, fuzzy sensation on my palms. Wow! Tamiko jumps on the back of the dinosaur, and it doesn't show any signs of being reluctant to be touched. She climbs on top of his head and spreads her arms to feel the wind. Oh, I'm the king of the world. Squeak. Is it a flag where you sink? A private house on the west side of the village. It is said that 4 Shigamo hunters are renting the place. As someone who was born and raised in Joda, I felt a sense of nostalgia for this old house. At the end of the upper part of the house, there is a living room with a sunken hearth at its center. 4 men are relaxing there, each in his own seat. Huh? There was a familiar face among them. Noticing my concern, he rushes to his feet and sits down in an upright position. Oh, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Abe, or rather, Big Brother. What was his name? Oh, I think his name was Kurano Atsushi. He had taken the hunter's interview test on the same day as me. In other words, we were contemporaries. Chapter 92 Big Bro. Everyone, Mr. Abe, Big Bro is here. Kurano calls out, and the hunters, who had been relaxing on the tatami mats, suddenly stand up and dutifully prepare tea and cushions. Thank you for your hard work. Welcome, Mr. Abe. Oh, he's got the Carbuncle tribe with him. It's just as rumored. It's real. Amazing. Shigama's new hero, the greatest rookie hunter in history. Just like the rumors say, he has that smooth as baby's butt face. Leave me alone. It seems that the guild has been informed, by a messenger bat, that Kurano and his friends came here, but I am perplexed by the unexpected response from the young men. Kurano pushes me from behind and makes me sit by the hearth. Tamiko, without a second thought, plunges her head into a basket full of rice crackers. No, no, don't trouble yourself. We will leave as soon as we're done. What are you talking about, Big Bro? Please have a cup of tea and take your time. Okay, fine, I'll have a teacup. Gulp gulp. By the way, it's at the right temperature. And then, from the tea set, wow, and from a magic beast's cheek pouch comes the sound of chewing. I want to know about Uji. Describe it, please. Let's hear about your epic adventure. Maybe you're very versatile. How did you find the new floor? Did you really turn 1,000 magic beasts into your disciples? Did you really turn the wolf of Ikebukuro who was trying to take all the credit into a floor rug after you beat him in a fight? Is it the birth of a legendary provincial delinquent? The other 3 were also glancing at me with fiery gazes. They all look about the same age as the 18-year-old Kurano. and in terms of air, each one seems to be just starting out. So what is it, big bro? I had a vague recollection of his face and name, but I had not forgotten that he had called me uncle twice when we first met. Well, you see, only 3 of us were classmates. We're from the Sugamo branch, the 107th Mayflower. It's a small branch school in the countryside, right? When I first met you, you were modest and said you were level 28. Later, when I heard your real level, I was scared to death. The one who misunderstood the level and age and answered. I was surprised to find out that you were the first rookie in the history of New Tokyo at level 68. We are the golden generation, the Abe Shuu generation. I'm going to follow you for the rest of my life, and we're going to make history. I was too agitated, so I tried to calm myself down while clearing my throat. Well, I don't need a younger brother or a follower. Abe Shuu is my disciple, squeak. My virgin disciple, squeak. I shoved the squirrel with its cheek bags full into the bowl once more. The 4 boys were fidgeting and looking as if they wanted to say something. The rumors were true. He's a virgin. Shugamo's strongest virgin. It's okay, big brother. Me too. Actually, I'm still one. I'm not a virgin. I don't remember admitting it even once. I'm not going to get anywhere at this point, so I cut off the idle chatter and moved on to talk about my work. It's not because I don't want the allegations of my virginity to be dredged up. From this month, the 4 of us and 2 young hunters from Komagom City will be working as night guards, together with the village's other fungal class holders. Baphomets are nocturnal, despite being goat-headed, so we are only on duty after dark. During their stay, the day and night were usually reversed like this. They always come every day, don't they, those goat pests? They never seem to get tired. The only ones that come into the village and misbehave are 5 or 6 a day at the most. Their number and movements have become more active during the rainy season, and recently the number has been increasing little by little again. It seems that the situation has not changed much from a month ago. Are you, Komagom, and the other villagers doing all right so far? We have plenty to spare, big bro. To tell the truth, the village chief is stronger than us. Don't be arrogant. Didn't the others go to the metro? This is where we work, but when we are not busy, we go to help the villagers. However, we just go to the first floor to gather medicinal herbs and mushrooms and hunt beasts. What have you done since the strike team came in? I went there once, but nothing special happened. The first time I went there, I saw a lot of people and I was like, what's going on? The goat monkeys, even the ones in the shallow lair, were just going about their normal business. I see. A subjugation force consisting of 30 people rushed in, and if they are currently active, it would not be surprising if some kind of change appeared in Baphomet's behavior without any information. It's incomprehensible or even eerie. In addition, we also ask for information on the location of the metro and the beasts that inhabit it. It's an important story for the mission, so I pulled Tamiko out of her tea break. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. That's very helpful. When I stood up with my cloak and luggage in hand, Chrono and others looked puzzled, saying, huh? What? Are you going to the metro now, by any chance? Yes. No. 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 It's almost night. Those goat monkeys are so excited after the sun goes down, you know? Are you going around making havoc at night? Do you still think that? Big bro, even if you're the strongest in Shugamo, jumping into their nest alone, or even just the 2 of you, at night is, I know what you mean. Certainly, it would be safer to wait here until morning. However, I am not doing this out of self-confidence or conceit. The reason for this is to investigate the situation, so I need to see them at night. And if there is a strike team struggling in the deeper levels, I need to go help them as soon as possible. But I learned in the guild training that our safety comes first when we go on a scouting quest, right? If we don't return safely, we won't be able to bring back any information. I'm very aware that Big Bro is a god amongst men, but it's better to wait for dawn. Well, their point of view is probably more correct. The only thing is, I've already made my decision. I've discussed this with Tamiko along the way. Of course, I don't intend to be reckless and act beyond our means. Even so, If there's someone waiting to be saved, that's reason enough for us to put our bodies on the line. The young director gazed like I'm the shit. Big bro. Big bro. A bebro. I don't need that kind of look. Also, I don't know what a bebro means. Chapter 93 Departure. As I step out the front door, the sun is fading, and it feels a little cooler. It was only a slight feeling because of the humidity. We've been here almost a month, so it's time for us to go home. We rented an ostrich and went back to Sugamo on our days off, but life here is not so bad at all. It's not as urban as Sugamo and there is no entertainment, but the villagers are nice and the food is good. Everyone has an accent, though, and sometimes it's hard to understand them. If the disturbances were resolved, the villagers would be able to live in peace. That's right. That preliminary investigation is an important task. Be careful. Abe bro, squirrel sis. Squirrel sis? If you want to be my disciple, you'll have to get me the best acorn by the time I get back. Squeak. Yes. Squirrel sis. After Kurano and the others saw us off, we next headed for the hut used by the hunters of Komagom City. I was about to knock on the door just to say hello, when I heard a snoring sound, so they might be asleep, so I left it alone. Then, let's say a few words to Kaya before leaving. Squeak. As soon as I say that I bumped into Kaya, who is pulling an ostrich. This one's nails are cracking. So, I'm going to paint resin to protect them. I see. We talked about my mission and the recent animal damage, and I followed her to the nearby ostrich pen. The ostrich pen with a pile of straw by the entrance. When I peeked in through the entrance, I saw that the ostriches were separated individually like a stable, and they smelled quite bad. Smell like shit, eh? Well, all animals shit, don't they? Until a little while ago, I was living like an animal, so I can't say anything about it. But we've been together since we were kids. Kaya clung to the ostrich's neck and buried her face in its feathers. Rather, right now I can't get enough of this smell. I feel like I'm not calm every day. Mewfafu. Gwufu. The ostrich seems baffled. She has a similar attribute to Noah. Mr. Abe. Hey, can I hold this one down? Oh, sure. He put his arms around her torso and held her down so she wouldn't move, feeling her feathers fluffing up. The ostrich was docile even without my help. They bend their neck and stare at Kaya, their caretaker, as she brushes the surface of their nails. Are these ostriches used as transportation or for laying eggs? Ostrich eggs and riding ostriches are both specialties of this village. They are for laying eggs. Though it is not the egg-laying season, the eggs are big, tasty, nutritious, and popular especially with Sugamo. I would like to try them again. Kaya's egg rolls were perfect. Squeak. I want to try it again. It was so soft and fluffy. Squeak. I made it before, in a whim. I'll make some more in the fall. I hope you lay healthy eggs. Monjovino. Qeee. Monjovino rubbed their head against Kaya, whether they understood or not. Her naming sense is amazing. Our village is almost entirely made up of fields, medicinal herbs, and ostriches. When the Rikugi Metro appeared more than 10 years ago, the village was crowded with hunters and city survey teams, but nothing has changed. I heard that mycelium plants are plentiful. Well, wound medicines and simple antidotes are materials that aren't that expensive. There aren't any rare metro beasts or treasures, but we're caged in the middle of the day. Grandmas made ostrich buns, rice crackers, and other things, but most of them were food for ourselves. I see. Once the attacks from the Mtero beast is over, it's back to business as usual. It will be a peaceful, relaxing village until we become old and wrinkly. Skika. I was just about to leave when I saw her slightly forlorn profile and asked her a question. Kaya. Yeah? Well, I hope you don't mind me asking. But do you like this village? Her hand stops but she doesn't lift her face. What do you mean? Well, I am not sure. I heard before that you were chosen as the village chief because of an old custom. Rikugi Village is a historic village that claims to be one of the oldest villages in New Tokyo. The village has been through the ringer of the tribal war period, lost its workers during conscription and the exodus during the Demon War, and has been tormented by repeated epidemics and beast attacks. Even so, it has never belonged to any other tribe or city and has continued to exist as an independent settlement until the present day. The villagers are proud of the fact that they were deeply involved in the establishment of Sugamo City 30 years ago as a labor force. Although it is an old village with such a long history, it has recently been losing young people to cities including Sugamo, and is suffering from an aging population and a declining birth rate. In the worst case, it may be said to be on the verge of collapse. The last time I stayed in this village, I was often a sounding board of elderly people who came to have lunch with me that all the young people have left and that this is just the times we live in. On the other hand, there is a long-standing custom in the village that the village is ruled by a person who is a fungal class. Kaya is the daughter of the former village chief, and she herself was born a knight. She was groomed from an early age to be a leader of the village and took over her father's position 2 years ago when he died of illness at the age of 20. You've been doing your best to take care of livestock and protect the village, but I wonder if there's something else you want to do. While other young people her age were leaving the village, she was not given that choice. For her, her lineage was her destiny, and her talents could be a curse. I can't ask her straight out if she really wants to leave the village, but I was somewhat curious. Ka put down her brush and began filing the nails. I have never thought of becoming a hunter. I'm not good at rough things. The ostrich shakes its head from side to side as if urging her to finish the grooming. I can't read much, and I'm not educated like the city people. Then, if you ask me what merits I have, I can only cook, work in the fields, and take care of the ostriches. There's no one in the whole metro area who'll take a hick like me. Kaya nonchalantly shrugged her head. I hesitated a bit whether it would be better for me to follow up. Putting aside her accent and animal odor fetish, she is young enough, beautiful, and good-natured. There will be plenty of potential employers. I wonder. I really like this village. However, when I was a little girl, I had a lot of troubles. Still, I don't think I wanna live on a whippet here. Then, the role of village chief became excuse for me not to go out. You know? Ahaha, but it's just that, the boys and girls who left the village. Abe and the others. I can't deny I am dazzled by the others who left the village. Her slightly troubled smile is illuminated by the slightly tilted, reddish sunlight. Her eyes turn to the other side of the fence, beyond the forest, and into the distance. Looking at that profile, there was something squeezing my heart. I'm sorry, I asked you something strange. I lowered my head a little so that my expression could not be seen. I felt a faint heat warming up my chest tightly like a cloak. Ahaha, not really. I can't tell anyone about this, so I am glad I did. Ka stood up and patted the ostrich's neck. She faced me while patting my shoulder and patting Tamiko. Mr. Abe, little Tamiko, be careful. You mustn't push yourself hard. If you come back safe and sound, I'll make you a delicious meal. Yes, I'll do my best. Leave it to me, squeak. I want Kaya's yummy eggs. Squeak. Rikugi Metro is a small metro as a whole, but it has multiple entrances and exits. There are 3 entrances: the west side, southwest side, and south side, all leading out to Rikugi village. In most cases, Baphomets come from the southwest and south. It was Kreno and his team's job to exterminate them, and my job was to check on the colony, which was said to be located on the 6th underground floor, and its surroundings. So, in order to avoid encountering any enemies, I decided to go in through the western entrance, using my beast repellent spores. Abe Shuu, what were you thinking? Squeak. Tamiko asks me as we exit the western gate on the outskirts of the village. What? Something is strange. Since you talked to Kaya earlier, Squeak. As expected from my partner, Tamiko was very perceptive. I have not been sleeping and eating with her for 5 years. Are you by any chance being Squeak? Sister Kaya? Are you some shithead, Squeak? No, I'm not. Somehow, your words are slightly strange. Squeaking. Confess. It's dangerous to hide things from your wife. Squeak. What wife? Who is she? Ouch, ouch. I get it. I received a lot of slaps on my cheeks and leaned against the trunk of a tree. Talking while walking might provoke the magic beast, so let's get it over with before we head for the metro. Well, that's right. How to say it? I thought, humans are amazing. Squeak. I wonder if you would understand if I explained it to you. I'm not sure if you can understand. I'm not even sure if I understand it. Even in the previous era, it was a common story. Villages shrinking, young people leaving, children worrying because they can't have dreams for the future. I, too, couldn't get a job in my hometown, so I went to a Tokyo university and studied thoughtlessly. And even though I didn't have much to offer, I got the only job offer I could get. Looking back, I saw a light on in the village, the light from a lantern. It was still bright enough to see all around, but it seemed to be used to guide the livestock. It is probably Kaya. What I meant was, even if times change, even if a civilization dies out, humans come together, build houses and villages, eat meals, work, and laugh. We eat, work, laugh, worry, fight, and sometimes make mistakes. In the end, human beings live through recurring events. Even though civilization collapsed 100 years ago, that's why people are so amazing. I think about it all over again. The scenery I have seen in this village, the sight of Kaya working, the smiles and complaints of the elderly, the sight of livestock running around. They may not be anything special, but, because they are everywhere, it was very precious. I don't know, it's just natural. Shigamo and Rikugi villages were all created by humans, and humans live there. I thought it was our job as hunters to protect such important things. I know it's too late to say this, but I was able to put it firmly in my heart. It's like I'm even more motivated now. I patted my blanked-out partner's head and chuckled. The point is, I'm going to do my best at work. Humans are great, but I'm also great. Squeak. Let's do our best. How reliable. Once again, I turned my attention toward the village. I saw Kaya with a lantern in her hand and a flock of ostriches being drawn by the light. Let's do our job for Kaya and the others. Nice working with you again, partner. Squeak. I'm not a lazy squirrel. Squeak. You sometimes are. Finally, let's go to Rikugi Metro. Chapter 94. Rikugi Metro. First underground floor. A road has been paved from the village to Rikugi Metro, just wide enough for carts to pass. Although the path is merely a flattened and graveled path, it is a great help to not have to wander through the forest. The forest is already welcoming the night. The air is cooler and the humidity is less unpleasant. Even though it is dimly lit, thanks to my sensory spores, I don't trip. As I walked, I listened. The sounds of insects and birds, like whispers in the forest, and the trickling sound of water, the sound of Tamiko chewing acorns, like an industrial machine, ruin the atmosphere. Tamiko, you feel that right? Yes, Squeak. Since beast repellent spores is in effect, no beast will approach me carelessly, and none has yet entered the range of sensory spores, but I can feel the suppressed breathing of a beast with my skin. From beyond the dull darkness of dusk, the beast timidly watch for those who enter their territory. Is it Baphomet or some other beast? Do we go, Squeak? Let's leave it alone for now. I hope it doesn't attack us. After walking for about 20 minutes without getting tangled up with anyone or getting lost, we finally see our destination. I had been told how long it would take, but now that I was actually walking, it felt like it was just a stone's throw away. We're here. Entrance to the building has an exterior wall that resembles ivy-covered concrete. From there, a staircase leads down to the basement. Beside it, there is a signboard that seems to have been made by the villagers. Rikugi Metro, West Exit. A crow cawed as it flew overhead. Is it my imagination or does it sound ominous? My heart beats a little faster. I feel warier. It seems that there are no powerful metro beasts, but still, a metro is a metro. There's the matter of the strike force, and you never know what might happen when you enter. From here on out, it's a realm outside the norm, ruled by a mysterious entity that is neither human nor beast, but something much more. All right, are you ready? I have to pee. Squeak. Go on. Tamiko came back from picking flowers in the grass, and I put her on my shoulder and lightly slapped my cheeks. What we're entering is the real thing. Let's get fired up. But don't let your guard down, Tamiko. Shiver. What is it? It's nothing. Just a joke, Squeak. It's not just that. You promised to squeeze it all out before I put you on my shoulder. Don't just move quietly to my left shoulder. Anyway, just like that. The two of us set foot into the dark cave. Our adventure in Rikugi Metro begins. After descending a long flight of stairs, a high-ceilinged space opens up. Thanks to the moss, it is brighter than the outside, but the bare rock walls and spiky stalagmites make it look somewhat like a terrifying natural cave. We were wary of a surprise attack by Baphomet as soon as we descended, but there was no sign of the beast. This is probably due to the fact that there is usually a lot of traffic near the entrance and exit on this side. The Rikugi Metro is a new metro that appeared more than 10 years ago. It may have just been hidden underground before that, but at least this entrance was discovered about that long ago. The metro is still changing rather frequently, and while the deepest level was initially considered to be the 10th underground floor, it is now said to be expanding to the 14th floor. We're talking about metro beasts springing up at the same time as the expansion. I should not forget, the Xolotl tribe also said that they had been in the metro there since the floor was made. It is as if a seed that has been sleeping deep in the ground is somehow awakened. Truly, metros are full of mysteries. Officially, the map of the Rikugi Metro only shows a rough route up to about the 3rd floor. Villagers only wander around the 1st or 2nd floor, which they know as a garden. And even for hunters, it is not a place they would go to carelessly. According to the report of the survey team, the center of Baphomet's colony is on the 5th floor. To be precise, it is the territory of the boss who is the core of the herd that has reproduced abnormally this time. For some reason, a certain type of beast reproduces abnormally within a certain area, becoming a huge herd led by a boss or a number of special individuals, and affecting other beasts and the ecosystem inside and outside the metro. This is the definition of a colony as defined by the Hunters Guild. As the population grows, more food is needed, and the surplus will be released to the ground. Or they devour other beasts, and the colony grows to an unmanageable size. If left unchecked, the damage will only spread. In order to quell the problem, it is necessary to kill the boss or something similar and reduce the herd population to a certain extent. The bosses are naturally more powerful than the rest of the herd, and they are expected to be surrounded by their minions, so even a small fry beast like a Baphomet would require a several dozen man force to take it down. I have a bad feeling about this. I feel like something unexpected is about to happen. Maybe it's because my experience at Uji was so intense. With renewed vigor, I begin our descent deeper into the metro. They say, Rikugi Metro is a water metro. Soon the two of them come upon such a feature. Whoa! Squeak! A large river flowed in front of us. The muddy stream, more than 20 meters wide and splashing with water, is quite strong. During the rainy season, the water volume increases here and there throughout the metro area, and even villagers who are used to going to the river sometimes have accidents. Tamiko is a bad swimmer, so we have to make sure you don't fall in these kinds of places. Tamiko's specialty is the dog paddle or squirrel paddle. She uses her tail, which I thought to be in the way, to propel herself, but she is not good at holding her breath, so she ends up sputtering water. Hey, I got better from going on a bath with Noah. Squeak! I've gotten better. Now I'm swimming like a swiggin. Squeak! A squirrel wading in the bathtub. Noah coaching. Two plump floaters, covered by steam, rise to the top. I shake my head, almost imagining this enviable scene. I squeaked. There's a phrase, a river drowning a kappa. It doesn't mean the same thing, but it's so muddy that a squirrel wouldn't even leave a hairball behind. Even someone like me is not good at it, because I only learned it in physical education at school. Although my physical fitness and my cardiopulmonary system have improved, I really don't want to fall into this muddy stream. For the time being, the 2nd floor is downstream of the river. Let's go. We started walking along the stream. The path veers off to the side and downhill along the way, but we are careful not to lose our sense of direction. Water flows along the rock walls, pools here and there. It is indeed a water metro. I have brought a water bottle with a filter for filtration, so I will not suffer from thirst even if I have to go on a somewhat strenuous hike. Water is plentiful, but so is greenery. Mycelial plants grow everywhere, like an oasis in Ootsuka Metro. Most of the plants and shrubs were flowers and bushes, and just by wading through them, I was soaking wet from the dew. Oh, Here it is. The medicinal herb that is used to make wound healing medicine. A spiky, slightly yellowish wildflower resembling mugwort. It is said to be called Siberian yarrow. It is one of the ingredients of a special wound healing concoction called potion. It is not as potent as healing, but its medicinal effect is more immediate, and it is especially useful for hunters. Noah has 2 bottles of it in her pack. Incidentally, it is said to cost about 10,000 yen per bottle. Other plants kept in the village hut include purple hexagonal leaves and white grass with a whirling stem like a spring. In Rikugi village, these wild plants are picked, dried, smoked, ground, and other simple processes, and then sold wholesale to medicine manufacturers. It is a valuable source of income. So, why isn't this grown in the village? Squeak. Oh, that's a good question. Because you can't grow them on the ground, I guess. I don't know how it works, but some of the mycelial plants in the metro can't be grown in the soil or light of the surface. I read that in a book I checked out from the library. For example, Nerima coffee mushrooms can be grown in the ground, and I hear that plant breeding is progressing. However, they say Siberian yarrow doesn't grow on the ground. That's why the people of Rikugi go out of their way to come here to pick them. I guess it's the kind of industry you can only get in a village like this where there is a metro nearby. Abe Shuu, you're looking smart, Squeak. I'm studying too. Since I am older, I don't just want to keep asking Noah all the time. I'm doing my own research, too, Squeak. I'm also quite learned. For example, the flower seeds over there are the yummy kind, Squeak. She jumps out and picks up something that looks like a sunflower seed. The risk and burden of coming here to pick up the sunflower seeds are much greater now that the number of Baphomets has increased. The village is going to have to put in more manpower than usual, and that's going to put a strain on the other jobs. Car seemed busier than before. Continuing to hire hunters to provide security, although they say they are subsidized by Shugamo, would still be a financial burden. The lives of 100 villagers would be at stake, whether it was a subjugation or surveying request. Let's hurry ahead. I hope we can reach the 5th floor by the end of the day. Soon we moved along the river, and after walking further, we came to a waterfall that cascaded down a dozen meters or so. A whitish plume of water is drifting around the waterfall basin. It is said that metros with a lot of water flow usually have many ups and downs on the floors. From this point onward, villagers rarely enter the battlefield of metro beasts and hunters. As someone who normally trains with leaping, I could jump down, but the footholds below are too narrow, so I decide to climb down by grabbing the rock wall. I have done rock climbing once or twice with my friends when I was in university, but now I am confident that I can climb slopes steeper than a vertical line with just the strength of my arms. I wonder if Baphomets goes through places like this. Goats, despite their appearance, are good at climbing trees and cliffs, and above all, they are monkeys from the neck down. It is a fusion of 2 masters of 3-dimensional movement, and when they fought in the village, they were quite acrobatic in their movements. It didn't take us long to descend to the side of the waterfall. My superior officer gives me a thanks squeak. Thank you very much, and an acorn. Choo choo choo. After that, if I go straight ahead, there should be stairs to the 2nd underground floor. But, suddenly, don't you want to take a peek behind these waterfalls? Squeak. Growing up in a generation accustomed to RPGs, I can't help but suspect the existence of treasures and hidden rooms. Well, I know there is most likely nothing there. The 1st underground floor of the metro is close to a popular, or unpopular, neighborhood. I'm sure every nook and cranny has been investigated. Still, however, it would be worthwhile to take a peek at the place. If nothing was there, I could just say, I knew it. So, I went down there. I followed the narrow foothold, and with my back against the rock wall, I slid into the back side of the wall of water that was pouring down without a pause. And, oh, are you serious? There is a gaping hole in the wall. It was as if to say, how nice of you to have found it. I had not heard about it beforehand, but someone might have already found it. Even so, I could not help but be excited. I speed up my crab walking and twist myself into it. There is a small space in the back. It is truly a hidden room, a secret base, and the first resident. Eh? My eyes start and turn to dots. It's the same for them. The three beasts were lying down and relaxing. They looked back at us and stiffened. They were about 150 centimeters tall. Dark brown body hair, hairy and slender limbs. A devil-like pointed tail. On top of its scrawny chest is a goat's head with crescent-shaped horns on its forehead. They are Baphomets. Well, the Baphomets jumped to their feet and stood alert. May, they shout angrily, trying to intimidate me. Chaj, dinner is waiting for my return. I also panicked and summoned Katana. Immediately the battle started. Chapter 95 Water Metro. Baphomet, the goat monkey, a familiar goat-headed devil in various ancient legends. It is often associated with the image of sitting in the middle of a feast of evil people. It's definitely a demonic and symbolic idol, but in New Tokyo, it actually exists as a wild beast with the senses of the living. The level of a normal individual as a metro beast is 15 to 20, which is a little tougher than Ghost Wolf or Blue Goblin, and a little tougher than Red Goblin by Ootsuka's standards. If we consider the level of the metro beast as a criterion. Three Baphomets were jumping up and down as they approached the not-so-wide cave behind the waterfall, kicking the rock wall with their bipedal walking and strong legs trained in bouldering. They leap through the air and perform rolling sobats, which is a move from the Street Fighter's character Guile. A metro beast's killing ability doesn't depend on its level, the strength and growth of the hypha inside its body. It depends on their physique, muscular strength, intelligence, and various innate characteristics. These factors work as correction values, so it cannot be measured by appearance or estimated level alone. As for Baphomet, compared to other beasts of the same level range, it can be said that they are not as cunning as goblins, but they are a muscle-brained race that excels in explosive power and jumping ability, and prefers hand-to-hand combat. They are a group of wild animals that deviates considerably from the traditional religious, mythical image. When ordinary people or low-level hunters face them, the practice is to kill them by shooting or throwing projectiles from a long distance, but the danger level increases dramatically when they are brought into close-quarters combat. Even melee fighters in the same level range, such as knights and warriors, are subjected to tricky and acrobatic footwork that is difficult for humans to handle. The reality is that for a level 70, they are not much of a threat. Baphomet, who fell to the ground with a sticky clatter, realized after a 1-second delay that it had lost its kicking leg and let out a shrill, muffled "bee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee." As the screams echo in the cave, the remaining two beasts also attack from above my head. The right one jumped straight at me with its soul, while the left one swung down at my head with a heel drop. It was a straightforward attack with no pretense of making a feint. The kick was explosive, raising a roar and piercing through the air. Might takes a half step back and my head dodges the downward attack at an angle. Sha! With a short exhale, their katana was raised at an angle and swung down without a pause. It is a compact swing that takes into account the narrowness of the space. The right side of the beast is cut off from the side of the head to the brain, and the left side is cut off from the shoulder to the waist, and both sides fall to the ground. A muffled cry escapes, but it soon stops. The last one is leaning against the wall, writhing in agony and dragging itself backward with its arms. The goat's eyes are already losing their will to fight as it stares back down at me. But like a goat, its pupils are dilated horizontally, making it look creepier than normal. Sorry. I thrust the tip of my sword into the goat's throat. Soon the screams die down and the only sound around us is the sound of the waterfall. Abe Shuu. Before I can reply, I turn around. My eyes meet those of the fourth one, which jumped at me from behind. Their katana, that I was about to swing at it, struck the rock wall, if it was aiming for that. From his positioning, this goat monkey is a schemer, not a muscle brain. The soles of its feet straighten out. It is a hoofless, monkey-like, almost human-like foot. At the end of the trajectory was my nose. With a spirited effort, I swung their katana, with a force that shatters the rock wall and blows away the foot that is closing in on my face from the joint. The second blow, delivered from the returning blade from the right eye, splits the horns like bamboo and spraying a large amount of blood on the wall. Phew. I checked the front, back, left, right, and even the ceiling to make sure there are no ambushes or reinforcements. Finally, I take a breather. I was a bit nervous for a moment. In an unexpected way, I almost opened my eyes to the depths of Jijin Ryu. Next time I'll try pinching them with my fingers. Rather, it was my mistake that I had deactivated sensory spores when I am entering the back of the waterfall, due to the narrowness of the space and my exasperation from the splashing water. I cancelled their sensing spores for a while and entered the battle as without, albeit abruptly. I couldn't hear it either because of the sound of the water. It wasn't a big deal due to the level difference of the surprise attacker. But there is one thing to reflect on. The same thing happened with the dense fog in the depths of Uji, but the feedback of the sensory spores is noisy and its range is narrowed in places where there are splashes of water and mist dancing around. If it is as loud as the sound of a waterfall, Tamiko's enhanced hearing will be affected. We'll have to be careful next time. Now I've been waiting for this. It's the Sporangium munching time since Ootsuka Metro. 4 Baphomets. I was able to kill them rather neatly, so all the Sporana are safe, including the fourth one like a split bamboo. The rice balls I got from Karana will be our late night snack, so this is dinner. Squeak. I glared at the fact that one of the reasons why hunters were periodically urged to dive in the metro regularly was the unsatisfactory Sporana. Once you get used to the taste of food on the surface, this chewy texture and bitter taste that sticks to your tongue can be a factor that keeps you away from the metro. Humans are creatures that are vulnerable to the corruption of gastronomy. Oh no, another one. A total of 8 Sporana, slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball. I made Tamiko eat 1.5 of them. I forcefully stuffed it into her reluctant mouth, saying, "I'm still eating one," squeak, and I ate the rest. The difference in level between us and the enemy may not be worth much in experience, but it is a hunter's duty not to leave the Sporanium behind. We gratefully accept it as a sign of respect for the enemy with whom we have exchanged our lives. And, thankfully, there is plenty of water to wash it down our stomachs. At times like this, Noah. If Noah were there, squeak. Don't try to force it on your little sister. It's only the first one that tastes so bad you want to puke. From then on it's just the usual bad. This guy has a very discerning palate. Not only her stomach, but her tongue as well. If we don't give her a metro boot camp regularly, she will go straight to being a chonk squirrel. By the way, goat meat is not tasty. It tastes bad when it is cooked improperly. Only Noah can eat it. In the village, Kaya carefully prepares the meat and cooks it into grilled with ginger or yamatoni, boiled with ginger, soy sauce, and sugar, which is quite tasty. Horns can be sold, but it is not really priced. They are not used for medicine like unicorn horns but are simply processed into materials for crafts and daily necessities. I'm sorry, but I'll just take the Sporanium and leave the rest in the side. I will leave for the road. Abe Shuu doesn't leave any Sporanium, squeak. That's it. It's human nature to want to see them, you know. A legend. In fact, the Baphomets were hiding. They might have been the kind who wouldn't be afraid of people. Squeak. Maybe they were just quietly running around. Squeak. That's right. If you've been to the home of a harmless metro resident and made them and their friends your dinner, you're going to feel a bit uncomfortable. But they were pretty motivated, too. I guess they were starving. Baphomet is basically an omnivore and will eat anything, including humans. However, they also have an unexpectedly cautious side, and compared to other beasts, aggression is high for a muscle-brain beast. The reason these guys are turning violent is because of the food situation due to the overpopulation. If a strange-looking animal suddenly appears on the scene, anyone would be startled. Squeak. They are very eager to get rid of us. Squeak. Why though? I have a forgettable face. I feel bad, really bad. Squeak. Tamiko put her hand together and prayed over the corpses that were lined up. For some reason, I began to dig a hole. Then I offer one rice ball in front of the grave. Even so, your movements are squeaker. Abe Shuu. Oh? You saw? I smiled. As expected of my partner. She is a squirrel who knows the difference. She has not been watching over me for 5 years. With Uji, I have gained 2 levels, and have now reached the 70 level. 2 levels are not a dramatic change, but it is still a clear improvement in mobility and a slight increase in fungal skills. It has been several weeks since we left 2G, but that doesn't mean I didn't do anything before that. I have been moving my body regularly to get acclimated, and I have been training a lot to get used to accumulation. I do not intend to be overconfident, but I feel that I am still growing even after leaving Ootsuka. I can still get stronger. If I say that I want new fungal skills, Professor Noah will get angry. Even if I say that I've become stronger, I am still a half-baked hunter, and I have to make use of my experience here for the future. Be humble and kind. I hope you will be blessed with a bald head in the future. Squeak. Oh yeah. We descended the wet, rock wall that shone like metal, this time into a swampy area where mangrove-like tree roots served as footholds. A hill with misty rain from cracks in the ceiling. A pond with huge vines hanging over it like a bridge. A meadow with small fish swimming in floating bubbles. One person and one animal marveled at the scenery that changed with each step, saying, "Wow," and squeak one after another. It was like a fantasy land. I wish Noah could see this too. Squeak. I'd like to try fishing in that pond. Squeak. It is said to be an unpopular metro, but with such a fantastic scenery, it would be nice if more people came here. Well, the metro is not a tourist spot, and not many hunters go out of their way to seek it out. Or maybe Ootsuka and Uji were just too orthodox. And this kind of strange scenery is not uncommon in New Tokyo. Of course, I cannot afford to stay in a sightseeing mood. Metro beasts roam everywhere, including the familiar Sawigin, the hermit crabs and tentacle creatures that also appeared in Ootsuka, and giant piranhas that roam the ground with their fins. If I activate beast repellent spores, they rarely come close to us. Even so, the beasts are somewhat frightened but still seem to be constantly on the lookout for their surroundings. I know the reason. It's the Baphomets, the drooling goat-headed beasts enter every scene, making me want to quip that they are very unphotogenic. Even if I use beast repellent spores, they will approach me slowly and hesitantly. It's troublesome when they call their companions, so I'm trying to deal with them promptly, but there are still a lot of them. The scenery is not all breathtaking. Nuts and leaves are being devoured, bones of beasts with pieces of meat are lying around, fish carcasses are floating in ponds, and the bare reality of the situation is everywhere. It is like a beast infestation caused by the overpopulation of Baphomets. The lives and cycles of metro flora and fauna, including metro beasts, are so powerful that it is impossible in the common-sense world that I know. They are constantly rising and falling in the midst of the weak and strong and the changes of the metro, sometimes even involving the metro's surroundings, creating their own unique ecosystems. I remember the 49th floor of the Ootsuka Metro, which was full of slimes. The irregular and explosive proliferation of one species will probably have a great impact even on the balance of the system. If this situation continues for a long time, the environment of this metro may change drastically, just as the overpopulation of goats, deer, and other species that have no natural predators will turn lush mountains into bald mountains. What would the Metro Church say? Something like, the changes within the Metro should surrender itself to the will of the Metro, or in order to preserve the Metro ecosystem, some intervention is unavoidable in the face of rapid change. I have a feeling it's the former, but I doubt it. In this respect, the hunters and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government are, or should be, governed by people's lives and property, not by doctrine. Even for this request, if there had been no damage to the Rikugi village, they would have left it alone. The other party is nature, or the supernatural, and it is a beast. Even if a great deal of damage is caused by beasts, it is not evil. However, justice was not part of it, as long as the opponent is not a demon. Suddenly, I see the carcass of an Armirage, which has been eaten and infected by insects and rats. Abe Shuu. Nope. I slap my cheek. Should I be overthinking this or that? No matter what the emotional argument is, no matter where I stand, in the end, there is no good or evil. It's a fight for profit and survival between different races. That's all. I'm just doing my job as a hunter. That's all. Over there, the stairs of the 4th floor. Let's be careful. After a few short pauses, about 3 hours after entering the metro area, Shuu and Tamiko finally set foot on the 5th basement floor. There, a new evil awaits them. Chapter 96 Survivor. Nin Nin. Nin Nin. Squirrel Ninja, who has blended the color of her body into her surroundings with her camouflaging ability, comes back to me. For a moment, I suspected that she had been mumbling Nin 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 squeak throughout the reconnaissance, but she didn't seem to be aware of it, since she didn't have a goat monkeys in tow. Good work, Tamiko. Nin Nin, how was it? I've only seen a few of them around here. It's kind of quiet. Squeak. Is that so? How strange. From the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, and finally to the 5th floor. As we dive deeper and deeper, the sense of unease becomes stronger and stronger. In the Baphomet colony this time, in the preliminary investigation prior to the subjugation, it was said that there are 2 bosses in the center of the colony, huge mature individuals. Since they did not fight, their estimated level is unknown, but it is said that it was clearly larger than a normal individual, dignified, and pompous. We don't even know if it was the second or not, but at least 2 mature individuals were confirmed to have been seen at any rate. Baphomets are metro beasts, which do not possess the intelligence of magic beasts, and they do not form civilized groups when they swarm. Still, the leadership of the beast as a herd is strong, and its will is unified in protecting the boss and expanding the herd. Nevertheless, it is not absolute. As their numbers increase, there will inevitably be a shortage of food, and some will become stragglers. It was the initial assumption that these individuals were the ones who appeared near the surface. However, something strange began to haunt my mind as W descended to the 3rd floor. As we approached the colony, the number of Baphomets increased, their leadership grew stronger, and they blocked our way more fiercely. In fact, I thought that their numbers were even fewer than on the upper floors. This became more apparent when we descended to the 4th floor. There were no goat monkeys, who were taking advantage of the violence of their numbers. Rather, we saw more of the other beasts. Baphomets often work in groups of several beasts, but they showed no signs of cooperation between groups. In other words, it was as if a nuclear family had developed. The situation that I had feared most, that once they were seen, they would and more companions would join them, never happened. Although Tamiko and my level were also a factor, we never once encountered a situation where we would have had to struggle. If there had been proper coordination within the colony, the individuals at this level would have received information about the intruder by now, and they would not have been able to relax like this. Something weird is going on, I guess. Something that would affect the people in the strike team. Nin, let's just take a look around this floor. For now, we don't know what's going to happen, so let's be on our toes. Nin squeak. You mixed it up. Ootsuka Metro B5F. This place is similar to the 31st floor of Ootsuka Metro. It's probably not as big as that one, but it's a huge pseudo-outdoor floor where one room occupies the floor. Not only the type, but also the appearance is somewhat similar to the urban part over there. While the 31st floor of Uji was a vast forest and a group of ancient Aztec-like ruins, the 5th floor of Rikugi was a submerged temple city. If I were to use an easy-to-understand analogy, it would be as if you were strolling around with a princess muttering, "It's too big for my pocket." However, the one who was by my side right now was not a cool squirrel, but a glutton squirrel. "It's too big for my cheek pouches." She's lost her way. The design is in the style of ancient Europe. Stone sidewalks, brick buildings, and stone pillars rising meaninglessly. Waterways run along the sidewalks. Of course, for a water metro, the water has not dried up, and the gentle flow of water is still alive. Moreover, if you look closely at the bottom of the water, you can see another passageway there as well. The buildings are half destroyed, and grass and trees are growing in the gaps between the stones. Moss is growing on the pillars and walls, and what appears to be a stone statue of a human figure has lost its head and is now a shadow of its former self. A faint mist hung in the air, and the smell of dense water and greenery lingered in the air. The only water flowing slowly is slightly stagnant. An ancient city engulfed by water and mycelial plants, marooned in the chasm of time. That's my impression. Anyway, I always think, why would the Metro build something like this? An alien, artificial space that suddenly appears in a cavernous dungeon. Who would create something like this, and with what intention? Are there any intentions or motives? If there really is a Metro god or a Threadweaver god, I'd like to hear what he has to say about it. Very few. Squeak. Although the range of sensor spores is halved due to the fog, I can still feel the presence of birds, insects, and other creatures, and the breath of beasts on my skin. But the Baphomets, there are just one or two of them hanging around, and they don't seem to be forming a big force. The image I had of them was the most aggressive and powerful motorcycle gang in the Kanto region, but here they are, rather like a weak team at the bottom of the pack that has been beaten to a pulp by other guys. What should I do? Let's try to hunt a few small fry to see how they react. I would like to see their reactions. The smell of their blood and the sound of their own kind will probably make them come out of their shells and say, "Let's go." And they would gather in droves. If so, it would be troublesome, but I feel that it is a path we must take if we want to know the current situation of the colony. No, it may not be too late to check the boss's appearance first. No, let's do it. Know what's happening on this floor. That's just the scope of our job. The stairs to the 4th floor aren't too far now, and even if something goes wrong, we can at least escape upstairs. If there is a risk, it is better to do it early. We lock onto a lone goat monkey hiding in the shadows. Let's catch it. It won't do any good if we kill it instantly, so let's have it to call its friends. Then I'll do it. Squeak, can you do it? Don't underestimate me. Dealing with that small fry could eat up all my calories. It's a big deal. Squeak. Go fight Chonk Squirrel. I received a thrust on my cheek saying evil. Squeak. Quite the heavy paw. Tamiko jumps off my shoulder and walks toward Baphomet. The two face each other. May, come fight. Squeak. A bipedal beast with the physique of an adult male and a squirrel at her feet. Her tail flailing in the air, with a squeak. At first glance, it looks like a picture of bullying, but this is Shugama's pride and joy, the superpowered squirrel, a tough and strong squirrel, and her enemy will not even become rust on her front teeth. Drooling, the Baphomet attacks with a war cry. Tamiko dodges the attack and bides her time, just as she intended. The way she has been fattening up recently, she is becoming a glutton that seems to have a certain amount of appetite, but she has not lost her natural quickness. This chonk squirrel can really move. Evil. A brown flash shoots straight up and grazes Baphomet's neck. Baphomet stops moving for a moment. A large amount of blood spurts from its neck, and the goat head falls to the ground. It's over. Victory. Good job. When I rushed over, Tamiko wipes the blood from her face with her hand and licks it off. I squeaking killed you. Well, don't overdo it. The gory squirrel, however, immediately disposes of the corpse and removes the Sporangium. Alert and ready, we wait for reinforcements. Here they come. Me. It was worth it to make it scream rather loudly and spread the smell of blood. The Baphomets peeking out of the shadows with their goat heads. The number of them are 3. That's it. While holding out my katana, I twist my head. I thought they'd be gathering in droves. I'm not sure if there is not enough food for them, but they all have starving gazes. I didn't use their beast repellent spores, but I wonder if I could get rid of them. If I did, would they still be able to resist their appetites and attack us? We had to make the first move. I cut down 2 of them and shot the other one right between the eyes with a white bullet. It takes less than 10 seconds. We rounded up the corpses and waited for more. There is no sign of further reinforcements. What's going on? Has the colony already been destroyed? But there are no signs of battle in this area. There are no bodies. And, above all, why hasn't the strike team returned? They may have been wounded to the point of being unable to move. Even if so, all of them? Why has not a single person returned to call for help? If so, were they all wiped out in a mutual annihilation? Or the colony disappeared for some other reason? When both Tamiko and I look back at the same time, Tamiko senses the presence with her ears, while I sensed it with my sensory spores. That is, it is a person, not a goat monkey, but the outline of a human being. After jumping over the fence across the road, there is someone standing in the grass. A girl? There is a girl there, even smaller than Noah, a girl who could be described as a child. She has thin blonde pigtails tied in two, sickly white skin, and pointed ears. Human, or perhaps a demi-human? Are you a hunter? The girl opens her mouth. Her cheeks are drawn back in horror. Her eyes teary, her whole body stained with mud and blood stains. Her green jersey is in tatters. Yeah, I'm a Shugamo hunter. What about you? Saved. Her face suddenly relaxed and she collapsed on the spot. I panicked and rushed over. The body that I caught was light as a feather. She was so light that if a breeze blew, she will fly away. Yes, I am also a hunter, she answered, in my arms, with a quiet, hoarse voice. I'm Ootsuka, a member of the Komagom branch. I was a member of Baphomet Colony's strike team. I finally found one. A survivor of the strike team. Was? She nodded, her thin lips moving slightly. Everyone but me was killed by that monster. Chapter 97 Mutant Individuals. She calls herself Ootsuka Sue, a little girl who looks about 11 or 12 years old. It is a little hard to believe that she is a member of Baphomet's colony strike team, but even this girl should be a professional hunter of level 30 or above. Her lips let out a faint moan as she lays in my arms. Her whole body is full of wounds. Her tiny body is covered in mud everywhere, scrapes and cuts. Her green jersey is almost black with blood stains. She tries to hold back the pain. Are you okay? Do you need holy healing? When I produce a white hypha ball on my fingertip, the girl bit it and sucked slurp slurp. I let the little girl in my arms suck my fingertips. This is dangerous. The sense of immorality is blurring. If it's recorded in video, it's inevitable that it will damage my reputation. Thank you. I'm Abe Shuu from Shugamo, Tamiko, squeak. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Abe. Ms. Tamiko, was she able to recover with just one? So, I gently let go of her body. While I was a bit nervous, I was quite relieved. Oh, excuse me, but may I see your card, just to be sure? A question pops up in my head when I hear the word card. I immediately thought my hunter's identification card. Yes. Wait a minute. I show her my identification card that was in the pocket of my rucksack. Tamiko says, mine too. Let her see mine. While pulling my ear. Yes, thank you very much. Here is mine too. She pat herself and came to the realization that it wasn't in her pockets. From what I've seen so far, her luggage must have been lost somewhere. That's why. I'm sorry, it's unsightly. But her sickly white cheeks were slightly reddish, and she timidly rolled up the hem of her jacket. His white skin with a faint scar was exposed, so I almost shouted no, but was stuck a millimeter in my throat. 2 types of tattoos are carved on both sides of her small navel. The city insignia of Komagom and the guild insignia of the Hunters Guild. My eyes were glued there. I am Ootsuka of the Komagom branch. A long-eared demi-human and elf. It's embarrassing, but I might look like this and I'm 30 years old. Really? We don't look much different. Even when we age, people often doubt that I'm really a hunter. 30 years old. In actual age, I am a century older than her. But in years lived, she is older than me. I'm sorry, I look like this. I'm actually a mature lady. No, I see. 30 years old. I thought she was a level 30 high school girl, but is that acceptable? Whisper. Tamiko, what's your level? Whisper, around 35, squeak. She may look like a little girl, but she is a mid-level hunter. The requirement for the strike team is level 30 or above, which means she fits the bill. Perhaps feeling something from my rude gaze, Ootsuka's face turned even redder. I hurriedly averted my gaze. While averting it, my thoughts are jumbled. Even so, an elf in here? Is this real? There are pig demi-human the orcs, so of course there are elves when there are orcs. A legal lie. Such a phrase crossed my mind, and I quickly shook it off. I go to Shugamo from time to time, but I've never seen the two of you before. Well, we just joined this May. Oh, I see. An old rookie with a carbuncle partner is a hot topic in Shugamo. I thought she would get some kind of reaction if she knew about it, but it seems that the rumors about us didn't even reach the other branches. In terms of the timing of the strike team's departure, The chaos energy may not have reached their ears. I feel relieved. But the fact that you accepted this survey means that you are at a certain level. Well, yeah. I don't think we have a problem in that part. A hand that was as cute as a maple tree tightly grasped my hand. Ooh, so soft, so small. Please. Let's take on those monsters together. I exchanged a glance with Tamiko, receiving those eyes that were desperately clinging to me. Can you tell me first what happened to the strike team? What happened here? According to Ootsuka's story, a strike team of 30 hunters from Shigamo and Komagama arrived at this floor 9 days ago. Preliminary investigations had indicated that the majority of the colony and the boss were located here, but when they ventured in, they found that the place was almost completely deserted. Though not as deserted as it is today, the majority of the goat monkeys, which had been so numerous during the survey phase that it looked like some kind of festival or event, had disappeared without a trace. The team scoured the entire spacious 5th floor, exterminating the unhealthy-looking ones that had attacked them. In the end, there was no boss to be found on this floor. After consulting with each other, they decided to go to the 6th floor. They did not know that their decision would result in their complete annihilation. Waiting for them there was a mutated individual. A Baphomet. Mutant individual. The mass breeding of Baphomets has resulted in a unique individual, different from both the normal and the mature individual. This is a rare case in colony outbreaks. They devour other beasts and continue to give birth. They continue to devour and lay until the vegetation decays. The colony is formed by such an unrestrained breeding cycle. Among the hundreds and thousands of lives that are born in this process, if the probability of the occurrence of a mutation is constant, it is not surprising that it is realized in the course of the colony's vast trial and error process. It would be a rather natural process. This is our guess. But that mutated individual, for their species, seems to be even more different from the normal Baphomets, even more heterogeneous among mutations. The proof of this is that individual was cannibalistic, which is not normal. Noah once told me about this. The creatures of New Tokyo do not level up taking in Sporangium from the same species. So, cannibalism occurs only very rarely, even among metro beasts. In the case of a chronic food shortage, such as the explosive expansion of a colony, there are rare cases where weaker individuals of the same species are sacrificed as food. However, I am still speculating, but I think that this guy gained his strength through cannibalism. Conversely, because it was born as an isolated species, it was able to grow more powerful through cannibalism. Otherwise, there is no explanation for its strength. It is only a hypothesis of the strike team, but that means that it is so strong that such an outlandish hypothesis would not be impossible. Ms. Ootsuka, what is its level? I think you would have to be a master to be able to stand up against it. Seriously? The Baphomet's growth was said to peak at 30 or so at the most. It is certainly a monster to reach double that level. In addition, that creature had a dozen or so followers under its command. I think it is using only the best of them as its limbs, like an elite unit. We, the strike team, were barely able to fight. Everybody except Ms. Ootsuka is annihilated. We defeated about half of its followers, but we couldn't reach that mutated individual. I'm an illusionist, and I was supporting everyone from behind. But my friends let me go when we were about to be annihilated. I was so wounded that I left all my items behind. And the potions. I left all my potions and stuff behind. I bide my time and get here without fighting as much as I could. I see. For the time being, we were able to ascertain the safety of the strike team and the current status of the colony's anomalies. The Baphomet's colony self-destructed like an organism undermined by cancer cells due to the mutants they created. The Baphomet colony has transformed itself from a large family of mutants into an elite group with the mutants at the top, and it is continuing its activities. The strike team that attempted to defeat it was unfortunately wiped out, leaving only Ootsuka. We flew pretty fast, but we didn't make it in time, did we? It could not be helped. It was frustrating, but there was nothing we could do, given the timing. Anyway, those who still appear in the village and those who were on the upper floor are, so to speak, survivors from the previous leaders. In other words, They are like the remnants of the previous generation, and even if left alone, they will disappear sooner or later. So, the question is, will these mutated individuals really be a threat to the Rikugi village and the hunters? Well, what should we do? I glance at Tamiko. She, too, seems to have been listening to the conversation seriously and looks a little doubtful. Her ears are perked up, which means that she is searching for us even while we are doing this. I understand what you're saying, Ms. Ootsuka. Can you go back by yourself? If possible, I'd like you to go back to Rikugi village first. No way. To subdue it alone? Excuse me, but what is Mr. Abe's level? It's 70. I am 42, squeak. Ootsuka's eyes widened. Really? At such a young age? I'm often heard that, but I've been through a lot. Tears welled in Ootsuka's eyes. She takes my hand again. Stronger and tighter than before. I wonder what's happening. The softness is different from that of the Xolotl's paw pads. I can't help feeling the softness. God of Threadweavers didn't abandon us. Thank you very much. Are you a member of the Metro Church? Please, let me join you. To avenge everyone. No. Our job is just to investigate. I'm sorry, but while somehow turning my face away, I let go of her hand. It's a monster that even level 30 hunters or higher couldn't subdue. It's doubtful if we can manage it on our own. Moreover, there are still half of the followers left, and it's not so good looking that I can say, yes, I'll do my best. I'm not doubting Ms. Ootsuka, but I'd like to go down to the 6th floor and check it out first. If it looks like we can manage it ourselves, then subjugating it would probably be on the table. But of course, if it looks dangerous, we will retreat with all our might and end the survey. I can understand her frustration, but I don't want to be in danger from being overly confident. We are not only putting ourselves in danger, but many others as well. If we don't do our job, we will cause trouble for many people. Ootsuka lowers her eyes for a moment, then looks up. That's fine. Please take me too. I'll lead you to the 6th floor. She has tears in her eyes. Her shoulders are trembling slightly. No, it's better not to overdo it. Her injuries may have healed, but she had to have consumed a considerable amount of energy and physical strength to survive this far. After all, it seems better to end the investigation here and accompany her to the surface. Or rather, as far as I can see, I feel like her mind is in chaos. It's not a warrior trembling. It's clearly mixed with fear. I'm not going to slow you down. I'm a professional hunter too. I couldn't fight to the end that time. But I want to give another fight for everyone's sake. Biting her lips hard, she drew blood. Is it the light of determination and preparedness that still shines in her watery eyes? Looking at Tamiko, she nodded slightly. I sighed and nodded back. In the meantime, can I expect you to follow my instructions? Her expression flashed brightly, and she nodded, yes. Secretly I was a little taken aback by her smile. With Ootsuka leading the way, we stealthily proceeded through the water city. Our goal is the stairs to the 6th floor. I see her slender back, her slim waist, and her perky buttocks. I can't look away from her, like it's an irresistible force. No, stop. I inwardly shook my head. Among my sexual preferences, I don't have any lily in there. It is true that I prefer larger breasts. However, in essence, whether the breasts are small or large, the important thing is whether or not they match the person's stature. True, the bigger better. But that is not all there is to a woman, nor is it all there is to my preference. But I really prefer bigger ones. Therefore, it is not difficult to find being attracted with a preference that's like a slippery slope, because breasts are breasts. There is no hierarchy in their beauty and firmness. Although, as I said, I don't have a taste for lollies. It is a path that I have never taken in my life, nor would I dare to take. Well, the woman in front of me is not a little girl. Her age may indeed be in the strike zone, but she is too timid. Not only did she not step on the plate, but it was as if she was thrown from 5 meters away from the mound. It is not unreasonable to think that the few remaining Heisei irrationality might refuse to swing. Well, it's sexual harassment when you're thinking about such things. When she is told things like, why am I judging things from my point of view? So I'm not going to do it. I don't have time to be having fun fantasizing about such things right now, because I feel the pain of my partner's gaze on me. Or rather, let's try to keep her out of my gaze as much as possible. I don't know why, but looking at her makes me feel out of tune. My brain starts spinning in unexpected directions. I think strange thoughts. I feel like I'm about to open a new door. This is not good. When I try to force my thoughts in a different direction, I suddenly think. Even now. Yes, even now. I am estimated to be 132 years old this year. This means that no matter who I date, I am a Lilican, right? Even a grandma who celebrated her 60th birthday is 70 years old younger, right? Ha ha ha. Even a grandma is like my great-grandchild. I should stop. I need to stop thinking. Let's take our time later and come up with a theory that can be used as an official opinion for 107 years. If suitable, I can borrow the wisdom of Obuchi and others. It's not too late to start thinking about this and that. I stopped. I held my breath and focus on my senses. Abe Shuu, Tamiko, did you hear anything? She puts her hands over her ears and slowly turns her head to the side as if to point her antennae. Animal-like sounds are the most common, squeak, but it's hard to tell because of the sound of the water, squeak. I see. My sensory spores also had a narrower range due to the fog. It won't be half as wide as usual, less than 30 meters. Within that range, I had a feeling that something was nearby. It's not a small animal like a rabbit or a mouse, but a rather large beast like Baphomet. I couldn't tell clearly because it was mixed with noise. I don't feel that now. I wonder if Baphomet's remnants are hiding nearby. Mr. Abe. Ms. Tamiko. Ootsuka, who was walking ahead, returns. I think there might be something nearby. Eh? Ootsuka looked around anxiously. No, I don't think it's there right now, but let's be on the lookout. Yes. So, three of us started walking again. Ha ha ha. This may be the first time I've almost been caught tailing someone. Seriously? Is it some kind of sensory ability, or are their instincts as good as a beast? Hi. Deputy Commander, what is the plan? It's not impossible. We just need to be careful. If we all work together, we can probably win, but we probably won't be safe either. We can't take any chances. Then what should we do? We'll just have to keep following them at a distance. I think I'm going to start after they collide with those goat monkeys. Hopefully, they'll be the bait for the family. Chapter 98. Boss Met. Author's note: corrected Ootsuka Metro to Ootsuka Metro. The residence of the Ghost Sword Saint. Third-person perspective. There is a secret on what lurks on the 5th underground floor of the Ootsuka Metro, unknown to Abe Shuu and Tamiko. Ootsuka, the members of the strike team, or even the scouting team of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Office that visited 10 years ago. It has been a year since it was officially announced that no significant resources or metro beasts were found in the investigation by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. Hunters from neighboring cities have been away, and the excitement in Rikugi Village has cooled down considerably. The only people who enter the village are the residents of Rikugi Village, who wander around the first and second floors in search of medicinal herbs and the like. The rest of the floors had become a paradise for beasts, and then a group of 4 beginner-level hunters from Asakusa City arrived. Leaving their hometown, which lacked metros for low-level hunters, the 4 were on an expedition to find an affordable hunting ground. We heard a rumor of a low-level metro that was just built last year at a branch in Komagom City where we stopped. The 4 of them were interested in this place, which did not bring much success for the local hunters. Water Metro. It's the perfect place for us. Asakusa City is an exotic water city on the shores of Lake Sumida, which flows from the Sumida River. It is the center of trade with Akihabara to the west, the metropolis where the Metro Church is headquartered, Kamido Tribe to the east, Senju Tribe to the north, and Deba and Shinagawa to the south. For the 4 of them, who was born and raised in the Water City, one of the most popular tourist destinations in New Tokyo, the name Water Metro was enough to make them feel a sense of connection. After gathering more information, they found that the Rikugi Metro was a perfect fit for them. The metro beasts inhabiting the area are mainly beginner beasts such as Lesser Saigon and Baphomet. At best, Catoblepas appear in the deeper levels. For the three of them us, who are still comfortable on the second floor, with an average level of just over 20, this is just the right training ground. The reputation for poor efficiency is not a problem for them, but fortunately, they do not have to worry about their actual income, as they do not have to worry about the cost of the hunt. In fact, it is a good place for them to slowly improve their skills, as they are unlikely to run into other hunters. They stocked up on food that day and prepared for a long day of hunting. Instead of stopping at the village, which was rumored to have an ostrich smell, they went straight into Ootsuka Metro. The search went reasonably well. Even though their level was not high, they had been apprenticed together since they were 10 years old, and their coordination was no less than that of a mid-level hunter, and they were not intimidated by the beasts that attacked them in search of flesh and blood. The ups and downs of the train were a bit tedious, but the fantastic scenery made the exhaustion go away. The young men were impressed by every single one of them and murmured, "I'm glad we came." After a few days of slow progress, they reached the 5th underground floor, where they encountered a group of Baphomets. They could not turn their backs on these highly mobile creatures, and running away was not an option. Although they were forced to fight against the unexpected number of Baphomets, the four of them stood together as one. They continued to persevere in a solid formation, led by their leader, A. Knight, and gradually whittled away the enemy's numbers. When they had killed half of the herd of more than 30 beasts, an even more troublesome intruder appeared. It was a Catoblepas, which we had heard appeared in the deeper levels. A boar monster with a blackened body surface. It was 1 or 2 times larger than the one they had seen in the Ootsuka Metro. It glared at the human and the goat monkey alternately with a ferocious look in its eyes, and broke into the two camps to kick them apart. A three-way battle. Baphomets were jumping around more and more in a fury. Catoblepas was annoyed at the others who had broken in on their own and were now coming at it, and the four hunters were on the defensive, looking for an opportunity to retreat. Who among the factions had really pressed the final switch? Everyone in the room gasped as the thing lurking in the floor came into view. The hunters looked up at it, and it looked like a water dragon with a long neck. An hour later, the raging dragon disappeared, and the area was quiet. The only sound was the dripping of water here and there. There was no one there. There were no bodies or bloodstains. The city was a cobblestone pavement, washed clean, and faintly reflecting the light of the firefly moss. Shu's perspective. After walking behind Ootsuka, the Lily elf, for about 10 minutes, we began to see the corpses of Baphomets, which had decayed and become a nursery for mycelium plants. These are the so-called returned to the metro. Are they leftovers from mutated individuals or something? After entering the 5th floor and fighting off the 3rd attack, we took a short break to sit side by side in the shade of the building. We replenished ourselves with our onigiris. Ootsuka seemed to be quite hungry, and she stuffed her cheeks while crying that it was delicious. She looks like a girl whose parents turned into monsters. The last of the onigiri fits into her blushing cheek pouch, and the original cheek pouch is not to be outdone and fills up with white rice to compete with her. Incidentally, Tamiko dexterously removes some ingredients from her onigiri. The onigiri are made for manual laborers like Karano, so the ingredients, such as tsukadani, food boiled in soy sauce, metro cockroaches and pickled plums, are apparently too salty for Tamiko. But, said Ootsuka, I'm glad Abe and Tamiko came here. I wasn't doubting you, but when I watch your movements, you really look like masters. How did you manage to become so strong when you're so young? Well, it just happened, or maybe I was just struggling to survive. It's a product of my own personality. Squeak. That's sort of true, I guess. Let me hear more about it next time over drinks. She leans against me, a bruised Lily glancing up to me. I would like to ask you to refrain from doing such actions because it makes my heart pound unnecessarily. I don't want to open any new doors. I poke the cheek pouch of the squirrel girl to calm down. Ah, it really calms me down. However, you know what? Our job is just to investigate the mutant of Baphomet. I'll decide whether or not I'm going to fight after I see the actual thing. Yes, of course. If possible, I want to take revenge on behalf of the others. In any case, it's a one-punch return for me. but it's dangerous if we leave it alone. If you don't finish it off as soon as possible, it may eventually grow up to be a named monster. Named. Like the Satan Slime or something? Satan Slime, the boss of the 49th floor of the Ootsuka Metro that Tamiko and I defeated. The name does not represent the species itself, but is unique to that particular individual. Metro beasts with such unique names are called titled or named. In MMO games, they are strong monsters with unique names. For hunters, Metro beasts are the second most dangerous threat after demons, excluding the 5 great beast kings, since some of them are not hostile, and a bounty may be placed on their heads depending on how dangerous they are and the need to subjugate them. To give an example of what I heard in the lecture when I was getting my license, the dragon's mushroom den's a mutated wyvern named Corruption Whirlwind that has its nests in the middle floor, and the big boss of Itabashi Metro Ghost Sword Saint. Also in the Ikebukuro tribe territory, there are also endemic species that can become named after changes in generation in the Ikebukuro tribe territory. By the way, it is not possible to give names to mature and the mutant individuals. Also, the difference in names such as Blue Goblin and Red Goblin, Lesser Sawigin and Land Sawigin means that they are different species in the same category. It's like the difference between a toy poodle and a Doberman. Basically, no crossbreeding occurs there, but it is said that there are rare cases where crossbreeding occur and powerful mutants are born. There aren't many named Metro beasts left, are there? Yes, there are. Basically, a master or someone of a master level will go out there and kill it. But when a name is given to a Metro beast, it means that it caused a lot of death and destruction, so it will already be too late. That's true. If the 5th and 6th underground floors are switched, there is a possibility that they will come to the surface. If a Satan Slime class beast were to appear in a human village, it is hard to imagine how much damage it would cause. If you become a named hunter, you can get reward or a nickname for defeating the named beast. For example, the hunter who killed a mutant leviathan, a giant carnivorous hippopotamus, that appeared in the waters around Tokyo Bay is known as the Sea Devil Killer. This is probably more a matter of honor or romance than of practical benefit. By the way, me, who subjugated the Satan Slime, didn't receive either of them. It will still take a long time to confirm whether it was actually subjugated, and it may not be confirmed in the first place. Well, it's strange to be called a slime slayer. What's even more disappointing is that, being a boss in the depths of an unpopular metro, it was of low importance to subjugate and did not even have a bounty on its head. Too bad. If Mr. Abe could defeat the mutant here, I would. They said it was a foe worthy of a name. No, I don't need a title. Baphomet Slayer. No, it's too simple. How about Sacrifice Devouring Absolute Black Goat, Nightmare Barrier Genocider? What is that, Chuni? Even if you don't actually defeat a named Metro Beast, if you become a master or reach a certain level, or if you are recognized by others, you can get a title on your own. Garen's Pervert Wolf, Kingslayer Silver Wolf, and there is Shooting Willow the #1 hunter of Shugamo, Shimoinagi. Someone will probably give me a title as well, and if it spreads publicly, it will become a de facto nickname. If it were to include Virgin, where would I direct my anger? Anyway, Yutsuki really wants to have us kill the mutated individual. I understand that she wants to take revenge on behalf of her comrades, but for me, the safety of Tamiko and I comes first. My priority is to do my job. I'm not going to overdo it. I don't know if it's a rice ball or a smart rice ball, but I'm going to make it trust on my teeth. Squeak, I'm counting on you. They're fruit of the abyss, the acorn muncher, the cheek bag eater. The place is not as big as the 31st floor of Ootsuka Metro, but it is still quite spacious. It takes about an hour to reach the center of the floor, although it is difficult to go straight because the buildings are crowded and the passageways are flooded in some places. Since entering, no suspicious presences have appeared in the range of sensory spores, but Tamiko still seems to sense something unusual, and keeps tilting her head. Abe Shuu, stop. Squeak. I stopped Yutsuki, climbed up on the roof of a nearby building, and looked around. There it was. The place is a circular plaza, The colorful cobblestones are arranged in a precise geometric pattern. Surrounding them, 6 large stone statues of human figures stand on the circumference of the circle. Their backs are turned to the center, as if they are on the lookout for intruding foreign enemies. There are the Baphomets, 5 in total. Why are they there? Ootsuka mutters. I guess that means they came up the stairs. She bit her lip. I don't dare to say anything, either. But I wonder if they have been following Ootsuka. Squeak. You don't say. The 4 of them are not so different from the ones we've seen so far. The 4 are not so different from the previous ones, only a little taller, stouter, and with slightly darker fur. However, the individual at the center of the group is clearly different. It is almost as if it were a different creature. It was 2 or 3 heads taller than the others around it. It was about 3 meters taller than an ogre. None of the undernourished impressions of the Baphomets so far are present. Every fingertip, every tip of its sharp horns, every hair on its body is full of energy. Even more than a slender muscular upper body, it has an extremely thick lower body that professional baseball scouts would never leave unrecruited. It also has wings on its back reminiscent of bats. This is the very image of a Baphomet. It was obvious at first glance, and it was impossible not to recognize it. That is the mutant that devoured the colony and destroyed the strike team. Tamiko. The ones around it are about 30. Squeak. But a pause for breath, and then a small chortle. That. The guy in the middle is about 63. I see. There seems to be no difference in the master class evaluation of Ootsuka. But I felt it with my own skin. In terms of numbers, it is at a lower level than me, but still, I can feel it. I felt a sense of intimidation that approaches that of Satan's slime, a sense of presence that is second to none, even among the Bosskilums of Uji. It is something that cannot be measured by its level. Hey! It's more than I imagined. If it was only level 60, I would have thought that I could quickly hunt it down with all my might. But seeing the real thing like this, I understand that it will not be that easy. Its entourage is also quite troublesome. I feel like the boss is a melee fighter just by looking at it. If its entourage has long-range fungal skills or something, it would be very troublesome. Should I start a fight, or should I retreat before the opponent notices? I glanced at Ootsuka and saw that she was pale and trembling. Is the trauma of the annihilation coming back to her? She can't fight at this rate. At least I should let her escape. Pidgeot. Suddenly, Tamiko cowered, holding her ears. Tamiko, what's wrong? I'm sorry, there's a sound. Squeak. A sound? A beeping out. I want to cover my ears. Sadly, I heard nothing. Looking at Ootsuka's puzzled face, she must be the same. Was it just her imagination, or did a sound that only Tamiko could hear came? Oh no, a shiver runs down my spine, and I turned around in a panic. Baphomet and the others are looking at us. Their eyes, with their pupils turned sideways, are staring up at him. They noticed us. Ms. Ootsuka, run away. In the blink of an eye, the entourage leap. They are right in front of my party. At the same time, I jumped out and create Warhammer in both hands in midair. Ha! With a short exhale, the hammers roared, knocking away the 2 that have entered the fight. The remaining 2 were right in front of me, and just as I was about to kick them out of the way, the 2 shadows became huge. No, no, they accelerated and closed the distance in an instant. I quickly crossed my Warhammer to guard myself, but since I was in the air, I couldn't hold my ground and was knocked down to the cobblestone pavement with them. What now? I think as I quickly adjust my posture, the 2 following animals suddenly accelerate in the air, without wings. Moreover, those 2 animals also fell without being able to land satisfactorily. The 2 animals, which were soaking wet, were screaming angrily as they got up. That guy. Looking back, I see the boss Baphomet smugly slumped over with a smug look on his face. He is dripping with drool, and his hot breath is coming out as steam. Abe Shuu, Tamiko cries from above behind me. Tamiko, protect Ms. Ootsuka. Shouting without looking back, I took a deep breath. About 10 meters away was Boss Baphomet, or Boss Met for short. The ones that I hit seem to receive non-fatal attacks, and they are getting up and surrounding me. The 4 weak Mets. I have to do it. There was no longer any chance for escape. I can't run away. I put strength into my hand holding the warhammer. The white pattern is covered with the bluish-white light, concentrating on my back. Arms extend from the shoulder blades. Are you ready? The Baphomets are slowly approaching. My strength and presence should have been transmitted even without using beast repellent, but he couldn't sense his intention to retreat. Is it because they are confident that they can win? Or is it a desire to satisfy their hunger? Or is it their instinct to fight? A hated enemy who killed 30 of my colleagues. Why is it that I don't see them as the enemy? Is it because I don't know them? Or maybe it is because I have not witnessed it. Either way, they have their justice. They have the will to live. They have the determination and strength to defeat those who threaten them. What we see before us is not evil. It is a beast brimming with danger. A threat that must be eliminated. That is all. So, as always, I declare, no hard feelings before, after, and always after becoming a hunter. It's the same. This is fighting for survival and profit, that's all. Metro Labyrinth Chapter 99. A head-to-head battle. A bone-white, thin arm protrudes shrieking from the back of my dark purple cloak. Until now, when using this, Ashura, the Catobulba's cloak and hunter's jersey have been taken off in advance. The cloak has an automatic repair function, but once a hole is made in the jersey looks very punk rock. The cost of making a new jersey for each battle would be ridiculous, and even if I were to use it as it is, the existence of my trump card, Ashura, which is kept secret even from the guild, would be revealed to those who have discerning minds, as was the case in Grin. In order to solve this problem, when I returned to Shugamo and consulted with the master craftsman who had made the cloak for me, without telling him about Ashura, I gave him a good reason, such as my back gets too sweaty, and asked him to cut a slit in the back. The upper side is like a flap, so you can't see the gap, and I feel that the ventilation is somewhat improved. The jersey can be buttoned up in winter, so the heat-retaining effect is not lost. The jersey was also made by Noah, who is an amateur seamstress, but he had slits made in the same way. The inner layer is a tank top with an open back like a gymnast, so it's perfect. The sleeve hole problem for the Haifa arms was now fixed. Actually, I didn't intend to use it in front of Ootsuka. Of course, it's partly because it's a secret. But there's a part of me that doesn't trust anything she says or does, or her personality, for some reason, though it's not based on any clear evidence. But there's nothing to be done about it. This guy, Boss Met, is not an opponent that I can belittle just because it has a lower level. If I played my cards sparingly, I would surely trip. Although we have yet to play a single match, I understand with all my being that it is a formidable foe. The time it takes to form the Haifa arm is improving with each improvement of the skill. Now it takes just barely less than a second to complete. During this time, I am not completely defenseless, but my consciousness and concentration are taken away to some extent. Even during that short period of time, the 5 beasts do not let down their guard, but the 5 surrounding me do not attack in advance. Rather, it is the 4 weak Mets that are preparing themselves with the utmost vigilance against the transformed me, while the boss Met is different. The boss itself is in the process of producing a large amount of Haifa from the palm of its hand. The formation of the 2 opposing Haifa weapons is almost completed at the same time. In contrast to my Haifa arm, Ashura, Boss Met held a gigantic sword with a blade length that seemed to be as tall as me. It is a single-bladed, bluntly curved, rough, huge sword with a slightly rounded tip. Ootsuka had told me about it beforehand. The strike team was kicked around like insects in front of the terrifying Haifa weapon. She also told me that they might have had other abilities, such as fungal skills or their own unique abilities, but that she had not been able to uncover them in the thick of the battle. When both sides were ready for battle, Boss Met puffed its chest and sucked in air. The roar shook the stone landscape. Low and heavy, a yell that strikes directly at the roar, Lagaran's roar, skill. The impact shakes my flesh and bones, causing a cold sweat to break out my back. The next moment, Boss Met dives headfirst into the gap between, with its huge sword swinging so fast. The huge sword slammed near my foot after I had taken a small step backward in a moment of surprise. The floor shatters with an explosive sound as if there was a bomb. I take another step forward, and with a return strike, the sword slashed toward the side of my head. I blocked it with the hammers crossed, but I was blown backward. I managed to hold on without going down by digging into the soles of my shoes. But, really? The handle of the war hammer is bent and cracked. The head of the hammer is large like any hammer, but the handle is indeed thin. However, the handle covered, light blade, was just struck with a single blow. As if to take advantage of the momentary gap in my guard, Awoke Met jumps at me from behind, with a roar. I swing my war hammer carelessly and flick it away. The handle breaks off. Because of this, I didn't deal much damage. A gigantic presence pierced the area of sensory spores, and approached behind me. Without looking back, he turns himself around. A huge sword slash passes by with a roar. Veee. It was like a random sword slash, as if a child were swinging a wooden branch. But the aftermath of the slash is enough to cut my body, and the pressure of the air brings a gust, sending a chill down my spine. As I desperately dodged the blow, fear flickered in my mind. If I were to take even a single blow seriously, the entire upper half of my body might be obliterated. Its power may be greater than Ootsuka Metro's Jaguargolem, but its fighting style is different. Compared to the machine-like precision of a continuous blow, this is just the forceful violence of a bloodthirsty beast. Hey, 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 biting back fear, I desperately dodge and dive forward, taking advantage of the momentary opening. I formed used iron fist, in the shape of a knife hand, into the unguarded left side of its body. My fingertips pierce its skin, and I can feel it on my arm, but it stopped me in just a few centimeters. My knife hand did not land on its flank, but on the thick thigh that it lifted, held enormous muscles. A fist hammer down, so I shove myself out of the way. I ducked my head just in time to dodge a follow-up strike, this time from below. From my unsteady position, I forcibly kicked the ground with, leaping, and landed backward. I tried to get up from my kneeling position, but I realized, a lukewarm liquid is running down from between my eyebrows. My forehead is cut at an angle. Is that it? Veee. A hulking shadow single-mindedly rushes toward me. My eyes catch the tip of its toes. A white blade like a knife protrudes from the back of the foot. Does it have a fungal skill similar to Noah's dagger, growing directly on its foot? It looks like a fictional assassin weapon, and the tip of the blade seems to have grazed my forehead. Whoosh! The tip of the blade swung out and hit my forehead. I thought I had dodged it, but my two arms were cut. Oh! The swinging of the huge sword is replaced by brilliant footwork, as if it were an expert in martial arts. With a snap of its joints, it swung its legs out of the way at a dizzying pace. It was as if it was dancing in the air. It is faster and more precise than expected. Its ability is so fast and precise that it is almost impossible to avoid it. And then, I match it with Iron Fist. The sound of the friction is deafening. My silver arm is scraped off the surface, and the force is so strong that it almost takes my entire shoulder with it. Bossmate's legs are short, but even so, due to its nearly 3-meter frame, its reach is equal to or greater than that of my arms. When I moved away from that distance, a huge sword rained down from above my head. No! In the middle of the gap between the giant sword and the kick, my arm flicks its finger, taking advantage of the gap when the opponent stiffens for a moment. A white bullet, the first shot from close range, only pierces its thick chest, and the second shot, aimed at its eye, is dodged. Shut up. Your voice is annoying. Iron Fist, and the blade of its leg intersect, and the blade shatters. Inwardly, I think, suck it. The moment I thought that a new one grew on its heel, fell towards my head, cutting some of my hair out. Backflipping like some beautiful female assassin. Shit. There's no time to pause here, at least not now. I dodged, flipped, spun, and retreated. I desperately back out during the momentary gap, and once again, with leaping, I retreat immediately. Sliding backward on the soles of my shoes, I had my back on the stone statue standing at the edge of the plaza. While desperately sucking oxygen into my lungs, I stared at the horizontal pupils of the beast that is also breathing hard. Damn. It can't be. It is on the same level as Jaguar in terms of physical ability. My level has also risen by 1 since I fought the Jaguar golem. And I am also equipped with an aquamarine, which strengthens explosive power. I can keep up with the speed game, but I am not able to fight in the strength and endurance games. Overall physical is still better than mine. Alas, it is the powerlessness of the human race. But that is because we are human. And that is where our cleverness comes in. We can get the upper hand through experience and strategy. The mid-range big sword and the short-range kick. In melee combat, you can't hold your own. A combination of guesswork and precision. Anomalous and unable to find the rhythm. The saving grace is that even weak metas no chance to break in. They cannot enter the storm zone of that huge sword, and probably do not have a hyperball or other long-range means of attack. I will surely try to close the gap between the two now and then, even if its power and speed are comparable to those of the Jaguar golem. Then how about its toughness? Its thighs are stained with blood from being stabbed with my knife hand and its chest from being hit by white bullet. It is not as strong a defense as the steel-like armor of that Jaguar golem. Until I get the rhythm of my opponent, I should concentrate on evasion, and attack it from a distance. Is that better? While I was breathing and watching the area behind me, facing the stone statue, my hyper arm has finished the accumulation of my fireball. Then, my hyper arm swings to throw it. At the same time, Boss Met spreads its bat wings wide. The wings strike the air before the red ball is released. A gust of wind, like a wall of wind, slams against my body, pushing me back against the stone statue. I can't speak, as water drops like heavy rain hit my face and all over my body. I had no choice but to cover my face with my arms. Hey, I could faintly hear Tamiko's voice. The moment the wind and rain passed through, I was covered by a huge shadow approaching. I quickly flung the fireball in the grip of my hyper arms, left and right above my head. It hits the bodies of the two weak mets that leapt at me, and I blast them with a loud boom. As the fireball explodes loudly, at the same time, I jump back. The huge sword that passed through me crushed the stone statues as if they were Jenga blocks. No chance. Sensory spores fed back the position and outline of the object. They are stuck onto my brain. There, sensory spores around me might have been washed away by the wind and rain earlier, but I was able to notice the approach because they were still functioning spores on Boss Met and weak Mets. But still, is it a combo of gusty wind and water bullets? While quickly readying myself, I gritted my teeth. Was that a fungal skill, too? Or was it a unique ability of a mutated individual? There was no damage to my body, but the wind was so heavy that I was unable to move for a moment. I could taste the fear of when I traveled during a typhoon. At that time, during the weak Met's first surprise attack, the two that jumped at me suddenly accelerated in the air and collided with each other. That must be the effect of flapping the Boss Met's wings earlier, blowing away the backs of subordinates in the name of boosting itself. Is the Black Company system still alive in the Metro? It's a simple ability, but it's a restraint, a balance disruptor, a blinder, and a projectile blocker. It's a 4-in-1 offensive and defensive technique. It is extremely troublesome. With this, the plan of it burning it to death with fireball from afar disappeared. If it repelled the fireball, I will be the one burned to a crisp. Disturbance with the smoke ball won't work either, as the smoke will be blown away in an instant. If I move far, it will swing its huge sword, and if I close the distance between us, it will use its feet. When I move very far away, it will flap its wings to close the distance between us and then approach again. It is a simple but unpleasant, super pushy stance that forces one's own advantage. I himself admitted that my compatibility with such a straightforward opponent wasn't bad, but if I was attacked aggressively by something with such a high level, it wouldn't be easy. I don't know what to do. I quickly thought about the options available to me. Do I use leaping to escape with Tamiko and Ootsuka in my arms? No, from what I have seen so far, those big thighs are not just for decoration. The goat monkey boss is known for its acrobatic movements, and its mobility is quite impressive. If it chased us to the upper floor, it would make the situation worse. I cannot retreat now. I cannot show my back. Then, I had no choice but to fight. For the safety of the three of us, I must finish them off here for sure. But how do I win? Should I use accumulated white bullet? The charged up white bullet boasts the greatest firepower in my hand, but it has yet to solve the problem of range, or rather, the problem of accuracy. It is difficult to aim from a distance, and even over a shield. It can penetrate and aim through it, but it is even harder to hit. The reason for this is both the clumsiness of the hit-to-trigger mechanic and my own poor aim. In addition, it still takes about 4.5 seconds to charge. Through trial and error so far, I have been able to shorten the time by about a second. If I'm in good shape, but will I be able to find an opening in this formidable foe to do so repeatedly? Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr come close to me, flanking me from the left and right. The two that were hit by fireball were giving off a burning smell from their burned sides. The remaining one seems to be wary of making the same mistake as its companions, though it was fortunate that I was able to defeat them in the heat of the moment. For me, it was a bit depressing, but, boom, and balls explode at the feet of the two weak Mets. Those are fireballs, idiot Suki. You are a terrible shot even for a illusionist. I am in a hurry because you're talking to me like you're my superior officer. You fat squirrel. The two girls are above, looking cute and adorable. The balls from earlier seems to be Ootsuki's fireball. Weak Mets glared and threatened with me. Ootsuki teary-eyed. Look, I've made them angry. They are staring at me with those goat eyes. Ootsuki's teary eyes and her words are not quite right. After glancing at their boss Met for a moment, the two weak Mets jump up, kicking at the stone statues. They leap up to the roof where Tamiko and the others are. Tamiko, leave it to me, squeak. The weak Met's back disappears, and a battle begins on the roof with the two with their heads pulled back. I hesitated for a moment. Should I go and help? Were the weak Mets selected because they are also weaker? For a level 30, their movement and intelligence are a bit different from the Baphomets I've killed along the way. Ootsuki is clearly in the rearguard position, so I wonder if the two of them can deal with it alone. But if I chase them, they can attack me easily. It always comes with me like a sheep-headed king bomb. It could be dangerous for both of us. Leave it to me, huh? She's always been a fine capable squirrel. She is not a decoration, a mascot, or an emergency ration. Her weight has been increasing lately. She a hunter and my partner. A gust of wind hits me with a roar. A pebble-sized chunks of water hits me in the face. It hurts so much that my ears feel as if they are going to be torn off. Still, I kept my eyes closed and did not shield my face. The wind breaks, and Boss Met was swinging his huge sword, kicks the ground. His left corner bursts off. With a muffled scream, it touches its head, its horns shaved off at the base. The scalp and skull are all gouged out, and blackened blood is trickling out. I'm sorry. I'm going to use all my hands. I returned to my stabbing posture and casually wiped my drenched face with the palm of my hand. Charged up, white bullet. I created it with my right arm and counterattacked it in line with the Boss Met's charge. With the feedback from sensory spores, I was able to grasp the timing and approximate location even with my eyes closed. I was going to smash its head in and finish it off with a single attack, but as I expected, it missed. So my earlier line was 100% to Washington. But, well, it was to be expected. There, katana, that had been charged with the left arm, a giant cleaver as big as Boss Met's sword, was passed into my own hand. Leave it to me, said Tamiko. Even though she usually shows a sadistic superior character, she is a coward at heart and is more afraid of losing her friends, her family, than anyone else. It is not unusual for her to recommend not fighting or running away in the face of a strong enemy. Now she is putting her body on the line with powerful words. She is waving her front teeth frantically to protect my back, saying leave it to me. She swore that she will be stronger and she's putting it into her tiny furry body. I tightly grasped the hilt of my katana with both hands. Okay, let's do it. A head-to-head battle. A bluish-white light shines through my hands, covering the rugged blade of the sword. The heat that was in my chest was burning. A moment of silence, and then, the human and the huge goat-headed beast facing each other kick the ground at the same time. Chapter 100 Family and Deputy Commander. The materials that make up my mycelial weapons are said to be largely composed of substances unknown to mankind in the Old World. It is known to contain calcium and carbon, as well as trace amounts of phosphorus and iron, but the full extent of its composition has yet to be determined, even in the 100-year history of New Tokyo. This is because the scientific technology to conduct detailed analysis has been lost. Does it originate from the super fungus itself, or from the ecology of a new organism whose blueprint has been rewritten by the super fungus? We can only speculate. In any case, Hypha weapons do not contain enough iron to spark violently when they collide with each other. So, what is twinkling and scattering every time one and the other strike each other now is not sparks. They are particles of bluish-white light clad in shoes. Katana. The huge sword that is coming to smash my head slips on the surface of the katana, that catches it, scraping the surface. The sword is a huge sword that is about to smash into a man's head, and it slides across the surface of the katana, that catches it. The strike, which was made while falling back and lacked reach, only shallowly cleaved the right arm of the giant sword's holder. Boss Met immediately counterattacked, swinging a haphazard sideways cleave. I caught it with the middle of my katana, and jumped back 5 or 6 meters with the momentum, or rather I was sent flying. I evade going down by clawing at the ground with one hand, clinging on with the sole of my shoe. We close the gap between each other immediately, as we don't need time to catch our breaths. Boss Met, its wildness on full display, swings its powerful arm with the great sword in its grip. In response, I also charged with a beastly yell and struck with my katana. Whenever our blunted blades crossed each other, a hard clashing sound, indescribable as gong or sheehan, echoed through the air. My eardrums tremble. My spine creaks. The hand gripping the hilt splits open and blood spurts. If we collide head-on, the heavier and stronger of the two will naturally win. Everything is a bloody, murderous show of violence. I am pushed, cut, and exhausted. Even so, I do not retreat. I grit my teeth. And even when I am pushed or slammed down, I keep coming forward. It is not the courageousness of a man who has been swayed by the determination of his partner. It is not the onset of the self-satisfaction disease or the competitive disease that I have been suffering from for many years. The heat in my chest was still burning, but I had not lost my composure. Open your eyes. Don't be scared. I will not intercept it with impossible moves. I barely see the edge of the deadly area and dive in, attacking with the angle I want, at the timing I choose. It is not only light particles that scatter. Fine white fragments are dancing. The bone-white blade of the great sword has several cracks in it. With a face covered in blood and sweat, I smiled. One more step forward. Boss Met's great sword, my accumulated katana. Our blades are almost the same in length, but the width and thickness of the former is greater than the latter. Sorry, but I am convinced. The density of the hypha that makes up the blade, and the strengthening with light blade, the destructive power of the blade in my hand is superior to that of my enemy. I'll destroy it. A slash from diagonally below the Boss Met. As if ripping up the entire ground, I swing down, trying to smash my enemy into the ground. A crushing sound similar to the crash of heavy machinery. The wave of impact blows away the watery air. The great sword shatters, leaving the handle its his grip. Shattered fragments fly between the two of us. There, katana's return slices the empty-handed right wrist. Boss Met's eyes widen, and it lets out a short scream. I got it. I took a step further. As I leaned forward to finish the job, Boss Met swings its leg up, as if reading my hesitation. It threw me off with a quick front kick and a spinning kick that made my joints weak. And just after I dodged it by twisting my upper body, I looked at Boss Met. It quickly drew back its legs. Its chest was turned back, and its wings were spread. A gust of wind hit my entire body. A combo of kicking and flapping wings at close range. I am unable to open my eyes due to being hit by a rain of balls of water. The tremendous wind pressure lifts me off the ground. I duck midair and quickly thrusts my katana into the floor and backed away. Again, my back hits the stone statue. It is a different statue from the one that my back smashed against earlier. The boss met repeatedly flaps its wings, as if it was trying to keep me away, stuck on the statue. After by some time, I moved behind the stone statue. While supporting the creaking windshield with my body, I fixed my opponent's position in my mind. I shoot. An accumulated white bullet. A fist-sized hole is punched, cracks appear, and the stone statue crumbles. My windshield is gone, but at the same time the wind stops. Boss Met, who was down on one knee, groaned in anger and humiliation. My attack seemed to gouge its right thigh deeply. The blow was still very off the mark, but it was only because it went through the stone statue. The result is still great. Its bloodshot eyes are fixed straight on me. The expression of anger and humiliation are evident in the expression on the boss Met's face. It grits its molars. It created another great sword in its left hand and stands up using it as a support. It exhales a misty breath. I also take a quick rest to catch my breath. The distance between us is a dozen meters. We stand still for just a few seconds, facing each other. The moment the boss Met spreads its wings again, I kicked the floor, sideways. If you are subjected to the same technique over and over again, you will see a flaw or two. The principle of pelting water with a mere flap of the wings, and the mechanism that can generate such a crazy wind force, is not something a Heisei humanities student has any idea of, but they can guess the rough idea of the range of its effect. The angle of incidence at which a gust of wind can exert its force is not as wide as one might think. The wind power is condensed in front of the gust, which is why it is so powerful. I go around in an arc from the side. As expected, I am hardly affected by the wind. Before boss Met can turn around and release another gust of wind, I turned around at a right angle and closes the distance with, leaping, receiving the dampened water balls from there. Aiming at its head, I swung down with all my might. The boss Met, who was late to react, barely catches it with its great sword. I didn't wield the accumulated katana with one hand. It is not impossible to swing it with one hand because of even with its weight, but the grip on the handle is so thick that it can slip out of its hand if it swings with all his might. It is difficult to put all your strength into it, and it is best handled with two hands. The thing I was most wary of was the fact that it would swing it around in a two-handed greatsword style, rather than in a gust of wind. Whether it didn't have the wisdom to do so or for some other reason, it never used its left arm until it eventually lost its right arm. In that sense, it was one sword versus one sword, a clean even match. If only I had only two arms. I wung the katana with two crossed arms in the air, and I rotate my body forward with that momentum. The second accumulated katana, held by the Haifa arms, does the second attack. My back was facing the opponent, but I can sense my opponent's posture. Half of the great sword's blade is shattered, and its stomach is ripped open by the cut of the second blow. It is not a fatal wound, but it is not shallow from the response transmitted from the Haifa arm. It groaned in pain only for a moment. Then boss Met raised its great sword, unfazed. The blow that fell above my head was blunt. I strikes it away and spun my body once more. This time, the second continuous attack of my Haifa arms inflicts a wound that intersects with the diagonally running wound on its stomach. This time it reaches my enemy's life. Blood spurts out from the wound and the goat head's mouth. It's over. My blade, which ran forward, cut off its head as it fell forward. Third-person perspective. A few minutes before the battle between Shuu and boss Met was to end. "Hey, Commander Taroko, how many times do I have to tell you that I ain't the commander anymore?" I gave the chair to that monstrous old man. "Sorry, Deputy Commander. What are you going to do with this?" "He's going to beat that thing up, isn't he?" "That brother is so strong." "I know, he's not half bad. That baby smooth brother might be a master or even a top ranker. I don't know if we can fight him. That Lali bitch drew an impossible card, not to mention the cheap card. That child, even though I made them family. Is it okay if I don't help them?" "I'm not sure if they are family, But they are not really my subordinate. Aren't they that old man's pet dog or goat? A pet goat? It doesn't listen to me at all. Didn't the commander say it was necessary for the plan? That's right. But it's impossible to break in there, right? It is absolutely impossible for me. I'm weak. I can only track, pickpocket, and act like some small fry thug. Impossible, impossible. It's pretty much impossible. I'm going? No. No. Don't do it. Even with the bone flute it can't be manipulated freely, and fighting together is almost impossible. It's like a moth flying straight into the fire. Worst case, it's just going to be a three-way fight. If we fight, unreasonable death is certain. Then what are you going to do? I'm going to change my plans. That family may be disposable here, but that brother will definitely be taken care of here. Even if it's by force. He's dangerous, and I have a feeling he's going to get in the way of our plans. Will we kill him? Well, I don't think we should keep him alive. If you let him keep his life, that's fine. But don't push it, okay? The last thing I want is for you to die here. All right. Kihihihi. Deputy Commander, what should we do? If the family loses to him, move right after that. We all create an opening. Mujarami and I will hold down Ootsuka and the Carbuncle. Toroko and the others are facing that big brother. Match the timing, don't overdo it. Go. Shu's perspective, the huge body losing the thing above its neck falls on its back. I retreated to the side so that I wouldn't be crushed. It was a stronger enemy than expected, not quite on par with Jaguar, but without the actual experience and leveling up in Uji, I might have struggled more. The combination of Ashura plus Katana was one of my forbidden moves. Like my arm, the Haifa arm can't swing with one hand. Moreover, since it grows near the shoulder blades, the range of motion is slightly narrow, and if I hold it with both hands, the direction and angle of swinging will be even more limited. The length of the blade can get in the way, and it's more difficult to handle than the normal 4-katana style. It would be nice to be able to attack from the front and push like before, but it seems like it would be better to seal it in a normal fight. Now I have no time to rest. It's not all over yet. I have to check on Tamiko and Jutsuki's situation. When I look up, a young man was standing there. He had shaggy black hair, a square face, and long, gangly arms and legs like Baphomet. Squinty eyes are glazed over, and he lets out a vulgar laugh. Kihihi. In his hand, which he thrust out toward me, a familiar silhouette is clutched in his grasp. Tamiko. Tamiko. The next moment, a chill runs down my spine. Carelessness. That word crossed my mind. Facing the boss met that uses gusts of wind, I had at some point cancelled the dispersal of the sensory spores, and focused on the battle. That's why I was beyond latent detecting the moment they came in, or, since I had defeated the powerful enemy that controlled this floor, I assumed that there would be no further attacks. No, apart from those things. Fast. A presence appeared behind me without a sound. The moment I turned around, blood splattered. A stab from a sharp blade. The tip of the knife reached for my side. It pierced through my left hand trying to protect my flank. Ouch. I'm surprised to react at this distance. Holding the bloodied knife, a small girl with a bandana wrapped around her forehead, her eyes widen in surprise. A girl. I was frightened, and in that instant, the girl's left hand moved. There is also a knife held in her reverse hand. The knife is halfway down her arm, as if aiming for the neck, but the trajectory of the knife cut halfway through my upper arm. Just before her blade broke through my cloak, I punched the girl's stomach and thrust her away. With that momentum, the knife stuck in my left hand is also pulled out. Okay, what the hell? Without a pause, 3 shadows jump in from above. Each of them is wielding a sword, spear, or other mycelial weapon. Gah! I pull out the accumulated katana, standing on the ground and mow them down with a single swing. The 3 people who then blocked with their Haifa weapons were immediately blown away. Furthermore, I catch the white bullet, fired from the 5th person caught at the edge of my vision with the flat of my sword. You're still here. 4 men, including a man who looks like a sniper, surround me from a distance. The 3 men who had just been knocked out were still in a state of shock. their hypha weapons and arms shattered, but the girl who was supposed to have been kicked in the stomach joined the encirclement, moaning stay. Now there are 8 people in the square and 1 on the roof. That's at least 9 people. I kicked her with all my might. Judging from her response at that time, she probably jumped backward at the moment I kicked her. This kid is the most skilled of all the other people in this room. Yes, that's it. I heard a voice above me. I look up to see the 10th newcomer standing next to the man holding Tamiko. All the men present here are young and dressed very much like bandits, with tattered, dirty little cloaks and shirts. But only the middle-aged man, with the exception of the girl, is clearly out of place. Or rather, he looks out of place. He has a small fat figure, short hair, a bearded face, black tinted glasses, and above all, he wears a yellow aloha shirt and knee-length half pants. I wonder if such a culture still exists in New Tokyo. The man in the shabby street vendor look places his hand on Ootsuki's shoulder, who shook frightenedly next to him. Brother, you can't resist uselessly. You can't do it. It's impossible. It's a cliché. But don't your friends matter? Kihahi. The man holding Tamiko jumps down into the square. I was surprised to see this little guy bite Baphomet to death. She was a fine fighter for a small animal, but she's a piece of cake in my poisoned hands. Tamiko. He giggled and lightly shook his hand as if he was drinking from a glass of ice. Tamiko remained flaccid and emotionless, not even uttering a moan. She's still a little warm, but she hasn't moved since a while ago. Huh? If you leave her like this, she'll probably die. If that happens, I'll stuff her and use her for decoration. Kihahi. My head was ready to pop in instant. My eyes were dyed bright red, and the impulse took a step was there. Then I realized something. I felt relieved and my shoulders relaxed. I desperately bites the smile that wants to appear in my face. Huh? What's wrong? No. Nothing. I am now aware of it. The one in that trash lowlife's hand is not Tamiko. It is a clone, or rather an avatar. Tamiko's 6th fungal skill. There, squirrel avatar. Tamiko can create a puppet that looks exactly like herself with hypha and control it remotely. At first, she could only make one doll at a time, a pure white one with a hypha-like appearance, and I often teased it as a house mouse and I got my earlobe chewed on. Even now, the limit of 1 is still the same, but later, as her level and skill improved, she was able to produce an avatar that slightly resembles Tamiko's body color. In other words, the quality and realism of the avatar had increased. Now, the man with the giggling fucktard is holding an avatar. They look very similar, but its fur is lighter in color and the jewel on its head is pink mixed with white. Clearly, it is not the same person. Having seen her face every day for the past 5 years, I know this. I never thought that she would realize the substitution technique beyond the Heise era, as expected of Squirrel Kunoichi. If that is the case, Tamiko herself must be hiding and looking for an opportunity to counterattack. If possible, I should be able to save Ootsuki. Just as I thought that, a furball ball slipped through the encirclement, jumped onto my shoulder. Phew, it's dangerous. Squeak. Don't come out. Don't wipe the jewel on your head. Jiggles compares the one in his hand with the one who appeared, finally realizing that it's a fake, slamming it on the ground and stomping on it. There must have been some kind of sensory feedback, and Tamiko shuddered, saying, "Kaiou, ahaha. I was fed a bowl of shit." Hawaiian shirt laughs. He doesn't seem to be the least bit perturbed, and the atmosphere seems to indicate that he is the leader. Well, that's okay. I'll tell you a little bit about it now that we're all here. Hunter Brother, Chapter 101 Curse. My left hand, which was stabbed with a knife by that bandana lass, is throbbing with pain. 100 years ago in mangas, hands were abused as emergency anti-piercing equipment. They would catch knives, arrows, bullets, and the like, pull them out, wiggle their fingers, and say, no problem. In reality, of course, not only the flesh, but also the bones and nerves, were cut. I was in severe pain, and my fingers were numb, and I couldn't move them. Unless you are in the fungi world, this would be a serious injury that would require major surgery and rehabilitation. I'm glad I am in one. Red Clam, Yellowtail. Take the three of you and leave. The rest are on standby, we can't force it. A middle-aged man in an aloha shirt standing on the roof gives instructions. Two of the 6 men in the group, joined by Giggles, leave the circle and hide in the shadows with the 3 injured men. I knew that man was the leader of the gang. Well, I'm sorry for interrupting you while you were basking in the afterglow of your victory. I'll take care of that hand later if you need it. The aloha man says such things while scratching his head, but it's clear that he's not sorry at all. Those eyes behind the sunglasses aren't smiling at all. Brother, you're definitely a professional hunter, right? May I ask your name? His tone of voice and demeanor are relaxed, as if he were making small talk on the street. It is, on the contrary, eerie. Shugamo's Slime Slayer. As a member of the Heisei generation, I still have the minimum security awareness not to hand over my personal information to thugs who would attack me without any questions asked. I also gave Tamiko a look. I make Cornita squeak. An adult, squeak. You're surprisingly skilled. In any case, as I am wary of the people I surrounded us with, sensory spores, I still decided to go along with the conversation. Grasping the current situation, finding out the identity of these attackers, waiting for the regeneration of the wound on my left hand. It was a form of choosing the former after weighing, and in addition to these, considering the exhaustion up to this point, we should end this as soon as possible. Also, I'm worried about the hostage, Yutsuki. I mean, she is a hostage, right? Her restraints are loose for a hostage though. Yutsuki, who is still in the grip of Hawaiian shirt, is pale and has a tight smile on her face. This makes her look somehow less tragic. She looks like a schoolboy caught in a ping-pong dash by the landlord's thugs taking her back to her parents. Hey, that's an interesting nickname. You belong to Shugamo. Well, you can call me Kawataro. You're using a fake name, aren't you? Because I've forgotten my real name. Anyway, I've never heard of those 2 names. I didn't know that Shugamo had people as skilled as you. I knew it was a one-man branch with Shooting Willow. What about you? Ahahaha. Do we look honest? I don't think so. Are you a bandit? You're not right, but you're not far off the mark. I've done something similar many times. Well, just think of us as a nameless group of outlaws. Shu looked around with his eyes only. Everyone was young, except for Kawataro, who was in his 40s, and Giggles, who was in his 30s. The others are probably in their early 20s, maybe even in their teens. And then there was the bandana girl, who was obviously the youngest among them, younger than Noah. Incidentally, according to the measurement skill of my Shu counter, she was 8 to 8+. Noah is estimated to be F or above. In any case, there was no Yudiochi like the bandit boss that I fought 2 months ago. It's just an impression, but I feel the tense atmosphere of a trained child soldier rather than a criminal who went down to the field. Whisper, you're serious, huh? No, nothing. I was in a hurry to cover it up. Tamiko secretly told me the results of her analysis of the team's strength, but the results were a little unbelievable. Kawataro was level 40, Jiggles was 33, and the other youngsters, including those who had escaped, were around 30. There is nothing unnatural about this. The only thing was that their leader were at a lower level than expected, but the problem is, the thing that's obviously unbelievable. I glance out of the corner of my eye. The bandana girl is not looking away from me. It's as if she doesn't want to miss the moment when I make a surprise move. So, why did you attack us? For money or something? No, it's not like that. Well, you have the right to know, don't you? Kawataro nods to himself. The explanation is a bit lengthy. But originally we came here for the training of the younger generation. About 20 days ago, I think. Training? Because, you know, there's an endless supply of goat monkeys here. It's perfect for young people in training, isn't it? They are not strong enough in short. But, then I happened to find someone here who looked good, so I scouted them out. Scout? It took several days to finally succeed in scouting, but unfortunately, a group of hunters came to exterminate it. The new goat, or perhaps the new goats, are a big newcomer to this place. It's impossible, you know. The hunters were pitifully beaten back, We did pick up the bones, though. Scout, the Baphomet, there's not much we can do here. So we talked about going back to the surface tomorrow, but then brother came to this floor, hoping that you would serve as both a snack and experience points. I sent Ootsuka as an escort. Wait, Ootsuka, you are on that side? Oh, I was found out. What? I'm sorry. Did you seriously betray us? How could you? Squeak, were you the one scouted? Or is it a coincidence? I had to do it. If I don't do it, they'll beat me, slice me into little pieces, and feed me to the goats to chew on. Yes, yes. Don't cry. Don't cry. If you tell them, they'll understand. Ootsuka cries and Kawataro soothes her. As for me, I was getting mixed information, but I was beginning to understand about half of it. If Kawataro isn't one scouted, then it's definitely the boss met that Kawataro scouted. Does he mean training? And that boss met annihilated the subjugation team. Ootsuka was a guide to bring the prey into the wildcats' feeding grounds without letting them retreat. Though it was not a wildcat, it's a goat. I hope you don't blame her too much. She was the only survivor of the strike team, and she was begging for her life so desperately that I felt sorry for her. She was so desperate that she was willing to lick an old man's bare feet. I felt so sorry for her that I took care of her for a while. But Ootsuka's eyes widened and she choked up, shaking and coughing. Kawataro seems to be putting a lot of force into the one hand gripping her neck. Sue, if you were just watching, why did you lend them a hand? Could it be that you were plotting to get brother to beat us too? No. Hey, when I unintentionally leaned forward, the subordinates around me bent down. It wouldn't take more than a second for them to jump on me as soon as they got instructions from their boss. Well, what am I going to do now? I had reflexively protested earlier, but it turns out that Ootsuka is a hostage. Although there is still something that doesn't add up. It's safe to say that we don't need to save her, at least not at our own peril. Can we escape by ourselves? Even if some of them have mobility skills such as leaping, they would not be able to catch up to us considering the difference in level, except for one of them. Well, it wouldn't feel good to just leave her to die. Well, I'd like to hear something from her own mouth. She doesn't seem to be completely one of them. So I should try my hand to at least rescue Ootsuka. Besides Ootsuka, there are 5 enemies here. Even if the guy who took the injured comes back, there will be 7 of them. 3 might even return to the front line if they have healing skills of the holy healing. If there is no ambush, 10 people in total, a little more, but considering the difference in level, it was a little better than when we took Konuji's zombie army, except for one. The problem is, after all, that child. The bandana girl. I'd like to think there must be some mistake, but that's where our brilliant Konuji comes in. As far as we have been able to confirm so far, her risk counter has never made a mistake. I am also concerned about her unusual speed. Even though I had released my sensory spores, I couldn't even feel her presence until she was behind me. Is it an acceleration skill, or is there something to do with the mind? Either way, fight or flee. I should only be careful of that kid. My left hand, is the blue-black mold still desperately trying to plug the hole? My fingers are still numb. Is regeneration a little slow? No. It can't be helped since even my bone has been cut. I'll be damned if I complain. By the way. Hey, Troko. Kawataro calls out to the bandana girl. How are you feeling? The girls and my eyes meet. She looks a little sad for some reason. Well, it's been a while, but throb. For just a moment, my body was shaken from the inside. It looks like it's here. Boo. Abe Shuu. What is this? The strength drains from my body. I almost fall to my knees. I support myself by clinging to the katana. What is this? Dizziness, chills, and nausea. No, not even close. The feedback of sensory spores is gone. Oh no, brother. You're overly strong for a man of your skills, but you're not very smart, and your knowledge and experience are unbalanced. Are you also a virgin? How did you know he's a virgin? Squeak. I'm done with your nonsense. Aside from the frustration of not being able to throw a comeback to my satisfaction, there was something obviously wrong with my body. I'm having a hard time even breathing. Good-natured brother, Come on. Even though we're facing each other in an armed state like this, when that old man says, let's talk, you should think about it, right? The possibility of buying time. Come on. I know. I thought about that, too, and I took the chance that it would be in my own best interest. Then why do we need time? Are we preparing a large-scale attack or a gimmick that will give us an advantage over time? For example, poison? I know. I thought about that too. No, not the former. If there was such a thing, they would have prepared while I was fighting Boss Met, and I should have been blown away with their first move. I doubted the possibility of the latter. The bandana girl's knife, the one on her left hand, was a Haifa weapon, dagger. But the knife on her right that pierced my hand was the real cause. A dark brown blade, and if I guessed the reason for the using it, I could assume the possibility that it was a poisoned weapon. That said, it was convenient. From the other person's point of view, the poison probably wanted time to flow through his body, but from my point of view, their immortality, anti-poisoning effect would detoxify it as long as I had time. Even the demon's poison that tormented Grun didn't work on me, and a little poison here and there is no different from cholesterol, even though it should be. Or rather, there had been no sign of it until just now. Why is this happening all of a sudden? Why was I unable to create detoxification at my fingertips? Brother, for someone as strong as you are, it's not surprising that you might have poison resistance, or detoxification. If that were the case, you would have taken advantage of it. I wonder if even brother didn't know about it. About the curse. Haifa balls won't come out. Why? The feedback of sensory spores has ceased. No detoxification. No holy healing. No Warhammer. No Ashura. No matter how much I concentrate my consciousness, no matter how hard I focus on my palms, no sensation of mycelium moving inside my body appears. Leaping is also no good. No power gathers in my legs and feet. This is a curse. Even in New Tokyo, I have never heard of such an occult thing being practiced. But in fact this is what's happening. Are you serious? Fungus cannot work anymore. Oh, no. No, we don't have to talk anymore. The wound on my left hand has stopped healing. In other words, immortality is also nullified. The lifeline of the blue-black mold that protected my life even when half of my body was melted down is gone. In other words, fear slowly spreads through my chest. If I get hurt now, my life will be in danger. I'm leaving it at that. So, do it. Metro Labyrinth Chapter 102. I won't lose. Do it. Before Kawatero's words end, the four men in the square are moving. Jiggles and another one are coming straight at me, and the other one is trying to go around to the side. And the bandana girl, already behind me, the right knife was aimed at my shoulder, moved. I deflect her hand with a punch. A small, crisp sound is transmitted to the bones. There, dagger, on her left hand stuck to my thigh. Gah. There's no escape now, the girl murmurs shortly, without changing her expression. Q. The fist that was quickly launched just in time is dodged, and the girl disappears from sight. I was dumbfounded, but for a short while, Jiggles and another person approached me. I pulled out the only charged katana I had on hand from the floor. Ki-hi-hi-hi. Don't die that quickly. Jiggles swings a blunt Haifa club, and the other thrusts out his war spear. Even though they are not speaking with any words, their timing is perfectly in sync with each other. As soon as I braced myself, I felt my body stiffen. My reaction is delayed. However, I still deflected the spear with the wide flat of my large sword, but the club grazes my back. Abe Shuu. The two men chase after my worry self. The spearhead extends out to cut through the gap between the club's wild swing. Mujirami, you are moving too forward. Kihahi, Kohada, keep up. Neither of them had much speed or power. They are just around level 30, which is nowhere near the level of Boss Met. But their skillful coordination more than made up for it. One acts as a decoy while the other takes the blind spot. They switch smoothly, as if reading each other's breathing, and do not allow their target to get any foot forward, a combination that draws out and multiplies each other's strengths to the fullest. Even so, it was still within the range of what I usually would be able to deal with. It is not difficult to handle it with Ashura, or even with just the usual reaction speed. Yes, usually, if I had been able to use my fungal skills, if I didn't have chills and weakness that consumed my entire body. Above all, a cowering body. Slowly, a black blotch stays on my chest, weighing me down and slowing me down. Dodging the club and being scraped by the spear. Avoiding spear and getting smacked by the club. Damage slowly accumulates. A wound that should have healed on its own, things that wouldn't normally happen. Gah. I flicked the club with the flat of my big sword, backstepping, and swinging with all my might to block the spear. I almost lose my footing, but I bent down like a beast and held on. My enemies raising their weapons in front of me and preparing for a follow-up attack. Are you okay, Squeak? I can't use my fungal skills. Eh? I didn't even have time to look at Tamiko's face when a club and an axe approached without letting me rest. Jin. But I caught it with the wide side of my big sword. A third man released a white bullet, using the two vanguard men as bait. When their white bullet flew at the first contact, I had guessed from its trajectory that it belonged to someone in the square. I knew that there was no way they would send their precious snipers to take care of the wounded, and that the one who did not use their war spear was their sniper. Of the two men, I was wary. I was right, but that made him one move too late. The nape of my neck throbs. It was as if a crooked tongue had roughly stroked it. Rah! I sent a roundhouse kick before turning around. The soles of my shoes, which I thought had connected, hit the air, and the girl who should have been there suddenly retreated several meters behind. Turn, Squeak. As soon as I turned around and blocked the club, the tip of the spear thrusts out from my side and gouged it. Ugh. Kihahi. You're a different person than when you were fucking with the family. It's just the curse's effect. I can do this. My legs get tangled. The hand that grips the handle is not strong enough. Heat escapes from the body. Blood flows out of countless wounds, toward the depletion of life. The fear of it all is sapping my concentration. Damn it. What are you scared of? Open your eyes. Step forward. Thoughts scold my mind, but my body still won't listen to me. It's as if my whole body has fallen apart, as if everything no longer belongs to me. Kihiya. They swing their weapons. I lift up my katana and blocked it, but still, a spear from my side came. Evil. Tamiko jumps from my shoulder and runs through the hilt of the spear. Tamiko screams, and the hand holding the spear is sliced. Tamiko aims at the boy's neck, but the bandana girl's knife, flinging Tamiko with a pidgeot. Her little body bounces on the floor. Tamiko with a reckless swing. The three of them fell back, and I immediately picked up Tamiko as she rolled around on the floor. Tamiko poked her head out of her white shell and groaned. Okay, Squeak. As expected of her hypha shell that wasn't even pierced by Noah's dagger. What was inside was safe. You're being too unreasonable. Don't leave my side. But Abe Shuu, you're weak, Squeak. Limp dick, Squeak. Don't say limp dick. You can't go on like this, Squeak. Once this happens, I'm going to fuck them all, Squeak. Well, you're trembling too. It's squeaking scary. If I don't do it, who will? Squeak. Ka-ah. Tamiko returns to her position and opens her mouth threateningly as if she's about to spew fire. For a moment, I forgot my guard and was stunned, and I chucked a little until I laughed. This guy, Tamiko, has really grown up, not only in level but also in his fighting spirit and courage to face any predicament. Bam! And I cleave the cobblestone pavement with the katana. The three who were about to step forward flinched under the flying debris and pressure. Don't get cocky, you little bastards. My fungus ability cannot be used. My wounds are not being healed. If so, what will remain will be the me before I woke up in this new world. What does that mean? I lived the underground labyrinth of ferocious beasts. I have my flesh and blood that has absorbed and mastered the numerous Sporangium. I still have the determination to live in this world. Even if I don't have immortality, I have a partner who will bear her fangs. Even if my level is low, I have another friend waiting for us on the surface who has worked hard all by herself. The other person doesn't matter. Don't let him pop into my head. Stop sniffing someone else's clothes. At any rate, I have my fungal skills, but I'm just a little unwell. I just happen to have my wounds not healing fast. If I am frightened by something like that, I will not be able to fight anyone. I am not some weak Shuu. I am Abe Shuu. The handle of the katana is gripped tightly with both my hands. The wound on my left hand is open and blood is oozing out. Even so, I put enough power that I can now twist it and hold it tightly. I'll beat all of you down, and I'll show you some real shit. Take 1 step, 2 steps, step in with all my might, and I raise my katana. The bandana girl has already disappeared. Is she in my blind spot? I do not care. With 1 swing, I smashed Giggles' club. Abe Shuu. I swing my fist back at the presence that is creeping up behind me. The knife grazes my cheek, but the back of my fist grazes the girl's temple. A spear is extended from my side. I dodged it, grabbed the hilt, and pulled it towards me with all my might. My head is thrown back in a flash. A white bullet passes through the spot where my head used to be. The hand that gripped the spear breaks away, and I am thrown off my stance. Giggles raised his club, which was cut in half, and the boy drew his spear in order to thrust. The response to their pincer attack is delayed by 1 move. Leaping cannot be used. There is no escape. Just before they reached me, I summoned all of my strength and stabbed my katana into the ground, and jumped upwards from the recoil. While listening to Tamiko's scream as she clung to my shoulder, I used the centrifugal force of wielding my katana to spin and turn around in the air. I swing it over the head of Giggles, who is still in the forward swinging position. At the edge of my dizzying, spinning field of vision, I see it, on the roof overlooking the square. Yutsuki lying there. Kawataro, who was standing beside her, was reaching out his hand toward me in the air. I think I hear a sound that should be inaudible. It is the sound of gunfire. It was the high-pitched crack of a lead ball being ejected from a handgun. Of course, I have never heard the real thing in real life, so it was probably just reproduced from my memories of movies and TV dramas. Sniper. Is there another person? It is fired from Kawataro on the roof, drawing a white line straight at my eyebrows. Defend, evade. I won't make it in time. My temple is split, a harsh sound reverberating in my head. The Haifa bullet grazed my skull, shaking my brain. I lose my balance. Below me, a repositioned club and spear await. I flicked the spear with all my might, but Giggles was timing me by a full second. The club is coming at my head, whose body has been turned around by the force of the swing of my sword. Tamiko leaps from my shoulder and bites Giggles' face. The man's head shakes with a short scream. I managed to land on my feet and clenched his molars hard. I step forward as fast as I can, not caring that blood is spurting from the puncture wound in my thigh. Retreat, Kawataro cried out. The spear holder is trying to catch my attack with the handle of his war spear. A third person from the right with a great shield rushed in with his whole body, even though he was supposed to be a sniper. A master threadweaver. I wouldn't know, but a normal sniper shouldn't be able to use a Haifa weapon. Isn't he that sniper? How much more can these guys throw? I won't let you. And from the left, bandana girl. Again, she closes the distance with her impressive maneuverability, as if she were moving at a moment's notice, and pulls out her dagger. Not minding them at all, I twisted my whole body and swung sideways. Boom. The air explodes with a slash that threatens to cut through the metro's walls. The blood spurting from my clenched left hand mingled in the air with the blood spattering from the spear user and shield wielder who took the direct hit. Kohada Izaki, the bandana girl, who was just barely evading again, bites down closely. The two were deeply gouged in the arms and flanks, trying to move away from me. My large sword can't handle an attack from very close range against 2 daggers. Even if I try to push her away with a kick or a blow with the hilt, I will not be able to catch her as she carries her body from side to side with almost no preliminary movement. It's not just anomalous. It's impossible. It's as if she's gliding freely on the floor. The cursed knife on the right, but the left dagger cuts my arm and shoulder through my cloak. It's a familiar attack, as if that's what she was aiming for. Take this. I cleave the floor with a big backstep. Pebbles explode like shotgun pellets. Again, there was a stone statue nearby, so I smashed it with my large katana. The human-shaped statue crumbles into a pile of stones. The girl was forced to back away while avoiding a direct hit. Finally, I was able to put distance for my large sword, the moment I was about to step in, saying, this time. Haifa bullets pass where my head used to be. Mujirami, the two of you move back. Kawataro, who had been providing covering fire, shouted. Gah shit. Giggles. Now Mujirami casually swings his club around and aims at Tamiko, who jumped up. I threw my katana directly at him, and at that moment, Tamiko jumped like a frog and landed on my shoulder. My breathing is rough. Deputy Commander, let me do it too. I can't be satisfied if I don't kill that pipsqueak. Mujirami yells back. He is bleeding from the gap between his fingers holding his left eye. Trash. I'll chew your face into strings. Squeak. I'll do it on my own. Shia. You're a little harsh, but, good job. My master and Tamiko's pupils since Ootsuka exchanged thumbs up. Let them deal with Toroko. I can't afford to lose our guys now. It would make our plan impossible. Shut up. How can we withdraw while being looked down on like a worm? Your instructions are. Mujirami. When Toroko, aka Bandana Girl, called out, Mujirami shivered and his shoulders shook. After a mere second or two of stalemate, he clicks his tongue, turns on his heel, and heads toward his fallen comrade. The man who had been so furious with the boss had become submissive at the mere glare of a girl who was more than a head taller than he was. I have an idea as to why. I mean, these guys. Since he used a great shield earlier, the third person wasn't a sniper in the first place. Just like what I had done with Noah and Tamiko, he received a white bullet from his comrades in advance, and from the beginning, he was camouflaging himself as a sniper. If you think about it normally, there is no need for the sniper to come forward. In other words, it was a decoy to unmark Kawataro, so that he could make his final shot. Obviously, they are not just any bandits. They are too well organized and coordinated. It's an impossible feat for bandits who just rob. Hey you. The girl speaks to me, the same muffled, low-pressure tone that she uses with her companions. I don't want to kill you if I can help it. Just get caught. No. It's obvious that you were intent on killing me. There have been attempted headshots, twice. Right now, I was even more out of breath than Tamiko. I am now trying to recover physical strength with dialogue. I hate needless killings. If you don't resist anymore, we can end this. No, there's no reason for us to get caught in the first place. I didn't even ask why you attacked me in the first place. We are just shaking off the sparks of fire that are coming from the other side. If we surrender, there is no guarantee of life, regardless of what this girl says. Because you are too strong. From now on, you will definitely get in our way. So, we'd be happy if you'd just quietly vanish until we accomplish our purpose. I don't understand. What is the purpose? I only want to kill one person in this world. Toroko, you're not supposed to be a chatterbox, are you? He may look fine, but the curse is working. He's on the verge of running out of gas. Let's get on with it. For a few moments, Toroko bites her lip hesitantly. Then she points her knife at me. Even if you die, hard feelings. Huh? No hard feelings, huh? Don't be silly. Of course I am going to hate you. This was an attack from a stranger, neither to eat nor to live. Even with a vague motive, I'm furiously angry, and if I get killed because of this, I'll curse everyone here for generations to come. For the rest of your family, I'll cast a curse on them to make them incontinent after seeing a squirrel for the rest of their lives. I don't understand you at all. I'm going to knock you all down and take you to Shugamo. No hard feelings. Oh please, squeak. Ahahaha. Toroko, it's impossible to persuade him. Just do it. Well then, I readied myself. There, katana, that I threw at Mujirami was still stuck in the stone statue on the other side. I don't have any weapons at hand. No additional katana or warhammer. I can't even squeeze out a ball. and my wounds don't heal on their own. I didn't realize how discouraging it is to not be able to sense what's behind you. In addition, my physical condition is terrible. My strength is 30% less than usual, and I still have dizziness and chills. I have only a little strength left to go on a rampage. I'm covered in injuries. I hurt everywhere, and the amount of blood I'm losing is ridiculous. Far from falling from my throne, I was in a state of being like a naked king. And that's not the worst of it. This movement, this strength, there's no doubt about it. The petite girl in front of me, Taroko, her level is over 60. She is clearly younger than Noah, but she is double Noah's level. She has a certain ability to scare even the older and rougher Mujirami. Impossible. Even if she was 15 years old, even if she did power leveling as I did, she would have shut herself away in a place like Ootsuka Metro's depths when she was only 10 years old. Unthinkable. Or a little demi-human like Ootsuki. She doesn't look like a little demi-human, though. At the very least, her ears are not pointed. If she had horns when she took off her bandana, it might make more sense. Anyway, I don't have time to think about that. I must focus on the facts. With all of my fungal skills blocked, I was up against a level 60 knife user with unknown mobility skill, backed up by a level 40 sniper. It's a tough game. I'd even go so far as to say it's an impossible game. Abe Shuu. I responded to my partner's anxious call on my shoulder with a light pat of my fingertip. I won't lose. Absolutely. I will survive with Tamiko. Return to Shugamo alive. The only thing I will do is that, no matter how painful it is, it's the reason why we have to stand up to them. The reason why we have to kick these villains to the curb. That is enough. Metro Labyrinth Chapter 103 Fungal Genius. Kawotaro's Perspective. Oh, this is a complete misjudgment. I saw a young hunter with a title I had never heard before, Slime Killer, wielding a vicious weapon that had killed even a family Baphomet. I clearly felt a twinge of regret in my heart. When he appeared on the floor, I knew at a glance that he was a skilled fighter from his demeanor. He was in his mid-20s, which meant that he was level 50 at best. There might be physical exceptions like Ootsuki or talent exceptions like Taroko, but such cases are rare, only a handful in New Tokyo. I was confident that I was not that far off the mark. Why did that man come to such an unpopular metro? It's easy to understand if you think about it. He was most likely a fill-in for the colony strike team or a member of the research and reconnaissance team. Even if that were not the case, there is no worse assumption than that. I thought I should deal with the situation based on this assumption. It would be bad enough to be seen with the family, but even worse to be seen and have the information brought back with them. Should they dare to compete with the family, then let them feed on him as a source of high-quality nourishment. In this way, we can both keep their mouths shut and feed them to the family. No matter how skilled he was, there was no way he could defeat that monster by himself. So, I sent Ootsuki to guide him. She remained mostly unharmed in the battle and destruction of the strike force, but Mujirami injured her and soiled her clothes in a manner to make her more believable as a survivor. Taroko did not look pleased, but, well, it was a necessary setup. Kawataro just thought of having Akagai use healing on her later, and that'll be that. I doubted that she would betray us, even though she wasn't a companion from the beginning, but I thought that was unlikely. She had begged for her life, forsaking the Pride Hunter and avenging her friends, so it was an obvious question as to which side she would be better off on in this situation. The young man and the Carbuncle seemed to believe Ootsuki's words and followed her and was led toward the family. The guidance seemed to have succeeded. At the same time, I sent Taroko running and guided the family who was coasting on the 6th floor to the 5th floor with the bone flute. The 6th floor has few obstructions, and there are many other metro beasts in the way. The 6th floor was not suitable for following or observing. She then brought them face to face. The bone whistle alerted the target and forced them to fight. What an unbelievable fight. Within a few minutes of the start of the mortal combat with his family, Kawataro, while observing from a certain distance using telephoto to avoid being noticed by the man with a frighteningly good intuition, noticed that the young man's face was dimly lit. That dull-faced young man, that's not normal. You damned lie, Ootsuki. You are a lying bitch. I told her to tell us his level if she could get it out of him. The hand-signed report was level 55, but clearly he was far from that. He was going head-to-head with the enhanced family and more than holding his own. I hate to admit it, but he was better than Troko, who was level 60. It is possible that the young man himself gave Ootsuka a false level, but it is more likely that Ootsuka had some sort of agenda. If I had known in advance, I could have considered a change in strategy. It was already too late. At first, he was using a warhammer, but what he is wielding now is a great sword, or perhaps it's just having a strange shape. Is it some kind of hyper weapon? A light blade, and perhaps a mobility skill like leaping. And, although he couldn't see it clearly, he even has a ranged skill like cannonball. No, he's using Ashura and light blade, right? Isn't it an impossible combination even for a higher rank fungal class, right? There is no doubt that he is a master class. And that's not all. He has a special quality that is different from that of a normal hunter. Even in New Tokyo, there are only a handful of monsters who occupy the top ranks of the hunter ranking system. Similar to Toroko's fungal ability. They're called gifted these days, right? Or a master threadweaver, who can use all kinds of fungal skill. No, that's not possible. That's impossible. Although he is struggling against the overwhelming power of his family, his win is written in stone. I was in front of my subordinates, but I wanted to hold my head. Oh fuck. Why does it have to be this way? We were talking about going out on the surface tomorrow with the family, right? The training for my men went without a hitch. Although there was some trouble with the appearance of the strike team and some other things, the mission was completed when we met up with our commander on the surface, and the countdown was on to the execution of the plan. But at the very last minute, we got the short end of the stick. I haven't grown up much, have I? I'm still as bad as ever at pulling bad luck. I wanted to ridicule myself and say that this is a curse. It's been like that since I was a child. My father, mother, friends, and other adults around me have always looked at me with white eyes. Nothing has changed since 7 years ago when I got the worst stinker of all. It's always like this at the most critical times. I always chose between two choices that I can't miss, and then I pick one. However, just before the finish line, I jump into the back to square one tile, and the ones who get the short end of the stick are the people around me, even more than myself. I don't believe in the Metro Church. God must really hate me. Not only will we lose the family we scouted, but if they return to the surface with Ootsuka, our existence will come to light. Although I have not told Ootsuka anything about the details of the plan, we will still suffer more damage than the failure of the mission. At this time, we're going to have to change our plans. I told my men about the plan. I'll give up on the family, but I'll make sure to kill that young man, and Ootsuka, here, no matter how strong that brother is. If he's against my Toroko. The home of the Toroko no longer exists. The hidden metro that has been passed down through the generations. In the depths of the hidden metro reigned a monster called Calamity Tail, which has a curse on its tail. The cursed knife evil azure dragon's tail was carved from its tail. In order to realize our long-cherished dream of revenge, God or the Metro sent me the only possibility in the world. With that in her hands, Toroko could kill any monster or hero. I believed so. No matter how strong that man was, as long as we could block his fungal skills, he would surely be able to defeat him. There is no one in the world who can survive a surprise attack by Toroko, who is trained as an assassin. But my Toroko. She hasn't killed anyone yet, though. The cute, spoiled brat still succeeded in casting a curse on the young man who had defeated my family, just as I had planned. All that remained was to band together and make sure he was killed. Even before the effect of the curse appeared, the complete surprise attack was repelled. Ngawa and 3 others were wounded. From the beginning, they should have focused their attack only on Toroko's surprise attack and made sure that we concentrated only on encirclement. After stalling for time through dialogue, the long-awaited curse has finally appeared. I thought, now that we've come this far, this time it's going to happen. I didn't expect them to go this far with the fungus sealing curse in place. The curse is certainly working. The young man who called himself the Slime Killer had been deprived of his fungal ability, and his physical functions were severely impaired. Normally, the higher the level, the more they will weaken. Still, he did not break. Although his movements were clearly sluggish at first, he quickly regained his footing and began to push the three back. That brother, with his thin "I'm not good at fighting" face, was more of a brute than most metro beasts when he peeled off his skin. I raced to Roko, the former hunter Mujirami, Kohada and Izaki, which I trained as the last finishing touch with Enrikugi. Still, I wonder why we can't finish him. Their every shot was dodged, covering fire was missed at every turn, and to top it off, he even got Kohada and Izaki. The Slime Killer continues to bare his fangs while building up unexpected attacks that make one want to cover one's eyes. My upbringing and life experiences have given me a strong tendency towards self-flagellation, although I have no trouble admitting my own mistakes. This time it was accompanied by a strong sense of regret and self-loathing. It's not just a bad draw. It shouldn't be because of my stupid leadership. There is no point in shifting the blame to something unseen, like God or fate. Maybe it was the right decision to give up the position of commander to that old man. I thought I wasn't even attached to it in the first place. It's all my fault. I just made a mistake in my judgment. Sloppy strategy, a naive outlook, and thoughtless compulsion. The ones who got hurt paying the price were the children who had followed me, and who adored me. I wanted to shoot myself in the head, but it's still not yet impossible. At least an hour until the effects of the curse wears off. That's enough time. That wound, that amount of blood. That brother is human too. He will eventually run out of strength. Let's go. Regret it later. I'll reflect on it for as long as I have. This time, I will finish him off even if I have to risk this old man's life. If I still can't reach him, I'll even draw my last trump card. In the normal course of events, there is no way a knife can beat a sword. The difference in reach is obvious, and the strength and power of the weapon are also great. If the skill of the wielder is the same, it is not easy for a knife wielder to get around the sword and close the gap between the wielder and himself. Nevertheless, I have struggled more than double against lower-leveled opponents who use weapons with a shorter reach than mine. The topmost among the enemies had been holed up in the vicinity of Shugamo. Kyo, a prodigy in the art of melee combat and a pervert, was a man who dared to close the gap. I was able to deal with him by switching from katana to my bare hands with iron fist, and in the end, I won a crushing victory. Despite the absolute difference in strength, I struggled because of my lack of experience in fighting against other people. Because I had spent my entire life in a cave fighting metro beasts, I had fallen behind in the techniques and experience that those with intelligence should have learned. After coming to the surface, I was aware that my ability to deal with such situations had improved a little through the unwanted troubles I had gone through since I came to the surface. I had trained with Noah many times, and during my stay in the town of Uji, I had repeatedly defeated the red-haired pervert that was coming on him. Nevertheless, here I go again, with a new kind of strong enemy with no sense of delicacy, who sneaks in the gaps. Moreover, this bandana girl called Toroko, who is holding a knife in front of me, suddenly disappears from sight and appears behind me without a sound, showing an unidentifiable maneuver that looks like instantaneous movement. Until we find out what she is doing, it may be easier to deal with her without the accumulated katana. I don't think I can hit her with a long, heavy, hard-to-handle weapon. The fact that I am barehanded against a knife is also scary, but that level of disadvantage is an everyday occurrence. I'd like to get out of Kawataro's line of fire at some point. I could leave the square, but I doubt he'd let me. I'd rather take that guy out first. Now that leaping can't be used, it would be a suicidal act and turn my back on them. I'd rather stay close to that kid, so I don't get sniped at. However, I have to deal with that strange mobility skill as soon as possible. My body is being scraped away from wanting to survive this far. The bleeding is worse than I thought, and the blue-black mold that heals my injuries is also sealed. It's not always the case where the losers won't return to the battlefield after being treated with healing, or the like. In other words, time is not my ally. Open your eyes and take a deep breath. The moment I was about to take my first step, Kawataro's body, standing on the roof, moves slightly. The released, white bullet, passes through the place where my head used to be. No, not this one. Abe Shuu. Toroko disappears from in front of me. The real target behind Shuu. My fist swung backward and cuts through the air. My timing was off. The girl's body dives forward in an instant. The girl's body lunges forward and tries to sneak close range. A sudden front kick grazed the side of her body. My heel hits bone, and her face contorts slightly. Tamiko, stick to me properly. The knife is swung with a yell. It is swung from side to side with the aim of hitting me. The knife handling is sharp and precise. She moves both hands without pause while mixing in feints and slides the blade with minimal movement. The onslaught of Boss Met's wild, storm-like onslaught is the exact opposite, a series of small, thin, condensed, and quick blows, like those of Kama Itachi, a Japanese weasel Ayakashi. Its skill and sharpness cannot be compared to the grappling claws of the Metro Beast boss. However, what is this discomfort? There is no difference in physical ability between her and the current me due to my level. I respond while being aware of her position without turning my back on Kawataro. If I am not concentrating, she would draw blood in an instant. Using only my reflex speed, I avoid the tip of the knife, and then I deal with my opponent's knife. The knife grazed my arm, and as a counterattack, my fingertips tore her cheek. She swayed to the left, and in an instant, she is on my right. Without even taking a step forward, it was as if it was a magic trick. While brushing away a blow aimed at my stomach with my cloak, I quickly pondered what I has just seen. It's not instantaneous movement. How could such an ability be achieved with my Mycelium? It's a world of Butobi's world, so it's impossible to say for sure. Butobi aka Butobi CPU is a manga series. She lunges at me, and when I think that her body instantly becomes smaller. No, it moved away. No jump. No step. No way. I roll on the floor in a panic. 4 white bullets, shot in rapid succession, penetrate my cloak. It grazed my back just a little, but there was no damage. Kawataro had his left arm out in front of him, his palm facing up, and his right hand on top of it. Did he continuously eject the hyper projectiles produced in his left hand by flicking it with his 4 fingers? It seems more difficult to aim than with the thumb, but that is the technique of a pro. You have good instincts. Kawataro further extends his arms and swings them crosswise. The barely visible projectile, which flew in an arced toward the target and struck him. The bullet arcs and changes its trajectory toward my, gouging your arms and thighs. The bullet curved. I believe it was a different kind of fungal skill called a curved bullet or something like that. I wonder if it is possible to aim so accurately with that thing. I look toward Toroko, keeping an eye out for Kawataro. She is not there, not in front, not to the right, not to the left. I don't feel her behind me either. Then, above, there she is, bent overhead, holding a knife, a sharp swing, but it's not a real attack. As soon as she lands, she dodges with a backward load and dives as if sliding into my side. Her swing spins around like a spinning top, a slashing attack. I can't evade it in time, so I quickly guard myself. Giant. The sound of 2 hard objects colliding with each other reverberated. Oh, the girl is alarmed by the response and hesitates to take any further steps. I took it out from the depths of my torn cloak. This means I'm no longer unarmed. In my hand is something I happened to see and pick up when I rolled over earlier. It is a lumpy, distorted cylinder with knobby sides and a sharp pointed tip. Bossmate horn. Shu's charge, white bullet, smashed it from the root. The grip is thick enough that my fingers can barely grasp it, longer than a knife and slightly shorter than a normal katana. Something like a short sword. For my current situation it is reliable. It is a hardness that didn't budge even when receiving a direct blow. After I bring it to Shugamo, I want to make it into a weapon or have it decorate the entrance of our house. Also, I finally understand your ability. Toroko, who readied her knife, stop moving. What did you understand? You're sliding on the ground, right? I should have realized earlier that she was barefoot from the start. The sole of her foot seemed to have turned white for a moment when she flew above me. It is a fungal skill like Iron Fist and White Armor. I don't recall seeing anything like that in the books, but perhaps its performance is such that it reduces friction as much as possible. Instead of walking, she glides. She can maneuver at high speeds with only a shift of her body weight. Her elusive movements were made possible by that ability. And maybe that's not all. White bullets fly in just as if there's no time for chit-chat. That old man can read the air. One more thing. There is very little sound in her movements. Even the sound of the knife cutting the wind is barely audible despite its sharpness. That was one of the discomforts I felt on the way. Perhaps it is the same kind of fungal skill that old man UNI has. As I recall, it is called muffling, in hunter's terms. It is a skill that no Abe craftsman can mainly learn. So what? At the same time, she is approaching. The slash, which lacks precision, is knocked down with the horn, and conversely, struck the returning blade. She crosses her knives, receives the blow, and uses the recoil to move backward. What are you saying? You're amazing. Eh? Her movements come to a halt. Confusion appears on her expressionless face. She pushed forward the corner, while glancing at Quattro from the edge of her vision. No. You've had a lot of training. You must have had a lot of training. 5 years is not long enough. Fungal skill to slide on the ground. The principle behind this is unknown, but judging from its super speed, it must be as smooth as on ice or in an old gymnasium. To put it bluntly, it looks very difficult to handle. I am confident that I will fall down in 2 seconds like a beginner on ice skates. A skill of starting, accelerating, standing still, turning and maneuvering freely just by shifting one's weight. A dazzling move that doesn't show the opponent the first move. I guess it creates a synergistic effect by collaborating with companions. The way to easily erase the presence. The proficiency to carry your feet without tripping over uneven ground with rolling stones and cobblestones, not on even flooring or ice. In addition, she is fast, sharp, accurate, and precise in her knife handling, and she has muffling, the silent assassin-like battle style, which is a fusion of these skills and refined to the point of artistry, intrigues my childish heart. There may be other, craftsman, fungal skill that she has yet to show, but it is all crystallized, and it has reached its peak. Something like this cannot be learned overnight. I don't even think that just any middle school girl can embody it. I can see the same or even more blood-soaked effort and hard work like the hellish time I have spent in the past 5 years. Of course, I also have my own qualities. I don't think a mere bandit or a scoundrel would improve himself to such an extent. I mean, how old do I have to be to do what you do? It has nothing to do with you. Well, rather, I'm involved because of you. The girl's lips curved from exasperation. I think it's the first time I've seen an age-appropriate expression from her. You seem to be ready to say something just now. So, don't you guys have a purpose or something like that? As I said before, I don't like to talk. If you want to know, you'd better get caught while there's still life left in you. No. Then, I'm sorry. Another sense of incongruity that I felt since the battle began. After coming this far, there's no way I wouldn't notice anything. Her blade is clearly aimed at something other than my vital point. Even though there is a height difference, her attacks are only aimed at the shoulders and arms from the chest up. She is not a fool, and she does not hesitate because she had decided to do so from the beginning. She is actually demonstrating what she said earlier. I don't want to kill you if I can help it. That's why I'm taking advantage of it. I thrust the horns at her and crouched low. You say that you're here without the intention of killing me, and I rather appreciated that you don't. But I've been through a lot of carnage to get here. You can't reach me with that. I'm part of the Ootsuka Metro team. Quattro's perspective. The two have stopped chatting and are crossing blades again, after I blasted them with a scattering of white bullets. Not good, huh? By picking up the horns of the family, there was even something like a leeway in the offense and defense of Slime Slayer. Perhaps the mystery has been broken, and he has begun to respond to the movement of Taroko's unique skill, gliding. In contrast, Taroko's movements are beginning to show some problems. Perhaps something got to her during their earlier chat. And as usual, she still hasn't made an attack that can directly end his life. At this point in her life, She has devoted herself entirely to making her opponents incapacitated. No matter how much time passes, her naivete won't go away. That's one of the good things about her, though. If that nightmare had not come the day 8 years ago, her life would have been completely different. No matter how much talent she had in her body, she definitely would not have chosen the bloody path she is on now. A talent she did not want, a fate she did not want. Still, she had no choice but to choose the path so that her heart would not die. It's all my fault, after all. Then, as I have been doing for the past 8 years, just get your own hands dirty. I'm used to it by now. From the beginning, before I met her, my hands were dirty. I was not a gentle person who was bothered by it. I focused my attention on my left hand. The heifer that emerged from the palm of my hand took shape, a long, thin bullet with a spiral groove carved into it, twice as long as a white bullet. Spiral bullet, the bullet, which spins at high speed as it flies, has several times the speed and power of white bullet, and has a longer range, making it possible to shoot from a greater distance. Because of the bullet's length, it is difficult to flick with the thumb as with the white bullet. Also, if you flick it on top your palm will be shredded. Since snipers have neither healing nor self-regeneration, some hunters carry special items. I lay it on my palm, raising my hand, and take aim in my line of sight. Their white bullet, which has a large air resistance, may cause a slight deviation in the aim. I was using it as a check and cover to prevent misfiring on Taroko, but with the spiral bullet, even while the two of them were striking each other, I could certainly shoot only the enemy. Like her, my skill, which I have been training for the past 8 years, can do that. It only takes a moment. When his legs stop, I will shoot him. The speed of the bullet is different from the previous white bullets. Even the slime killer, with his incredible reflexes, would not be able to dodge the onslaught of my bullets. It was a shot that I had been saving for just this one moment. I sharpened my nerves for this one shot, keeping the young man's figure in the palm of my hand. Thread is a curse. The country's chant, which has neither commitment nor attachment, unconsciously spills out of my mouth. After that, I inadvertently let out a small smile. Am I trying to add some justification to shooting an unrelated young man in the head? What is it that I've done so much until now? Well, I do feel bad about it, but, perhaps due to blood loss and fatigue, the young man's movements are becoming sluggish. He is on the defensive against Taroko, who is trying to incapacitate him, and his legs stop. This is the end. At that moment, suddenly, the line of sight of my telephoto is focused into a different place than Taroko's target. In the midst of the fierce attack and defense, he sees the carbuncle clinging to his right shoulder. I believe she was called Acorn Eater. Despite its stocky physique, the magical beast, which had so far boldly stood up to Baphomet and Mujirami, had so far made no move in their fight. It is still clinging to its partner so as not to be swept away by his violent movements, and it is still silent as if it is hiding from the situation. The two were in a different league of strength, and they were probably not at a level where they would be able to interfere easily. In that way, I was at least a little wary. Even at that minimal size, it was not impossible to make a target of the white bullet, and I thought that I could deal with any time I wanted. And something comes to mind. So far, even when the two were exchanging words, it hadn't uttered a single word. When had this happened? When did its body color fade to a whitish hue? I didn't even think I took my eyes off it. When did they switch? Mujirami had one in his hand before. A decoy clone made of heifer. A chill runs down my spine and I turn around. A tearing sound travels across my skin. At the same time, I feel a sharp pain in my neck. I wonder why I allowed them to approach me. No matter how small they are, I wonder about that. It was as if it had disappeared and crept up near me. It was as if they were a ninja I had read about in a book. When I was a child, my eyes widen as blood spurts out. The carbuncle who tore my neck and passed through a bushy tail that draws an afterimage like a meteor. If I notice it a moment too late, I would definitely be done for. A surprise strike aimed at the artery on my neck. An attack that is the exact opposite of Taroko's. and one that has no hesitation in taking their opponent's life. A corneta lands on the ground with a thud and bares their teeth. The small body, with its hair and tail standing up on end, is filled with a murderous energy, pure viciousness. I want Taroko to follow suit. No, I don't want her to emulate me. At the same time, I want to. I almost laugh as I squeeze my cut neck with my right hand. When the furball jumped at me again, I quickly threw away their spiral bullet, and then attacked with a white bullet. With my left hand, they graze a bit of my eyes and nose, but I hit it directly, and it is repelled with a big pidgeot, and falls towards the clearing. Judging from the sound, they were probably protected. Although I could not see it clearly, it was about to deploy a fungal skill similar to white armor on its body surface to counter the counterattack. Even so, it would not have been completely blocked. You could at least share some pain. Goo. Blood spilled sporadically from the gap between my fingers, drawing reddish-black spots on the stone roof. The wound is deeper than I thought. That furball really did it. Kawa. Tamiko. Two people in the square shouted at the same time. I look at them, nodding on my knees, and saw that both of them had completely stopped. They are just like each other. Oh, what a mess. This was before I had a bad pull. I underestimated that little animal. I laughed at Mujarami, but I was even dumber than him. Not bad. Putting aside Slime Killer, Taroko was clearly upset. Once that happens, that child is fragile and can't get back on her feet. Both as a teacher and as a guardian. Sorry for being clumsy. As a self-deprecating thought, I don't mind being put to death like this, but unfortunately I can't afford to die in a place like this. And at the very least, even if we can't kill that young man and the Carbuncle, I have to get the Taroko and the others out of here. What can I do from here? How? There is something that jumps to the edge of my vision. Mujarami. He is baring his gleaming teeth and swinging his cudgel as hard as he can. Gah! No. No, that's impossible. A suicide attack that can be said to be barbaric. A full-body attack. Slime Killer easily dodged and kicked Mujarami's stomach in return. He was thrown like a ball before crashing into the stone statue at the edge of the square. It collapses along with the rocks. Oh, is that so? While I was wondering what he wanted to do, a Akagai appears on the roof. Apparently, they were stalling for time to heal their clumsy leader, who was not doing so well. I wonder if there wasn't a little more I could have done. Mr. Kawa. Hey. If I can stop the bleeding for the time being, I can still move. There is still work to be done. Please stop the bleeding. Huh? Right after rumble, a dull sound echoes from underground, and boom. The ground sways vertically, like it is throbbing. Taroko and Slime Killer near the center of the square are bracing their bodies in a crouch. What? At the last minute. What did I draw? The cobblestones of the plaza crack with a resounding crushing sound. Rising from the crack is a huge pillar of water. Metro Labyrinth Chapter 104 Water Dragon and Traveling Shark. Third-person perspective. Kawataro doesn't know. He does not know about the tragedy that took place 9 years ago here in the plaza on the 5th underground floor of Rikugi Metro. One of the 4 hunters who were swallowed up by the attacking beasts was his younger brother, who had been separated from him in their hometown of Asakusa. They had never been close brothers, but because of the notoriety surrounding their late father and brother, they could no longer stand each other and left their hometown. Kawataro does not know that his brother lost his life here. He does not know that his brother's identification card, which sank to the bottom of the water, is still there, half decayed. What's more, what's happening right now? The plaza in the center of this floating city, and the 6 stone statues that surround it as if to protect it, were all destroyed without waiting for the metro to restore them. There was no way he had any idea about the grudge-like trap that was activated to destroy the invaders. So, at this moment, as Kawataro stares dumbfounded at the huge column of water while applying heal to the laceration on his neck, he is not thinking about his missing brother, but those is still worried about him. He is thinking about his own poor luck draws. Every time I draw a blank ticket, I always end up with a poor one. Bad luck always wins at the end of the day, when it really wants to, but whether or not he can interpret that as luck is another matter. Shu's perspective, a strong tremor, as if it was coming up from below, made me involuntarily lower myself. Although I am a child of the earthquake-prone country of Japan, the tremors are so strong that I can hardly stand properly. Earthquake? At this time? No, something's wrong. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the cobblestone pavement blew up behind the left side of the building, and water spurted out from there. A huge pillar of water shoots straight up toward the ceiling. What? In the few moments that my feet stopped in confusion, a second explosion and a pillar of water erupts in succession just a few meters behind him, close enough to knock him off his feet with the impact. A massive spray of water soaked the plaza. I don't know what it is, but at any rate, we're in trouble if we stay here. The girl, Taroko, turns away and starts running. She grabs the head of Mujarami that I had just blown away and is trying to get out of the plaza. She has deactivated her sliding fungal skill, but she is just as fast. It's a great switching speed after such a violent attack just a moment ago. There is no need to chase after them. It doesn't matter at this point how he and that girl ended up. I don't even know why we were fighting in the first place. Tamiko. Shouting out my partner's name, I started running. As per the plan that had been secretly discussed beforehand, Tamiko secretly switched places with her squirrel avatar, on cue, using her camouflage to ambush their commander, who was shooting smugly at the rooftop. While dealing with Taroko, I saw Tamiko fall to the square after a counterattack from Kawataro, who seemed to have been wounded out of the corner of his eye. After that, it was clear that Taroko's knife handling accuracy had become clouded. The same was true for me, who was also getting worried. At that point, it was no longer a battle, and that was probably mutual. Tamiko, I shouted once more. My voice was drowned out by the sudden disaster that spread throughout the plaza. I could almost see the area where she had fallen, so I ran my eyes over the area. About 10 meters away, I spot a small body lying in the shadow of the cracked and raised cobblestone pavement. The ground explodes and a column of water rises in front of us, interrupting everyone. The wind pressure and the impact throws me backwards. If I had been hit directly, I would have been pushed up to the ceiling and knocked down to the ground, heading straight for the higher, death course. I tried to get up immediately, but my knees buckled. Here I am. Fatigue and injuries have made me reach my limit. Damn it. I punched my shaking knees to make them do what I want. Then I picked up Tamiko as I slide around the water column and onto the cobblestones. Tamiko. Hey. Squeak. I poke her cheek pouch with my fingertip and received a muffled, sleepy reply. The pain is making her frown and her consciousness seems to be fading, but at least on the surface she doesn't seem to be bleeding or badly hurt. I feel like slumping to the ground in relief. The whole place is flooded, and the area around the center of the plaza is now like a pond. At this rate, the area where I was standing would soon be submerged. The wind picked up and a gurgling sound came. Holding Tamiko in my arms, I quickly rolled to the side. The water rushes toward the place where I was standing. What the? Looking up, countless columns of water are wriggling around, as if they were living beings with a mind of their own. The tops of them are falling, as if a water dragon with its head held high was about to swallow its prey. Nga. Once again, I have dived to the ground to avoid it. It's no longer a flash flood. It's a water cannon, and if I get a direct hit, who knows how far I will be blown away. Well, that's just ridiculous. I mean, water coming at us. It's not fantasy. It's horror. It is the norm of the metro, so things cannot be said to be impossible. Is this also the work of some mysterious physical phenomenon of metro or mycelial plants? Man-eating algae springing up in large quantities? Or perhaps it is the grudge of the beasts that died here, and my spine grows cold as I imagine this. But anyway, I flee the plaza. I had to get out of here as soon as possible. No, Ofu, it's coming this way too. Run away. Run away. Hurry up. Outside the plaza, in the direction of the cluster of houses on the other side, a column of water rises, and a scream that seems to be a human can be heard. It was probably one of the attackers from earlier. No way. Is it getting more and more widespread? What if this whole floor sinks into the water? The metro's style is to say that it's impossible. If we are too slow, there will be no place to escape. Anyway, First of all, we need to get away from this blast site. I thought I heard a sound that should have been inaudible. It sounded like a gunshot. A sharp pain shot through my calf. Unable to kill the momentum of running, I twist my body to the side and fall down so as not to crush Tamiko in my pocket. Ah, who, how? I groaned and looked up to see Kawataro standing on the roof. I can't read his expression because of the sunglasses, but his lips move slightly, and I think I hear a voice that I shouldn't have heard. My bad, Gawa. With anger transformed into strength, I stomped through the rubble and rises to my feet. With an animalistic roar, I rushed forward, only to be hit by a shock as if I had been rammed by a dump truck from the side. Water. A direct hit. My vision goes white from the impact, as if my body is exploded into pieces from the inside. My body is not blown directly to the side, but upward. A long time, in which even my thought ended. I thought I was going to hit the ground, but then my back, which had been flying through the air in an arc motion, made a muffled kaboom sound. It seems that I jumped over the square and was dropped into a puddle somewhere. When I open my blurry eyes, I see a submerged cityscape in the dim light. I move my arms and legs and try to reach the surface of the water, but the strong current of water is choking me, and I can't move as fast as I want. Is this a phenomenon related to the water column? A gulp of air spills out of my mouth. My impatience turns to fear. I wonder if immortality is also effective against suffocation. No. Well, it probably doesn't make sense to think about it now. Aside from me, Tamiko, the faint warmth I felt in my bosom is almost imperceptible in the cold water. Shrinking my body into a protecting position, I grit my teeth, trying to push down my fear. First of all, calm down. It's painful. I'm sinking lower and lower. Oh no. I'm not that good at swimming. I can't breathe. I have to get out of this current somehow. The water is in my lungs. My whole body is falling apart. It hurts. I don't have enough blood. I have no strength left. I really have no strength. My wet clothes are heavy. There is not enough oxygen. From fingertips to limbs, numbness slowly creeps up. My thoughts flicker as if to tell me that time is running out. Still, don't give up. Live, go home. Tamiko. Even just her. The darkness is growing in front of me. My thoughts are unraveling and melting into water, and yet my body is still struggling. Not my head, but my soul is screaming. It can't end here. It's not over until it's over. I've learned that in the metro. Keep struggling until it's over. A small light comes on in my pitch-black vision. The surface of the water may be near. I squeeze the last bit of strength I have left. I desperately claw the water with my numb arms. The light gets closer and larger. When it comes within a stone's throw of my nose, my cloudy eyes catch it. Shark in this dimly lit water. A shark with a lantern above its head like a lanternfish. The jagged rows of teeth are bared right in front of my eyes. In one bite, it would rip off my head. Gah! The last of the air remaining in my lungs is unintentionally expelled. My consciousness is pulled into a blackout at once, but I still manage to gather what little strength I have and thrusts out my fist, hoping not to be eaten easily. The punch, which was met with resistance, was caught not by the shark's fins, but by its hand. A hand with 5 fingers and a skin-like flap between them. Goo! The hand that grips my fist exerts a slight force. My hand is being squeezed. It is pulled in and ready to bite. Neither of these things happens. It is just pure restraint. Don't panic, I won't eat you. I hear such words coming from the back of his open mouth. The voice is low and slightly hoarse. The other hand grabs my head. The next moment, a high-pitched sound, similar to the ringing in the ears, is reflected in my head, and then my consciousness is cut off. When I woke up, the first thing I saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. I think I was dreaming something, but I can't remember. It was certainly a dream of Tokyo 100 years ago. Anything beyond that, like water spilling from between my fingers, I can't keep it in my memory. Anyway, several questions simultaneously pop into my waking head. Where am I? Am I alive? What happened? However, the first thing that came out of my mouth was Tammy, but my tongue was too tied up to speak. Don't you dare take your eyes off of it, squeak. If the fish gets burnt, I'll burn you too, squeak. The penalty for burned fish is too heavy. You should be eating acorns. Bastard, don't tell me about acorns now, squeak. Whoever belittles an acorn will become an acorn. Shah. I heard a squeaky and bile-filled voice. I lift my head to see Tamiko and Ootsuka arguing in front of the fire. Nearby, a fish on a skewer is being grilled. Tamiko. Huh? Abe Shuu. Tamiko, who was running up and down, jumped on top of me. It was there that I noticed for the first time that I was not wearing much clothing. Just a blanket and underwear. I'm so happy, squeak. I'm so happy, squeak. Bye. Oh, me too. The crying Tamiko is using her head as a nipple drill. Come to think of it, I noticed that the wounds on my body had disappeared. The lacerations that were carved here and there, the holes in my thighs and calves, have all disappeared cleanly. Although I am unable to grasp the situation, I use my sensory spores to search for signs of the area. Invisible spores are scattered around me, and I can perceive the terrain three-dimensionally. And it worked. I realized 1 second late. As usual, I unconsciously put out sensory spores, but I was able to use it normally. I wonder if the effect of the curse disappeared while I was asleep. I also create holy healing as a test, and it succeeded, and was sucked into Tamiko's cheek pouch as a snack. It seems that the recovery from my injuries was also thanks to immortality, returning to work. In any case, the first is sensing spore. I searched around, but at least there were only these 3 people in the area. There are no beasts or humans. The area is quiet. I understand that the crisis seems to have passed for the time being. I take a deep breath and caress her furry back. This is the 5th floor of the Ootsuka Metro underground, a city on the water. It seems, the normal metro landscape of craggy rocky surfaces is illuminated by the bluish glow of firefly moss at night. Was I transported to another floor in my sleep? By whom? Ootsuka? How long have I been asleep? About an hour, I think. Ootsuka approaches with a water bottle. When I down the bottle, I feel the water flowing down my throat seeping into the cells of my body. I'm sorry I took it off without permission. I'm drying your clothes and luggage by the fire right now. Thank you. I had left my backpack in the plaza, but not my clothes. I wonder if they brought it with them when we were swept away. Where is this place? On the 4th floor, just north of the stairs to the 5th floor, I think. I don't remember it, probably because I've never been here. I'm glad the curse was lifted, and the wound healed on its own. It's not self-regeneration, is it? I've never seen anything like that before. The mold covered the wound and closed it. It was kind of gross. No. Well, Ms. Ootsuka, why are you here? Why are you alive? You betrayed me. I hesitated about what to say, but for the time being, it seems that what was unspoken has been conveyed, and Ootsuka's face suddenly stiffens. I mean, it's a long story, but, for now, I am sorry. Seriously, I am sorry. The Lily body kneels in front of me. The Lily girl in underwear gets down on her knees. This traitorous thing, squeak. Send her on a criminal parade, then put her on a Spanish horse for torture, squeak. A round-kicking slapping furry fury explodes on the head that is being rubbed deeper on the ground. I'm going to keep this thing alive until the fish is cooked, squeak. After that, I'm going to split her from her genitals, squeak. I'm scared of that magic beast. Please do something about her. I smell something burning over there. Ootsuka rushes back towards the campfire. I also stood up to go near the fire, and began to stagger while suffering from lightheadedness. I'm terribly sluggish because the damage from the curse still remains. I'm also hungry because of the injury recovery. Anything is fine, so I have to put it in my stomach. Grilled fish is fine, but don't hunters have things to do first before that? A chill runs down my spine. In the opposite direction of the campfire, where my back was turned, there is a shadow sitting on a rock as if it were a chair. I couldn't detect them with sensory spores. Who? It's a shark. Yes, the shark I encountered before I passed out in the water. It is sitting there cross-legged. A human being with a shark's head. Or should I say a shark with human arms and legs, and fins. It's pretty big, maybe 2.5 meters when it stands up. It has a shiny silver body surface, pitch black, dull eyes. The only clothing he wore was a loincloth, and he carried a long harpoon-like object fastened with a leather belt on his back. "I'm sorry, but I'll excuse myself from here. My skin will get dry because of the fire." His voice was husky and his tone soft. At first, there is no sense of hostility or malice, but, I don't know, I am not Tamiko, so there is no way to measure their exact level. But, I can't stop the cold sweat that has been running down my back since a while ago. Silky cheeks, why don't you relax that scary expression? It's not easy for someone like me when there's someone tense, like a skilled fighter like you. I see. This is unlike any creature I've ever encountered, including the demon. That Swigin has been there for a long time. Squeak. It was so scary, so I pretended I don't see it. Squeak. Silky cheeks, I won't eat, furball girl, and please don't put me with those half-fish. I'm a shark, a proud hunter who conquers the dark sea. I don't know, I can't see the abyss. A creature of another dimension, whose existence is immeasurable. It feels like that. You are? I'm not even worthy of a name. A traveler wandering the waters of the metro. No, a traveling shark. Traveling. He's my master, said Ootsuka. It's okay, he is not as ferocious as he looks. Usually, the mysterious shark man and the fake Lilies has a master-disciple relationship. It becomes more and more confusing. I like the name given to me by an old friend. Sate. You can call me that. On the 4th floor, just north of the stairs to the 5th floor, Metro Labyrinth Chapter 105 The Search of the Traveling Shark 1. A man who calls himself Sato, who seems to be a shark metro beast. Come to think of it, there is also a shark metro beast in New Tokyo. Sharks are saltwater fish, but I read somewhere that there are some species that adapt to fresh water and swim back through rivers. Well, in a land where gilliams and giant antlion are common, a shark swimming in fresh water would have a very small impact. Although I have yet to encounter one, I am familiar with names such as the spike jaw, which is covered with hard spike-like scales, and the evil shark, which has tentacles that resemble squid legs, and which is sometimes sold as food at the market in Shigamo. I'm sure shark fin chikawa is delicious. Squeak. I thought the same thing, but you don't have to say it at this moment. Thinking back, this may be the first time I have met someone with the name Sate since I woke up in this world. 100 years ago, there would almost certainly have been one or two in my class or workplace. What was it? Again? Didn't I hear Sate somewhere? I think I heard that name somewhere. Noah, or whoever it was, or a glimmer of a story. Was it some great tribe figure or something? Hey, Ootsuka, you're just lying over there, so come get that quickly. Ha, yes, master. Please don't call me Ootsuka. Following Sate's orders, Ootsuka trudged along to the other side of the bonfire. In the meantime, I put on my pants and jersey that are laid out by the fire. They are just a little damp, but I don't care. If anything, I have experienced worse dampness many times. I am not raising any flag. My bag on the floor is also soaked inside. It was a little discouraging, but I didn't have any valuables with me, and I could use the banknotes if I dried them out. I wonder why my backpack, which was left behind in the plaza here, did it wash up here with me? I brought it with me, said Sate. The water had swallowed most of the stuff on that floor, but I picked up your stuff. I picked it up while I was bringing you in. Thank you, he said lightly. But why did this person help me? Did he bring me here when I was about to drown at that time? My lifesaver? A shark? What? I am not to be thanked. Rather, it seems that we got you involved. What? What? Heavy. I'm not good at manual labor. Ootsuka returns along with a dragging sound. She is holding on to the headless corpse of a giant arm. Boss met. Why, I brought it along with me because I know it's a fine trophy of yours. Isn't there also the horn you swing there? Oh, right. The horn that I used as a weapon was lying beside the bonfire. I was thinking of taking it as a souvenir, so I'm even more grateful. The first thing to do is to eat the sporane with the horned beast. A hunter takes life in order to live and eat, right? That's what I learned from my good friend, a hunter. Oh, right. That's what you were saying earlier about don't hunters have things to do first, just as the shark gentleman said. I grew up being told by my teacher that leaving a Sporangium makes me guilty regardless of the circumstances. If it is a prey that I have killed myself, I cannot let that blessing go to waste. I held my hands together in front of the headless corpse and used my katana to cut the belly. From there, I switched to the knife I had brought with me and proceeded to cut away the flesh. So, do you know about family? It is the art of transforming a target, a metro beast or a person, into a living, subservient being. It is different from their training, used by you, hunters, and it is an evil method that twists even the very nature of the species. I don't know what he is trying to say, but I listen to him as I continue my work. The body of Boss Met. The meat is tough and difficult to handle. The fact that the body of the Boss Met is hard to handle is another reason why Noah's absence is so painful. She would have been able to easily separate the flesh from the skin with her dagger. There have been very few people who have used it in the history of New Tokyo. It may not be familiar to an uninitiated young man like yourself, but you are old enough to know better. Excuse me. When I was a kid, said Ootsuka, in Ootsuka Metro, northeast of Komigom, there was an ogre with a black cloak and a silk hat called the Oku vampire. The beasts whose blood was sucked out of their bodies were at the command of the vampire, and even their own kind began to look at them as enemies. That's what a family is. Hey, Squeak, it's about controlling you mentally while you're still alive. It seems to be different from Ootsuka Metro's bishop's ability to create zombies by parasitizing their Sporangium. In those days, they were so violent that they came out on the ground and destroyed entire settlements of free folk. When I was a child, if I was caught misbehaving, my mother would say to me, "Be a good boy or the vampires will come and kidnap you." How long ago was your childhood, Ms. Ootsuka? Has Ootsuka been a lily hag since she was born? Squeak. Master, please freeze them. Are you going to remain silent while they insult your disciple? I pity you, but you are responsible for their hatred. Or maybe you could have done a little more. Ootsuka bites into the grilled fish to vent her frustration. The smell of grilled fish caresses my nose. I promised myself that I would get to work on the Sporangium as soon as I received it, and I stomped on the tail of the squirrel as it wobbled toward the food and held onto her. I would not allow you to run away. Let's get back to the story. The most important aspect of the family process is the transformation of the Sporangium of the target. The Sporangium is connected to the brain through nerves, so it can literally change its will with its brain. Also, normally, preying on a Sporangium of its own kind would not cause growth, but once they are transformed, they are completely different, which means they can grow and mature even if they cannibalize on their kind. Oh, I think I've connected the dots. The theory of cannibalism in the Boss Met colony that Ootsuka told us about, the hypothesis that this guy has been gaining power by eating his own kind. If the Sporangium had been altered by becoming a family, the story would make sense. However, this raises one big question. Does it mean that this guy was a family of a higher-ranked something? I stop the hand holding the knife. If I crack open one more membrane covering the tissue, I will find a Sporangium. It's always the same. But, I am slightly hesitant to look at it. It is as if I am about to take the last step, the one step from which there is no turning back. The altered Sporangium can also change color. I've only seen it a couple of times, so I don't know if it's the same for all of them. Determined, I stab the tip of the blade with just a little force. It breaks with little resistance. Is this? What appeared there was not the usual white Sporangia. Just as Sate said, it's discolored. But, I had seen something similar to this, about a month ago, on the 31st floor of the Ootsuka Metro north of here. A black Sporangium, knight, bishop, rook. 3 powerful golems named after chess pieces. Like the ones in their bodies, Boss Met's Sporangia are black, as if ink had been painted to it. Black Sporangium, said Sate. It's proof that it is a demon's family. We encountered an unexpected presence of a demon. Why are there demons here? Why Baphomets? What is the relationship with our assailants? What is the relationship with Sate? Who is Sate anyway? The questions just keep piling up. But above all, the one I want to ask the most right now, is this something you can eat? The sporana of a demon's family. I ate them in a spirit of what a waste without really understanding what they were. I've gotten a new ability and leveled up, but I'm not sure if it's something humans can put into their mouths in terms of its origin. It's too late, but also in terms of color. It would be fine if I could get away with just a stomachache, but I couldn't laugh if I became one of those family or contracted demonic disease. No problem, Sate said. The quality of the sporanium might have changed, but a sporanium is a sporanium. As long as they are not rotten or poisoned, they will be of use to us. They don't turn people into demons or family when they are eaten. Ah, I see. There is no guarantee that I can believe his words, but based on my own experience, I should not have any problems. I'm not sure if I believe him or not, but I'll take his word for it. Oh, I'm waiting for my fish. Squeak. We'll be together forever, buddy. The size of the sporanium is not so large in comparison with its huge body. The stomach of the chubby squirrel, the pride of Shugamo, has plenty of room to spare. So, the two of us took one each. It's nice to share. It's the same. The change in color does not change the identity of the sporanium. My tongue is not pleased at all, but my body is. The body, which had been exhausted and hungry, is filled, and strength is restored. Gua. And my muscles and bones are getting warm. It's different from leveling up or acquiring fungal skill. As I recall, I had the same sensation when I was a bishop. It's a phenomenon that looks like a status increase. The last time I saw this, I didn't really feel the change because the boss fight followed immediately afterwards, and then the level up. Still, since I am now at a high level by human standards, I should say that I appreciate the improvement in my foundation more than the increase in my level. It could be an advantage over people at the same level. Whoa, how much better can I get? Squeak. Tamiko leans back with her cheeks puffy. She seems to have leveled up. Now she's 43. Silky cheeks. It looks like you've grown a bit. It seems that your hard work has paid off, and I, for one, am somewhat relieved. Did Mr. Sate orchestrate this thing? I asked while drinking the water from the water bottle. Judging from what he has said and done so far, there is no doubt that he has been involved not only in the final scene, but even before that. Sate gets off the rock that serves as a chair and approaches. When he stands up, he is still huge. He sits cross-legged in front of the group. Up close, it was as if he had jumped into a screen. Well, you have the right to know. Let's talk about it in order. The conversation was going to take a long time, so we decided to have some grilled fish first. I don't even know what kind of fish it is, but I'm sure it's good. I'm sure of it. There was a hint of fat under the crispy skin. The white meat was soft and tender, and the intestines were slightly bitter. Above all, the saltiness is exquisite. I want to drink beer. After a long time, Tamiko, who had not stopped crying, yummy, squeak. Tamiko is lying on her back with her stomach flat on my knees. She is in a state of squirrel coma. Sate, sitting across from us, swallows one fish in one gulp, then instantly devours 3 in total, looking satisfied. That's what you'd expect from a shark. Tamiko. Squeak. Whisper. What is that person's level? Whisper. You. I can't see. Squeak. Whisper. You can't see? Silky cheeks. Furball girl. You can't see my level? It seems he could hear me whispering. The shark's hearing is not to be underestimated, even though it has no ears. You seem to have discovery. I would say you have a promising future, but it seems you have yet to reach my level. If you want to reach the top, furball girl, you'll have to work harder and harder. Is discovery the official name of risk counter? Even though their risk counter sounds cooler. Oh yeah, there was something you couldn't see before, right? Squeak. I can't even see it during the sparkle, demonic disease, or the time with Uchi's demon becomes that hurts. Squeak. How dare you? Do you think of me as a demon? Jaya Pidya. He suddenly gets angry. His angry voice echoed through the floor, and any metro beast would have run away. Tail between their legs, the eyes and teeth were also scary. If it were a bad situation, I would have been scared to death. No, I'm sorry for suddenly yelling. I don't like being lumped in with those damned slugs. Sate easily returned to his original good-natured demeanor and apologized while rubbing his head. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry too, squeak. Tamiko hastily moved from my left knee to my right knee, leaving a little warm damp spot on my left knee. Is that so? It seems that you are also closely related to the demons. Did they spore somewhere? Well, something like that. It's a long story, and in the first place, a gag order is given. Regardless of whether it is necessary for the two people, who feel separated from this world, to protect it. Sate seems to have some kind of connection with demons. It doesn't seem like a very good one from the way he speaks. Well then, said Sate on his knees, it looks like we're finally getting down to business. He then continues. Metro Labyrinth Chapter 106 The Search of the Traveling Shark 2. It was about 2 weeks ago that I visited Ootsuka Metro. It had been 5 years since I picked up Ootsuka in the deep sea. Yes, it was a nostalgic day. And that fateful encounter is still vivid in my mind. I don't really care about that. The lily is a pouting lily. I'm a traveling shark, wandering from metro to metro with that little brat there, looking for something. But that's just a long-winding story from an old man. So I'll spare you the details. I mean, the metro is connected by a stream of water. Not all of them. I heard that 100 years ago, the metro was an underground road that connected all over the country. An old friend of mine said that the water flow in the metro might be a remnant of that. I also wondered about that too. The metro infested the underground of New Tokyo. There are several entrances and exits like the Ootsuka Metro, but the metros are not connected to each other. The labyrinthine metros flooded out of the Tokyo Metro. Why was this connection severed? The people who survived the Tokyo judgment have not been able to solve the mystery. And in this day and age, no one even wonders about it anymore. Putting aside Mr. Sate, is Ms. Ootsuka also swimming across metros? No. No. As you can see, I have neither gills nor fins. It is thanks to my master's fungal skill. When Sate turns his hand upward, a thin film is formed and expands. It looks like a giant soap bubble or a transparent balloon. It reflects the light of the bonfire. We call it a bubble membrane, a thin film of hyphae filled with air. You can wear it on the head. I used it to bring you here. I see. Thank you for your help. Thanks, Squeak. There. Bubble membrane is a solid soap bubble and will not break even if Tamiko pokes it. The surface is smooth and not sticky. When she stuck her finger deep into it, a hole finally opened, and the air slowly escaped. Of course, she's the only one who swims with this on. I sometimes wonder why I'm traveling with baggage. It's good service when you can give your cute disciple a piggyback ride, isn't it? I like your shark skin too, you know. Half truth, half lie. I expect, if it was me, it wouldn't be a problem. But Sate, who seemed to be used to it, just shrugged. Oh dear, I'm getting sidetracked again. Anyway, when we came here, that group and the mutant Baphomets were running amok on the 5th floor. The humans had hunted the Baphomets, who had reproduced abnormally and had built up their strength. The colony must have been a perfect hunting ground for them, as they kept popping up whether they were hunted or not. At the same time, they were manipulating those mutant individuals with a whistle-like device, ruthlessly encouraging them to cannibalize each other. Forcing cannibalism is the darkest thing I've ever heard. They said it was a bone flute. They didn't tell me what kind of bone it was from. But it's not a good thing, is it? I mean, old men are so considerate, blowing bones and all. They smell like feet and sneeze loudly. That's prejudiced. Tamiko, don't look my way. The strong stench from that goat was similar to that of those damned mycelial slugs. I was convinced that thing must be one of the demon's family because I have confidence in my nose. Sate pointed on his shark pointy nose. I read on the internet that sharks have a particularly acute sense of smell among fish, and that they can react to a drop of blood dropped into a 50-meter pool. A demon. Apparently, the demons have not been seen to the world for 50 years. But for some reason, in the 2 months since I reached the surface, I has had to deal with them twice. Is this a coincidence or is there some kind of fate or destiny? I don't really want to think about it. In that tragic war, many lives were needlessly lost. Not even my old friends who taught me the language and principles of the human world. 50 years have passed since then. Still in the world today. They are still trying to bring disaster. Those damned monsters. For a moment, the air around Sato visibly changes, as if the anger from earlier had been condensed into his body. A dense killing atmosphere is wafting through the air. Cold sweat trickles down my back. I fill my water bottle and quench my thirst. Sate, has he even been through the demon war? As his tone suggests, he is a very old man. A shark over 400 years old has finally been discovered. This is also knowledge I can get from the internet. I know I'm a little out of order here, but we've been observing them in secret. We didn't care what they wanted, but we couldn't leave them behind if they were involved with demons. It was then that a group of hunters from the ground arrived. Their mission seemed to be to defeat the boss and subdue the colony. Unfortunately, they were no match for the family. After they were all killed, I sent Ootsuka to them as a survivor of the hunters and brought her into contact with them. I got down on my knees and begged for my life, ready to lick their feet, and I succeeded in worming into their heart. Ootsuka's chest was puffed with pride. From that point on, it was all mine. I was going to lower their guard and use my body, which was packed with deliciousness, to seduce a lot of younger, good-looking boys, just short of the restrictions within the shounen manga genre, and squeeze out all the information I could, naked, literally. But Ootsuka clears her throat. I'm really sorry, I didn't get any good information. Ootsuka sticks out her tongue. No one said anything, so I sat down on the floor, suddenly feeling exhausted. I'd rather you throw painful words. Ignoring someone hurts the most. Well, your incompetence is nothing new, because those boys were all young. Charm didn't work well, and even before that, they were all wary of me and didn't let me get too close. Charm? Ootsuka lightly waves her palm. I can see the tiny dust-like particles fluttering from her hand, just slightly reflecting the light of the bonfire. I was about to think, no way. When my head snapped back, he holds his mouth in a panic. The grinning face of Ootsuka looks slightly better. This is charm. This is the ability to spray spores with ingredients similar to pheromones and lightly seduce the person who inhales them. It can instill goodwill, weaken hostility, and even make people listen to very simple requests. It's a pretty rare fungal skill. That's really a cheat skill. No, it doesn't have that strong of a hypnotic effect. For example, it's impossible to do something while you're actually killing each other. The spore dispersal type is good for ranged attacks, but its effectiveness is lower than that of a hypha weapon or hypha ball. Should the person who inhales it be a man or a woman? It seems that it depends on the user. In my case, I have not tried all the patterns, but I have found that males are more likely to be affected by it, whether it is a metro beast or a human being. But for females, it almost has no effect. It's not so effective on those with poison resistance or mental corruption resistance, though. It's also not very effective against adults or young children, and on the contrary, it doesn't make me happy, but it's strangely easy for old men to be affected. I felt my blood freeze. Their charm spores are colorless, odorless, and almost invisible in poor light. In a sense, it's the most unbelievable fungus I've ever seen. And this woman, could it be that you were secretly using it when we first met? Well, how do I? Ootsuka turned her gaze away. She doesn't make eye contact with me. Gritting my teeth, I knew what the answer was. This Lily hag used it that time. Is that why I was so nervous when I first met her? I thought it was strange, even though I didn't have such tastes. Does that mean that I didn't have to open a new door thanks to immortality? I don't like the part that it's strangely easy for old men to be affected. Even though I am only 28 years old in terms of actual age, I am a fossil, not just an old man. Quattro and Giggles, you would have been good looking for them, right? Isn't that cool? Glasses is no good. I think he's too paranoid to have a type of resistance. I don't get along with that kind of old man. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to use Giggles shit. It seemed like it would be easy, but I thought my chastity would be taken, so I restrained myself. This old lady was a notorious dog in heat in the Komagom hunter community, but it's a relief to see that she's developed a decent sense of decency. She is a dog in heat after all. Ootsuka, you're a bitch, despite being a Lily hag. Squeak. Ootsuka silently scatters a large number of spores from her palm. Is it because Sate is used to it? Because he's a shark? Tamiko, being a 10-year-old and a girl, was not affected, and the little bit I inhaled made me say, let's not do that. She's doing her, too. And I want to cover up for her. Help me, immortality. It's the same as the first time I tried it, but it seems to work on Abe, too, but he resists it immediately. This is a common reaction among those with resistance. You used it, didn't you? I indicated to Tamiko with my chin. Tamiko wraps her tail around Ootsuka, grasps her tail end, and squeezes it tight. There. Our bras squeak a hold, as taught directly by the submission master, Cure. This is Tamiko's special move, which slowly suffocates the defenseless Lily with her cute fur around her enemy. Ootsuka's face paled as could only say, Yugagi, I'm going to have to ask you not to do that in the future. You're a bad slut, making of virgins, squeak. Shut up, Tamiko. Goo, choke, sorry. Scary squirrel. I'm sorry, Ootsuka was rude to you. It's just her own instinct of self-preservation, so please bear with it. Whenever I see a guy who looks like he could be useful or a guy who looks like a virgin, I just seduce him. You're too frank. Also, I am not a virgin. Anyway, it doesn't look like I can get any more information, so I thought I would have Abe get rid of the family and finish the mission quickly. That's one thing, but that was Glass's order in the first place. Master didn't send Mr. Abe, who seemed to be on a reconnaissance mission, to be used as bait for the family. Still, I was made to guide you. It was Glass's, probably. I think he was planning to dispose of me and you, too. His paranoia was strong. If I had shown any signs of betrayal, I would have been the target of an sniper attack, and even if I had asked my master for help, our educational policy is to help ourselves in a pinch. In the end, I had no choice but to do what I did. After that, as I had experienced firsthand, we were led to the front of Boss Met, where we were unexpectedly forced to engage in a fierce battle. Everything is now connected. Didn't you think that I would be eaten by that monster or that I would be killed by them? That I was going to play my last trump card when it came to it. I'm not sure if there are any other trump cards besides charm. Like wanting to know, knowing is just as scary. Also, even if I don't have the power to use little Tamiko's discovery, I knew that Mr. Abe was a powerful man who was unmatched for any of them. Even if their group and the family were united against you, I was almost beaten to a pulp. Having my fungal skills sealed, that's what I didn't expect either. I had an inkling that Taroko was gifted, but I had no idea she was that strong. Gifted? The old-fashioned way of saying fungal genius is gifted. Fungal genius? You don't know that either. It's what we call a mutant human. A born genius or someone with a peculiar constitution. What level were you when you were born, Mr. Abe? I think it was 3. Strictly speaking, there was no such thing as level when I was born into this world. My birth weight was 2,974 grams, remembered as lacking meat. That girl, Troko. I think she is only about 15 years old, but she is already a master level at this point. I think she was 20 or 30 when she was born. Are you serious? So, she was a born genius and a real middle schooler. Wonders of wonders, but I am a little relieved that she is not a lily hag like Ootsuka. By the way, what is a fungal genius? If there are metro beasts that are naturally strong, it is not surprising that there are humans who are the same way. Or perhaps some top-class hunters and others have such origins. The world is a big place, and there are always higher-ups. A cursed knife that seals fungal skills? I didn't think that such a child had such a cheat item. And I couldn't support you when I was hit on the head by glasses. I'm sorry I can't be of any help there. You useless bitch. I'll slap you until you spew acorns. Squeak. Car, phew. Sergeant Squirrel spat. Only this time, no one can complain because Ootsuka's uselessness is real. I'm so depressed. I'm no better than a squirrel. By the way, Master, what is that curse? Is there such a thing as a curse in the first place? The definition of a curse is vague. In short, you should think of it as something that cannot be prevented, and the cause is unknown. Well, it is like that in the previous world. It's called a curse because science can't prove it. From what I've seen, it's a kind of poison that nullifies resistance and has a strong effect. There are rare metro beasts that possess such a nasty ability, and this knife is a weapon that comes from such an odd species. It has a nasty poison that breaks the resistance itself and seals the fungal skills. It's the kind of poison that even immortality can't nullify, you know? It's more convincing than being called a curse, but it's still scary. So, the information that our spy Ootsuka has learned is, first, they are not just a group of outlaws. They are a criminal organization with some sort of purpose. Second, there is a boss called Commander above Kawataro. Thirds, the family conversion is probably due to the power of the commander. Fourth, Kawataro and the others are probably the same. They are probably from the east side of New Tokyo. The sushi-sounding names they use to call each other are uncommon to the west side, which is far from Tokyo Bay. And that's about it. Does this mean that the leader is a demon? Or someone with the same power as a demon? Maybe I could have met him if I had gotten closer, but that's not how my master does it. I'll have to look into it again. You're the only one who's going to have to do it. Gyugagi, Black. At any rate, I understood what had been said so far. However, I still have a few questions. Metro Labyrinth Chapter 107 The Search of the Traveling Shark 3. Mr. Sate seems awfully strong, doesn't he? His level of skill that even Tamiko's risk counter, Discovery, cannot see through. Without a doubt, Sate is stronger than Toroko and Boss Met. And even stronger than me. I am sure. Is it my imagination that I feel pressure equal to or greater than that of Erito, the demon who was estimated to be level 99 even with his true power hidden? Including the harshness of his appearance, I don't feel as if I can win even if I challenge him in a head-to-head fight. I can only imagine that I would have my head chomped even if I took him by surprise. No, well, it's just that I've lived a long time. The greenness to always show my strength has sunk to the bottom of the water along with my old teeth. If you are so strong, why didn't you just do everything yourself instead of going around and using Ms. Ootsuka? When the strike team was killed, you could have done something all by yourself. Are you trying to ask me why I didn't save them? He could have saved them since he was there. He should have kicked out the Boss Met and all that group and found out what that group was up to. But that's not how my master does it. Ootsuka said earlier, but he could do it. I am neither a friend of men nor a friend of the beasts. Even if it started from a quarrel between human beings or some evil scheme, I would not want anything to do with it. But you also call yourself the hunter, Mr. Sate. I don't remember choosing it as a profession like you guys or carving the proof of my friends on my shark skin. The only thing I have inherited from my late friend is that it is a way of life. I eat to live and kill to eat. I will not kill anything else. That is all. When he said it like that, I couldn't say anything else, even though I was saddened. Only human beings think that it is right to be on the side of human beings, and the time when only human beings were intelligent beings are long gone. What he questioned was only the values based on the convenience of the human side. Sate exhales a long breath from his mouth. He has gill rails on his neck, from which I sometimes hear a sound like hair whistling, but he is able to speak and breathe through his mouth. Decades ago, I was a bit of a rascal on Earth. I forgot myself, forgot my pride as a hunter, and became a mere beast. Since that day, I have been a lone traveler in the dark waters of the Metro. Well, now that I have an unexpectedly good assistant, I have a chance to enjoy the food and drink of the land. He's a stubborn old man. He's rough on people. Now I'm a recluse. I'm a retired shark now, and I'm sick and tired of getting involved in other people's messes. You humans can take care of those things. Even if you do, I had to act too unreasonably this time. Do you want to know how many times I've been in a pickle? I'm sorry for your troubles, Sate said, looking a little embarrassed. Well, if there's any possibility that something is related to the demons, I can't ignore it if I might have more clues. I'm wondering what this thing is. But I'll confirm one thing first. Then why did you help us? He rescued us from the water when we were about to drown. They didn't leave us alone and even cared for us. What are their intentions there? Sate scratched his shark head and tilted his thick neck slightly. Well, it's not like I was indebted for getting into trouble with my disciple. However, even if I was there in the first place, you wouldn't have died. What? I'm sure you're not the kind of person who would die just because you got stuck in a pond. Someone like you." His dull eyes looked softly down at me. The old shark could see right through me, and I just shrugged and looked away. I'm not sure when the last time I saw someone come at me without fear, even in the face of a drowning. I was a little curious. That's "Hurry up. You should say sorry." Silky cheeks. Sato narrowed his eyes and smiled. It looks like the most natural smile he made. "Anyway, I'm not stingy like helping someone who has saved us even without knowing, and I have to thank them for their kindness. Also, I wanted to have a little talk with you, and more importantly." Furball girl. "What?" Squeak. Tamiko suddenly raised her head and looked around. Sate was looking nervous. "I have an old friend who is a big fan of the carbuncles like you. It would do me a world of good if I could do something on behalf of them." "I don't know about that person." Squeak. Silk cheeks. "Even so, for that long-haired bastard, he believed squirrels as the cutest, and the reason I saved you from that pinch is that you are not something a shark as I can ignore. You don't even have to feel indebted." In other words, he has an acquaintance who has the same proclivities as Amoto, so he is keeping it as a favor to him. It seems that the world is still teeming with eccentrics and oddballs. "Oh, by the way, that column of water? What was that?" "Though, I don't think that was Mr. Sate's work either." The water swelled like a living creature, and the flash floods attacked. It was a very unreasonable phenomenon, but if you say that it was this shark's ability, it seems to make sense in a way. No, that's a huge false claim. It had nothing to do with me. I think it was mostly a trap on that floor. I think the trigger was to destroy all the statues there. There were signs that the floor had been flooded several times, so something similar must have happened there before." "Oh." When I think back to what I was told, the anomaly began right after the last stone statue was destroyed, after busting and throwing Mujirami. If that guess was correct, most of it was destroyed by me by going on a rampage. In other words, we deserved it. I went to check it out before you woke up and found almost the entire floor submerged. It's about time they all went back to the surface." "They all got away, didn't they?" "At least I didn't see any human drowned bodies, although I did see a few goat monkeys floating around. I feel like Glasses and Giggles are disgusting men that should be sleeping at the bottom of the river, but I'm just glad that the other kids are safe." "I don't know why those kids were acting like semi-gangsters, but I guess it's the end of the world. As a person, I can understand that feeling a little. I only know about the girl Toroko, with whom I exchanged a few words." "I don't want to kill her if I can help it," she said. "I only want to kill one person in this world," she said. She was a weird and spoiled girl who said such a thing in the middle of a fight to the death, but as if to show that her words were not a lie, her blade only shaved off what would not kill me, though she was merciless about it. Who was on the other side of her cutting edge? Is there a reason why a girl so young should be sharpened to such a degree? I would like to know, but at the same time, I would like to avoid meeting her again in the same way. I don't have a battle-crazed desire to settle things, and I have no reason to fight her. However, because you are too strong. From now on, you will definitely get in our way," she said. I wonder what she means. Both her and that man in glasses. I have a feeling that we will meet again someday, somewhere, even in a way we all don't want to. According to Yutuki's pocket watch, it is now 3:00 a.m. Knowing the time, here and there fatigue and drowsiness overtake me, and I can't even hold a conversation. Tamiko's drool slowly spreads a mark on my lap. We decide to spend the night here, and Sate takes over as watchman. Yutsuki takes the liberty of borrowing my cloak, and after a few seconds begins to snore quietly. Not that I don't trust Sate, but I will try to be as vigilant as possible. However, the rhythm of Tamiko's peaceful breathing lulls me into a deep sleep. When I wake up, the light from the firefly moss has changed to a hazy white glow. It is morning. Sate is still there, in the same position in which he last saw him. He is sitting on a rock, staring blankly into the depths of the cave. Is he awake, or is he skillfully sleeping with his eyes open? I heard that sharks don't sleep as humans do but rest a part of their brains while swimming. As a creature that needs to sleep, it may be enviable to hear that they can stay awake all the time. but it can be said that they are born with a black life because if they stop swimming, they will not be able to breathe and will die. Good morning. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Ootsuka is already up. I check the time on my pocket watch while rubbing my sleepy eyes. I fell asleep. My head feels empty. You must be pretty tired. I'm getting less and less sleep because of my master. How weak, squeak. Good morning, Tamiko. It hurts to get out of bed. It really hurts. It was late yesterday evening when we left Shugamo and arrived at Rikugi village. The first time I went to the metro, it was almost like a non-stop bullet train tour up to the 5th floor. It was hard to believe that it had been less than 24 hours since we received the order for the quest. Oh, good morning. It's a beautiful morning. Sate stood up and approached. This old shark makes no sound at all. Does he also have muffling? As usual, even sensory spore couldn't catch his outline, and although he isn't an enemy, he was strange existence. Now that night has passed, I think it's time for me to leave. Huh? Oh, are you going? Ootsuka looks like she's changed into tight-fitting clothes like a wetsuit. Is this underwater swimming mode? I have to say that her feminine power is at the level of a chopping board, but she is packing a lot of junk in the trunk. I'm sure they won't stay long in this metro now that they've lost their family and colony. I too have no reason to stay here either. I see. Thank you for your help. It's a very casual feeling. But well, it's not like we've become particularly close to each other, and from a wanderer's point of view, it might be something normal. But before that, there is one thing I would like to confirm. I haven't asked you the most important question yet. Last night, I was asleep before I could ask him. What is it that you are looking for? What is your purpose? Sate kept silent for a moment, as if searching for words. I slowly turned his thick neck and looked around. I tried not to talk about it. If you want to ask me about it, that's fine. Is there something wrong? Well, it's not a good topic for a well-informed person. If you start blabbing on and on, the Metro Church might come after you with their eyes bulging. What's so scary? Is it something like New Tokyo's 3 major taboos? I was worried and scared when people say things like that. Like I want to know, but I'm afraid to ask. What should I do? I'm not brave enough to rush out to satisfy my curiosity, but on the other hand, I would like to know if it's an important matter in this world. I should at least cover Tamiko's ears. Ghost Shrine. What? Ghost Shrine? That's what I'm looking for. Oh, I heard I haven't even answered yet, and I haven't even covered Tamiko's ears. If you could at least say no, I would have prepared myself mentally. Ghost Shrine? Yes, Ghost Shrine. Do you remember hearing about it somewhere? I don't think so. From the sound it sounded like something from Japanese history, but I had never heard of it before. I wondered if it was the name of a place or some kind of facility. I am not sure what is there, who is waiting for whom, or if it really exists at all. What I'm looking for is like a mirage shifting from one dream to the next. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Tamiko is also scratching her head. Do you know what made the world what it is today? What? It doesn't seem like a creationist or religious talk. The present world, that is. What created New Tokyo and surrounding walls? Are you referring to metro flood and super fungal contamination? You're right. The Tokyo judgment experienced by the people of the thread. It is said that the world changed completely after the calamity. The Labyrinth metro filled the bottom of the earth, and strange mycelium grew. The earth was covered. The metro labyrinth filled the depths of the earth, and strange mycelial plants covered the ground. Huge walls blocked the outside world, and mighty beasts roamed the land. Those who survived carried mycelium in their bodies, and talking beasts also appeared. Well, I have not seen the transition with my own eyes, but I know the world before it was transformed into what it is today. I was born in the Heisei era and has lived there for 23 years. I am one of the few survivors of the ancient civilization in this new world. Then, why did those disasters happen? What exactly is the Tokyo Judgment? Do you know anything about it? No, nothing. Silky cheeks. I know that too. Or rather, I wonder if there is anyone in this world who knows the answer. That crook founder seemed to know something, but they wouldn't talk. no matter how much I questioned them. Even the church founder appeared on the scene. What should I do? The scale of this story is getting unexpectedly large. It shook the country of New Tokyo to its very foundations and seemed to be connected to the core of this new world. I wish I had given myself a little more time to prepare. My late friend used to say before his death that the Tokyo judgment was not natural disaster, but a man-made disaster caused by someone's hand. A man-made disaster, you mean? Such a ridiculous event, which remade the underground of all of Tokyo and spread a supernatural poison that decomposed everything in Tokyo. Was man-made? Of course, even if it were a natural disaster, it would still be too crazy to believe. But even if it were a man-made disaster, it would still be hard to believe. As a former ordinary person who has lived an ordinary life in the Heisei era, I find both equally unrealistic. In fact, still happened in real life. He was searching for the answer all his life. After he lost his life in that war, I lived only to fulfill his wish. After swimming around this country for 50 years, I have only 3 clues that I have been able to grasp through my swimming. The answer to everything lies in the ghost shrine, that there is a door leading to it in some metro area of the country, and that the key to the entrance is in the hands of a demon and a master threadweaver. A demon and a master threadweaver. Unconsciously, I clutched my chest. Well, that's what I'm talking about. You know why I told you. Well, you're the 13th master threadweaver, I gasped. Sate just grinned, the corners of his huge mouth lifting. You noticed you knew. Silky cheeks. A birth of knowledge is one of the rare virtues of a creature called an old man. Is it when they see me fight with Boss Met? Or when they saw the immortality, blue mycelium? Or perhaps he already had an idea earlier, from the very beginning? If so, this unfathomable old shark would not be surprised. Hey, what? Master Threadweaver, Mr. Abe, are you serious? The Lilai disciple's face was a little pale. Looks like she hadn't noticed. Abe, you are a little too young to know the world yet. If you're a Master Threadweaver, your journey will surely lead you to the heart of this world, connecting the living, weaving layers of connections, and guiding the destiny to be traced. That grand name was given with such a meaning in mind. The name means that it weaves together the many connections and carries out the destiny to be traced. No, I was not expecting such a thing to be said out of the blue. I feel like I'm getting caught up in this unexpectedly large-scale scenario, but as someone who still don't know why I was given this power, I don't really feel like I'm in the right place. Of course, I have a desire to know about the many mysteries surrounding this world. I would like to meet the other Master Threadweavers, who are the survivors of the Heisei era, and if it is possible, I would like to go outside the walls. That's what I think. So, a modern-era kid who shrinks a little when people have such high expectations of him. I'd like to think that Sate isn't actually serious. Whether it is a mystery or a nut, I will crack it open. Squeak. You're really reliable. Silky cheeks. Sate laughed happily, his back bending. A new Master Threadweaver, with a girl from the Carbuncle tribe. Huh. When you take another step into the center of the world, I'd like to hear your story this time. Have a good life. And I'll see you again. With a flutter of his hand webbing, Sate turned on his heel and began to walk. The destination was the large pond. Master, wait a minute. When Ootsuka tries to chase after him in a hurry, Sate half turns around and sticks out his hand to stop her. Ootsuka, no Ootsuka, I won't be taking you. What? This matter is not over yet, is it? Your mission continues. You will follow Abe and the others, get mixed up in the world, and see how things go. You are not to return until you have obtained information that satisfies me. What? Squeak. It's not a bad idea to get out in the sun once in a while and clean up the metro area. Next time I see you, you'd better be a little cleaner in body and soul. Bye. Hey, Mar. Ignoring Ootsuka's last attempt to stop him, Sate dived, his huge body just leaving a small splash, into the pond. When the slight ripples subsided, the 3 of us peeked out from the shore and saw no sign of the old shark. A dozen or so seconds pass, and no one says anything. Ootsuka, who had been mumbling to regain her composure, took a deep breath, as if to puff out her flat chest. Damn shark, Next time I see you, you'll be fish cake. The fake Lili's scream echoes in a waning echo and disappears, leaving the fake Lili behind. It's not that I wanted it to happen, but this is how Ootsuka was forced on us. Metro Labyrinth Chapter 108 Return. Hey, just from the point of existence. Isn't that shark old man absurd? I don't know if he's a metro beast or a magic beast, but even though he lives in a cave, he has studied more than I have. When I was forced to do calculus with you, I almost drowned my brain and all. Ootsuka, who had changed out of her tight-fitting wetsuit into a tattered hunter's jersey, was complaining incessantly as she walked right in front of me. It's been like this ever since we went up to the 3rd floor. We had only a rough map of the 4th floor, with no compass, so we were sure we were lost. But with Ootsuka's lead, we found the stairs to the 3rd floor rather easily. All we had to do was follow the map and go back the way we came, and if all went well, we would be on the ground in less than 2 hours. Ms. Ootsuka, do you have compass? Inside the metro, the compass was useless, as if it were the sea of trees on Mount Fuji. You will lose your bearings. But even so, in the metro with so many people coming and going, making a map is a must. This is where the fungal skill, compass, comes in handy. It is a major ability that has been acquired by several fungi professions, such as craftsman and healer, allowing one to maintain a sense of direction even in the metro, as if one were a migratory bird or a salmon returning to its home river. It is said to be more useful than other combat skills not only in map making, but also in exploration, such as when you get lost or enter a metro you have never been to before. No, I don't have one. Master, that fucking shark taught me. So, you didn't get lost at all. Before I became a disciple to Ma that fucking shark, I used to hang around here a lot. Even though it's an unpopular metro, well, there's a lot going on. It's less crowded and the scenery is more romantic. Are you with a man? So, they got into a bit of a fight, or rather, they got into a lot of trouble over me. How many times had she been involved with someone else? At that time I met my master here, and he told me that he was traveling here and there, so I decided to follow him. In other words, she got into trouble with a guy and couldn't stay at Komigom, so she became the disciple of the traveling shark. The story is even worse than I thought, but it was a good time for me to join him because the heat had probably cooled off by now. If I had stayed living as a migratory fish under that fucking shark, I would have grown scales on my skin. If he were to ask me to do something reckless again, no matter how many lives I have, it wouldn't be enough. So, I'm not lonely. I couldn't see Ootsuka's expression, but I could still see her heavy shoulders. Tamiko jumps over to Ootsuka's blonde head and gives her a comforting pat. Ootsuka wipes her tears and snot with Tamiko's tail and gets back her energy by getting into a fight with the pissed off Tamiko. Despite what she says, she seems to have admired and respected Sate in her own way. Sate did not dismiss his apprentice as incompetent, but rather trusted her and gave her tasks that only she could perform. That is understandable. But I don't know what to do with her. While walking while keeping an eye on my surroundings with sensory spores, my mind is spinning about how to deal with Ootsuka. I can't leave the girl, in looks, who was left behind by her master like that. So for the time being, I am accompanying her without saying anything. However, it was as if Sate had half imposed her on me. Looking back, he didn't even say please, and I have no reason or merit to include her in his group. Furthermore, I had no obligation to actively cooperate with her in her mission. And, more subtly, there is also the matter of Noah. I wondered if I should tell Ootsuka, or Sate, that she might be suffering from their demonic disease. Sate's hatred for demons is at such a level that it almost makes me terrified to my marrow. I would never want to make an enemy of him, and I would not want him to use Noah for his own purposes. On the other hand, I also have the dilemma that he might be able to give me some advice on what is lurking inside Noah and how to get rid of it. Or, to put it another way, I suspect that Noah and Ootsuka will not mix well. A serious, innocent, well-endowed girl and a fake Lili, slut, washboard chest hag. Like water and oil, they would be incompatible. That's right. If I brought this shady girl home without consulting her, She would definitely be angry with me. Not only that, but if I did a bad job, she might look at me suspiciously because of the slut. Thinking of that makes me want to release her into a pond somewhere, saying, "Shoo, go back to your master." Wait a second. Hey Abe. Before I know it, she lost the honorifics and is starting to call me with familiarly. I don't mind, though, since she is officially older than me. What do you mean by the 13th, Master Threadweaver? All there, Master Threadweaver, are residents of the ancient world, aren't they? And so Abe, you're the same, right? Have you lived in hiding all this time? Or are you an irregular? Were you born in New Tokyo? It's true that I'm from the ancient world, but I was sleeping in the depths of the metro until 5 years ago. Oh, you've been asleep all this time? Really? No way. Deep in the metro? What do you mean? Where are you from? I mean, what metro? She moves next to me, wraps her arm around my arm, and presses against my chest. Her planes. She was half smiling, so it was probably on purpose, but I didn't want to admit that I was a little startled. It must be the effect of charm, or something. Absolutely. So, how many fungal skills does Abe have? Master Threadweaver. Are masters of fungi, right? Come on, tell this sister. If it's this blatant, it's getting annoying. Excessive body touching is bad for a repressed virgin. I'm not a virgin. Ms. Utsuki, what are you going to do when you get out of here? Ms. Utsuki, what are you going to do? I'm going to go where Abe and Tamiko are going. What about the mission? Aren't you going after them? No. It's not like I can do it alone. I don't know where they are, and I don't know how to find them. You know, Master said that I should go with Abe and see how the world is going. Since my beloved Master asked me to do this, as his disciple, I have to do it with all my heart and soul. You were calling him fucking shark earlier, you know? I knew she was going to follow me. What should I do? Even if we do, I can't help you find them, though, because we have other things to do, like work. We'll stop by Rikugi village for a bit and then go straight back to Shugamo. Even I have a lot on my plate. The first priority at the moment is to find clues to remove Noah's possession. The next priority is to complete Amoto's quests before Shugamo's celebration. I also want to level up at some point and visit Nakano, Tamiko's hometown. Furthermore, making weapons using Hyrocan. This is also a priority in this case. An enemy that can seal fungal skills appears again, and in the future there is no guarantee that the same kind of damage will be done, so it would be very reassuring to carry an actual powerful weapon with you. As a result, I can say that my great adventure in Uji turned out to be a great decision. In other words, I still don't have the luxury of time to bring Utsuki. Even if we were together, it would be difficult to meet her objectives. Yeah, that's fine. Even if we can't find them directly, if we work as hunters, we'll hear rumors before long. Hurry up and go around. I'm going to help you and Abe and Tamiko with their work, too. I'm a pretty good worker when I have to be. I'm not just the Beast King's #1 disciple in name. No, we have enough manpower. What did you say? You didn't notice it. I'm now convinced that you've been sleeping all the time because you're so ignorant but strong. What? The Beast Kings, the 5 great Beast Kings. You must have heard of them at least once, right? The official title of Master is Absolute Zero Dragon Shark Sate, one of the 5 Beast Kings. My legs stopped and all thoughts froze. Are you kidding? It can't be a joke. Do you think there are 2 sharks in New Tokyo that call themselves Sate? An old-fashioned hourglass icon spins around in my brain. A ding, like the completion of a microwave oven, rings in my head. Phew. And so, my consciousness traveled to an ocean of ultramarine blue where kangaroos holding autumn eggplants and rainbow-colored caterpillars swayed. The 5 great Beast Kings. All of them are estimated to be over 200 years old and boast a level of power that surpasses even demons and Master Threadweavers. All of them are in another dimension. They are said to be incarnations of the Threadweaver god or manifestations of the coming apocalypse, and various conclusions have been made by various groups and organizations. But the Hunters Guild recognizes them as the 5 living disasters and forbids any undue interference. In the training course for registered guild members, we learned about the omnipotent elephant Watanabe. who occupies and controls the former Shinjuku tribe territory, and the dark purple dragon Yamamoto, who sits atop the dragon's mushroom den in Yakugaya. The guild considers these two serious threats that could spark the destruction of the world, and we were warned to avoid setting foot in these places. The dragon's mushroom den is open to those above a certain level on the condition that they do not climb the mountain, but Shinjuku is a completely off-limits area. Of the remaining 3 bodies, one seems to be in no immediate danger because it has signed a mutual non-aggression pact with humanity, while the remaining 2 bodies have an undetermined address, unknown whereabouts, and unknown motives. As such, there was no further explanation, and the name ended up just being read aloud. That's right. So, I didn't remember. I couldn't remember. Among them was the surname Sate, which was common in old Japan. Even if I had been told it's inevitable, it would not have been familiar to me at all, and moreover, I had never imagined that I would encounter one of them in reality. Such an event was not in the future prospects of my life as a hunter. So, it's no wonder I didn't notice. It was an accident. It was force majeure. Even if I'd told myself that, the waterfall of sweat that soaked my back would not go away. I had no idea that the shark with whom I had a chat until late at night over grilled fish was one of the top VIPs in the country. Seriously. A real beast king. That's right. I thought he was just some special shark. And he's not just any shark. I had no idea that the shark with whom I had a chat until late at night over grilled fish was one of the top VIPs in the country. Seriously. A real beast king. That's right. I thought he was just some special shark. And he's not just any shark. I was blabbing on about grilled fish without realizing that there was a nuclear bomb right in front of me. I was glad that the person I was talking to looked like a mild-mannered old man, but if I had acted like a delinquent sitting on the best seat in a train with my legs stretched out, this whole metro area would have been burned to ashes. I wonder if I have said anything that would have caused any offense. I think I'll be fine, but I may not be able to sleep deeply with my pillow today. Oh, I didn't realize it at all. I should have remembered. I'm unaware. Frankly, I'm not familiar with the west side of the city, and the guilds don't seem to think it's too dangerous. I guess you wouldn't have known. I knew. Squeak. Liar. Even among the 5 great beast kings, he is the most plain and humble. Konyaku instead of meat and potato stew. However, in Akihabara headquarters, he treated like the root of all evil. I wonder if it was something they did a few decades ago. I want to ask him what he did, but I'm afraid to ask. We're not doing anything rude, are we? Surprisingly, he doesn't care about that kind of thing. The master has a vicious face, but he is a shark that you can talk to better than most people. As long as you don't step on any landmines, even if you say a few rude words, he will respond kindly. Landmines demon-related? Tamiko stepped on it unknowingly, but luckily it only cost my trousers. I'll just say one more thing, but when reporting this incident, it's better to keep quiet about Master. He won't get angry at Abe and Tamiko, but it's just going to cause unnecessary complications. Right, if possible, let's report it to someone other than Ike. You know, it just occurred to me. What? The Beast King and a Master Threadweaver are both extremely rare individuals, but I'm the Beast King's apprentice, and now I'm a Master Threadweaver's companion, so I'm the rarest, right? Sure. You never know what will happen in life. I've lived 48 years and I don't know how many times I've been able to do what I wanted to do. My legs stopped a few steps later and Ootsuka too. Ms. Ootsuka. What? Oh, she seemed to have noticed it herself and hurriedly closed her mouth, but I kept going. When we first met, you said you were 30 years old. You are actually 48 years old. I knew it. You are a lily hag. Squeak. Tamiko's tail swung. Smack. And Yutsuki's big butt makes an interesting sound. The conversation continued without tension from the middle, but we were on our way back home without any problems. The metro beasts are one thing, but we must also be wary of the ambush by those Kawataro and the others. I kept on dispersing the sensory spores. After a short time on the 2nd floor, Tamiko's head shoots up above Ootsuka. Abe Shuu. There's something strange up ahead. You don't think it's them, do you? No. It's probably a metro beast, squeak. But it's a something I've never seen before, squeak. Tamiko put her hand to her ear and turned her head to find the reception angle like a satellite dish. After moving forward for a while and suppressing the sound of our footsteps, there was an opened room at the end of the passage, and me and the others stopped in front of it and looked inside. Ugh, gross, squeak. It's the first metro beast I've seen. However, it's more like an evil god than a beast. If you just look at it, it is much more like a final boss than Sate. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be a bipedal giant octopus, or a giant with an octopus on its head. It stands on the ground with wriggling octopus legs dangling from its head, and with web feet similar to those of a swigan. Its body surface is a dull green color, and its entire body is slick with mucus. It seems like it's really strong. It doesn't look like it's very strong. Really? It's about level 30, squeak. Well, it's quite a strong enemy to encounter on the second floor of the metro, but it's a level that doesn't pose a particular threat to Tamiko and I. In terms of level, though, Grackos, Ootsuka said, they are found in the west side of the country and in metros with lots of water. Usually they are a bit stronger, but I think the ones round here are not as strong. Even so, it's still a boss class in such shallow waters. It's a little disappointing, but it's hard for beast repellent to work on that type of thing. If the opponent doesn't back down, there will be no choice but to fight. I am not very good at the gross type, but it was a little better than slime, so I had no choice but to do it. Ms. Ootsuka. I turned to Ootsuka with a thought in my mind. Ms. Ootsuka is around level 35, right? I've received Discovery 2 to answer. I'm 36 now. Can you defeat it alone? We are to fight together in the future, and I want to see how Ms. Ootsuka fights. The perfect strategy is to push the gross thing to Ootsuka while checking out her skills and her ability. Well, it's fine, but Ootsuka looks reluctant and she doesn't seem too keen on the idea. Do you have a problem? I'm a mage, and I'm basically a boom boom dead type of person. Fireball and Iceball are my main weapons, and as far as I know, Fireball is more effective. So, the corpse will inevitably be charred and useless. Are you saying you don't like it because it makes you feel bad? Though I am a hunter, I think of myself as weak. The legs of the Grackos are a delicacy known only to those in the know, and when chopped and dressed with wasabi, they make a perfect snack. If I kill it with a fireball, it might ruin all of that. Okay, I'll do it. Without waiting for an answer, I stepped forward while drawing out my katana. Let's make a triumphant return to Rikugi village with this as a gift. The special potato shot awaits. The blade, covered in anticipation, kills the Grackos in an instant. No hard feelings, the only way to repay them is to eat them with relish. I leave all the processing to Ootsuka. She begins dismantling it without any sign of reluctance, separating the legs, chopping and rubbing in some grass to remove the slime, and wrapping it in another grass to prevent it from rotting. She is a very experienced hand, that's a point to her. After that, we hurry back home at full speed with beat repellent, going up to the first floor at a steady pace, and then reaching the stairs to the surface. Are you two ready? I looked back towards the stairs. Both of them nodded timidly with slightly nervous expressions. Up to this point, we had not encountered Kawataro and the others, nor had we found any traces of them. Are they still in the metro, or have they already escaped through other entrances and exits? Nevertheless, there is no possibility that they are waiting for us on the surface. We didn't want to be ambushed like we were last night. Then let's go. Deciding to go, we carefully climb the stairs one step at a time. My sensory spores are well dispersed so as not to miss even the slightest anomaly. Tamiko's ears are probably the same way. Abe Shuu, I need to pee. Squeak. Mew. You should have gone earlier. The sky was spread out beyond the staircase. It seems to be sunny today. I looked around for presences while holding up my katana and great shield. The wind is blowing and the forest is rustling. There is no clinging humidity, but instead the temperature and the sunlight tell us that it is early summer. Phew. There seems to be no sign of them. There are no people or beasts in the vicinity, Tamiko nodded as well. I'm sorry to say, Ms. Ootsuka, but it looks like they're not here. We are not going to be bumping into them here. They've been back on the surface for a long time, so I'd rather take a bath and sleep on the futon than play tag. That's right. After that, we started walking on the forest road that leads to the village, looking out for ambushes along the way, being very careful. But Shuu and Tamiko are oblivious. They are unaware that there are 4 eyes peering at them from several hundred meters away with telephoto third-person perspective. As expected, they are quite though, Kawatara muttered with a bitter smile. Aside from that monstrous brother. To think the Carbuncle and Ootsuka are still alive. Will what happened be reported to the guild as well? This may cause a big problem for our future plans. However, it is a blessing in disguise that we were able to find them here. We can finish them off here and now and keep them from talking. However, Toroka's curse is probably already broken. If he's regained his fungal skills, we might not be able to beat him even if we band together. Yes, if we were on our own. But now we have this person. This person would be able to defeat even that man in a direct confrontation. QQ. Commander. What's wrong? Next to Kawataro, the man called Commander laughs, his voice hushed, the edge of his mouth lifted up to his ears, looking amused. Is that the man who killed my family? That's right. But what's funny? The commander turned on his heel and began to walk in the opposite direction of his men. Why aren't you doing it? I've seen that baby face in Komagom before. He looks a lot like an old acquaintance of mine. In the war 50 years ago, he was also tenacious. He was a master threadweaver. The commander looks up at the narrow sky slipping past by trees and stretching out wide. His footsteps are in a good mood. Now, it's more fun. Metro Labyrinth Chapter 109. An invitation from a witch. It's all because of that potato feast. Ugh. The guttural cries of Ootsuka, with her head sticking out of the top of the carriage, mingles with the sound of rumbling wheels on the paved road. Lili puka, squeak. Puka, squeak. Tamiko, who had been squealing and slapping Ootsuka's butt, seemed to have been overcome more by pity than by contempt when she saw that she did not fight back or argue with her. Now she was rubbing the drunken Lili's back. Here, it's good to have an acorn, squirrel. Shoving inside, it's bitter, so she spits it out right away. Sister. We will be there in a minute. So don't go throwing up on the carriage. The person driving the ostrich cart, not the horse-drawn cart, is Kaya Nozomi, the village chief of Rikugi village. She herself had some business to attend to in Shugamo, so we asked her to give us a ride in the ostrich cart. We arrived at Rikugi village around noon yesterday. The others and I, who had gone through an experience that was dozens of times more chaotic than the actual time, didn't realize it, but for the villagers and the resident hunters, including Kaya and Karano, were surprised to learn that we had returned in less than a day. Baphomet's colony had already been destroyed. The boss had been killed by the US. However, it seems that a few remnants have escaped the annihilation, and they must continue to be vigilant. After reporting to them about the existence of the dangerous trap on the 4th floor, we fell asleep in the hunter's hut. Fatigue and drowsiness were already at their peak. When we woke up, the western sun was beautiful, with the villagers urging us to join the feast. So we had to give up the idea of returning to Shugamo that day. If someone was stopped with a bottle of sweet potato shochu in his hand, even a man whose friend was taken hostage by a king would say, "I'm sorry, my friend." There is a saying that man loves liquor more. So, a feast was held with the uncles who were not on night guard duty. Many delicious-looking dishes were laid out for the guests to feast on, as if they were trying to stuff the warriors who had just returned from the land of the dead. Ka's homemade pickles, suiton soup, and dashimaki tamago, a Japanese rolled omelette. Baphomet stewed in a slow-cooked, soft and tasty sauce, and octopus sashimi and wasabi, fresh from this morning's catch of Grackos. It's light and fluffy. The vegetables are tender, and the chicken is soft. Squeak. The umami from the broth soaked the white meat. Squeak. Everything is so soft in the cheek pouches. Squeak. Super yummy. Squeak. Tamiko was sticking her face into the bowl of suiton soup that was waiting for her, and she was getting sticky. It was indeed an exquisite dish. Both the root vegetables and the dumplings were cooked to just the right degree of tenderness, and the fat chicken was refreshing. The slight aroma of ginger whetted my appetite, and I could go on eating it indefinitely. It also goes well with pickles and onigiri. The quality of the dish was so good that no asked for the recipe. The elders called me the benefactor of the village or the savior of the village, and poured sake for me one after the other. The old men and women, who had become happy, began to sing a chorus of a mysterious song, and the former mayor gave a loud lecture on the history of the village. The drunken Ootsuka began to seduce the men, and Kurano and the other virgin hunters who had come to show their faces after the night watch change. Thanks to immortality, I do not get intoxicated, and even if I do get a little drunk, the alcohol in my body is quickly cleared. So, I was able to observe with sober eyes the lasciviousness of the lily hag and the old men with their tanned, wrinkled faces dyed pink. I myself didn't feel anything strange. In other words, Ootsuka didn't seem to be using charm. She just subtly leans her body and pulls the other person with precise, affable and exquisite exclamations. She gazes up and sends a lecherous glance, along a sweet voice, and lets her warm breath reach her target's skin. Her experience and tireless efforts that she has accumulated over many, many years, and her own skills are tightly condensed. In other words, Ootsuka was Ootsuka without relying on her fungal skills. Kurano and the others began to squirm under her venomous fangs, and when Ootsuka, completely happy to have all the men at her beck and call, could no longer hide her disgusting grin, even I had no choice but to put a stop to it. Even though they were apparently of an age that made it difficult for her charm to be effective, she was still able to knock a young virgin down with her slutty techniques. It was fortuitous for me to know the horror of her skills in advance. Since I was neither a virgin nor my first time seeing her, I would not give her any chance to take advantage of me in the future, for sure. The feast continued until the date changed, and the next morning, the 48-year-old fake lily hag, who had neither self-regeneration nor poison resistance, suffered from a hangover, headache and nausea, as if she was being punished for her actions of the previous night. She did not recover by noon, and now she is suffering additional damage from the shaking caused by the ostrich carriage. Because it's been years since I've had a drink, and men, and I've been treated so chippily, it looked to me like you were just getting into the swing of things and letting your true nature out in the open. The old people were also happy. Finally, the damage from the Baphomets would finally be under control. It's all thanks to Abe. That's right, about Baphomet. However, not all the worries have been removed. I had to talk to Amoto about that. In the meantime, the city of Shugamo, surrounded by moats and walls, approaches behind the Baphomet colony, such a thing. Sporangium of the demon's family and the group of ruffians who control them. The Hunters Guild office, Shugamo branch. The two top of the branch, Amoto and Shimoinagi, are sitting across from each other in the reception room, both of them with mysterious expressions on their faces. They look a bit alike in the eyes when they stand side by side, perhaps because they are told that they are related to each other as niece and uncle. For the time being, I, who had finished talking about the circumstances up to this point, sipped tea while feeling nervous. Ootsuka, who was sitting next to me, looked nervous. Tamiko, on the other hand, is lying comfortably in the empty tea basket. Her cheek pouches filled with cookies are puffed up to the limit. Instead of heading for the branch office immediately after arriving at Shugamo, I spent an hour or so in a meeting with Ootsuka. We discussed how much to report to the guild honestly and what to keep hidden. First of all, we would keep Sata secret. This was at the request of Ootsuka and himself, and we had agreed to this. It was not directly related to this case, and it would be needlessly complicated if we talked about it. It is also a secret that Ootsuka is Sata's disciple. We also cannot honestly divulge the information about the demon's involvement as it is. The guild leader has directly told us not to tell anyone about his encounter with the demons in Uji, and if we were to reveal the knowledge that only a few people have, that black Sporangium, the Sporangium of a demon's family, it would raise unnecessary suspicions. However, we cannot keep the possibility of the emergence of new demons under wraps just for our own convenience. It could become a major threat not only to Shugamo City and Rikugi Village. We must report such matters that are essential, while concealing the parts we wish to hide. We needed to make sure that the right balance was reached in advance. If Noah, the brain of the team, had been there, it might not have been so difficult. With that in mind, I made up my mind to enter the guild and reported to Amoto and Shimoinagi, who came along without permission. It's basically a retelling of what actually happened. We went to investigate the Baphomet colony and found a mutant boss. The advance party had been wiped out, and our party unexpectedly found themselves in a battle. With the help of Ootsuka, who just happened to be there, we managed to kill it, but were attacked by a mysterious group without a moment's pause. A cursed knife blocked our fungal skills, and we had a hard time, but thanks to the metro trap, we were able to escape unharmed. But we were never able to catch them or find out what they were up to. Ha, you just happened to be present at such a scene of carnage. You're still quite the badass woman, Ootsuka. Well, it's been a while, Hyan. Ha, you just happened to be present at such a scene of carnage. You're still quite the badass woman, Ootsuka. Well, it's been a while, Hyan. Shimoinagi and Ootsuka smile wryly at each other. The two seem to know each other. The two are from the same industry in the neighboring town, and although they look like father and daughter, their actual ages are not that different. It wouldn't be strange for them to be acquaintances, but, judging from their subtle expressions, my eyes see a vague past, something between a man and a woman. Those black Sporangium, said Amoto. Is it true that it belongs to the demon's family? I only overheard a little bit about it when I was with Mr. Granatuji. I'm not sure if it's true or not. It was a bit forced, but I had no choice but to say so. At any rate, we had told them everything we could. It should make sense, and there is no arbitrary agenda in the concealed parts of the story. There should be no problem now. It should have. Can I talk to you for a minute, Mr. Abe? If only she, Ike, hadn't been here. Even though I took the trouble to catch another staff member, they were replaced without permission, as if to say, she's the exclusive one in charge of Abe. If I refused to attend the meeting with her, it would be the same as saying that I had a guilty conscience, and in the end, Ootsuka and I were forced to report with pale faces and a 30% increase in our awkwardness. I don't think I told you before, but I have the mind's eye. Don't you remember? Yes. So, excuse me, to be clear, I was wondering if there seems to be something you are hiding from us. It looked like that kind of color. I want to dunk my head in the tea and hide. Let the splatter be taken care by others like it was someone else's problem. We've done some things. Ootsuka then speaks bluntly. Somehow it sounds like a secret something. What is that? You've already had your good years, so it's time to take care of yourself, fake Lilai. I am younger than Hyan. You're the old man. Well, Abe, now you've graduated from being the strongest virgin in Shugamo, huh? I hope you don't develop a strange proclivity for having my first kiss taken off by that woman. It's completely different and I'm not a virgin at all. How far have the rumors spread? We would like to find out the source of the rumors and demand an apology and retraction in print. Uncle, Mr. Shimoinagi, please leave such silly talks behind. This is the place to report on your quest, Amoto said, reaching for her tea like nothing happened. Tamiko's tail brushed away her hand that was about to stroke her stomach. Amoto retracts her hand and blushes a little, looking quite happy. I'm sorry. It's exactly as Ms. Ike said. There were some personal matters that made it hard for us to divulge. I admit honestly. I have to admit it. But I have nothing against the guild or the city of Shugamo. I swear on that, I promise. There is no lie there. It should be. If you get upset, you'll arouse more and more suspicion. There is no lie there. It should be. If you get upset, you'll arouse more and more suspicion. Help from an unexpected source. Mr. Shimoinagi. It's mostly about your own abilities, right? I know you're still hiding a lot of your abilities. Is it a fungal skill or fungal ability, or is it something that ordinary people like us can't fathom? You've overcome a predicament that would kill an ordinary hunter 100 times over with that hidden something in your body. Haven't you? The answer came from an unexpected direction. It is not the core reason, but it is a good answer. Haha. You have an easy-to-read face, you know. I don't even have to have eyes like K-Ike's to see that. Well, don't worry about it. A real hunter doesn't reveal their true trump card to the guild. I'm also one of them. As a representative of the guild, I don't think it's a good idea. Ignore it. Amoto said. Though, it is true that the guild is not adamant to receive details of each individual's fungal skills or fungal ability. You showed us your fungal skills when you were interviewed, but there is no rule that says it is to be all of it. I see. I can't tell you what I'm faking, because it's not my ability, it's my fungal class. And that's a definite no-no. I understand, K-Ike said. I believe you when you say that you have no feelings against the guild or the city. I mean, if I don't believe you, I'll be in trouble. Thank you. I am a bit distressed, but that's the way I wanted to end. I wish I could be a little bolder at times like this. No, I'm the one who has to say thank you. And apologize as well. Huh? Thank you very much. I am so glad that you came back safely and accomplished your mission. And sorry about that. I just asked too much of you and put you in such a dangerous situation. No, it's not Ms. K-Ike's fault. But that's right, young lady, said Shimoinagi. The quests are different from the original difficulty level, and when you opened the door, unexpected dangers come along with the hunter's job. I'm sure you know that, don't you, young lady? But this one may have been quite hard even for you. Attackers, including a girl with master-class fungal ability, and a curse that seals fungal skills. In such a nightmare-like situation, it would be extremely difficult for even average hunters, including myself, to survive safely. Not that I doubt it, but it's hard to believe that you geese survived such a predicament. Well, in that sense, maybe it's a good thing it was us. What? I could only give a small smile to K-Ike, who was dumbfounded. It was disappointing for the members of the subjugation team, and we frankly thought we were going to die too. But in the end, we didn't have to suffer any more casualties. I think you did a good job, Ms. K-Ike. Don't you think so? When I said that to cover my own previous words, Ms. K-Ike blushed and averted her gaze. I was puzzled because her reaction was different from what she had expected. Hey, Shimoinagi scoffs. You're a rookie, but you've got no sense of modesty, playing with our poster girl, huh? No, I didn't mean to do anything like that. I shook my head in panic. Impossible. I am just an ancient man who used to live in a cave. I would be too in awe of such delicate beauty. Now that I am overly aware, I cannot avoid feeling nervous. Let's calm down by looking at the chubby squirrel that is picking her teeth. Abe Shuu is a virgin, but he's a horn dog. Squeak. Tamiko, shut your trap. Even in the metro, your gaze caresses my booty. Ootsuka, shut your trap. That's a lot of nonsense, said Amoto. You already have another girl, right? I don't like the way you and Ms. Ootsuka are making a mess of relationships. Also, bigamy isn't allowed in Shugamo. Well, it can't be helped. I will marry Tamiko instead. I do not understand what you're saying. Hey, if you want to get rid of me, you should go over there and brush up on your skills. Also, I have gotten better than before. It shouldn't be like before. That's not it. We're going off on a tangent, so I'm going to take a tea break and get back on track. Mushroom tea is good. Even so, said Amoto, with glassy skin. A mysterious group of people with the ability to turn others into family. It's hard to believe at first, but I wonder if the demons have really reappeared. For the time being, said K-Ike, we will continue to investigate the demons. The first thing to do is to make sure that the security of the village of Rikugi is strengthened. Even though the threat of Baphomet has passed, there is no guarantee that the village will not be attacked again. Of course, we should also strengthen Shugamo's security. We will also request support from headquarters to investigate nearby metros as well. We need to keep our minds clear as much as possible at this critical time of the year with the founding festival approaching. Looking at the daily calendar on the wall, it seems that today is July 7th. I heard that the founding festival would be held on the 26th of this month. So, there are already less than 20 days to go. I feel like it's a bit worrisome. So, Isn't it going to be cancelled or something? Of course, they will notify the mayor as well. I wonder. I don't think there's any doubt about the existence of the attacker, but unless they are sure that they are targeting Shugamo, specifically, they can only respond by strengthening the security. Do we have any other clues as to the identities of the attackers? If we know who they are, we may have a better idea of what they want. Yutsuki and I exchanged looks. It's just my hunch, but I'm pretty sure you're from the east. Also, they are probably free folk, maybe orphans from some settlement. That's the same as not knowing anything. They said it was thread is a curse or something like that. Squeak. All eyes turn to the tea table. Tamiko is lying in the basket and resting her cheek on the side. Tamiko, what did you say? Thread is a curse. I don't remember. That glasses bastard was mumbling when he was staring at Abe Shuu. That's what I remember. Squeak. I see. Thread is a curse. Does it really mean thread? Thread is a curse. Shimoinagi leaned back against the backrest, put his hand over his mouth, and remained silent, contemplating something. Do you know something? No, I don't know. It was a phrase I had heard somewhere in the past. He was unusually vague. Shimoinagi himself seems to be perplexed by his memory. If we are to believe the story of the girl named Toroko, I think their goal is revenge against a specific individual. I don't know who or where they are, but I'd like to think that Shugamo might not be a direct target. But, even so, I still can't shake the bad feeling, because we are a party forcefully involved, right? I understand your concern since you are the only ones who have actually faced them. However, I have a hard time believing that there are demons behind the mysterious group. And I wonder how seriously the city council will take it. That's right. Is it a demon, or is it someone with abilities similar to that of a demon? Either way, I would like to see a full-scale investigation and response involving the guild and the Tokyo metropolitan government. The upper echelons of both organizations must be aware of the incident in Uji, so I would like to think that they will not take it so lightly. Anyway, this year's Shugamo Founding Festival has invited many more bigwigs from each city and each tribe than in previous years. The mayor of Shugamo will not be able to make the decision to cancel the festival that easily. We will consult with the mayor and the city council about whether or not to hold the festival, but those of us in charge of city security will have to be even more vigilant. I can only nod. It was all very well put together, but in any case, there was nothing more we could do. We would have to leave it to the guilds and the city government to decide. Well, we'll just have to continue to talk about the quest in the future. Aomoto clears his throat with a small cough. I'm sorry to talk about this so soon after coming back from such a difficult place. But actually, Mr. Abe, I have one favor to ask of you. Huh? Another new quest? No, it's not like that, said Ike. I don't think we will be asking you to do any more quests for a while after this one. It seems that Aomoto's interrogation has been completed. Until Noah comes back, I would like to relax in the city. By the way. Then what is the request? Shimoinagi began to grin again. The great mage from the next town over has a favor to ask you, Golden Rookie. Huh? Yutsuki makes a confused cry next to me. Her face is tense. No way. What? A witch? Scary. I know you're not a person with common sense, but you don't even know who the Witch of Komagom is? That's just like Mr. Abe, isn't it? I know who she is. Squeak. Liar. Of course. I know these are not compliments. And I have a bad feeling about this even more than I did the other day. Then, what do you know about the tournament? That thing, huh? The Hunter Tournament is to be held the day before the founding festival. The governor of New Tokyo will be present. In front of that person, a sumo tournament where hunters belonging to Shugamo and hunters from other places clash one-on-one. It's an earnest duel with fungal skills. It seems to be the biggest event the day before the festival, and depending on the lineup of hunters who participate, the event may be even more exciting than the founding festival. The owner of the bakery, who is my source of information, says that he looks forward every year to spending his money on the final match, which is also the main event. Since it is the 30th anniversary of Shugamo, we decided to invite more famous hunters than ever before. There will be a total of 7 teams and 7 games. and I am going to be in one of them. I'll pass, said Shimoinagi. The rules are too severe for a sniper. I'll just go to the security area. Too bad. He was half smiling, but even I could tell how disappointed he was. Well, why are you talking about that now? I'm very sorry to impose my own convenience on you, but I'd like you to participate in this event. I knew it. My bad premonition had come true. So, the Witch of Komagom is the one I am competing against? Oh, you're learning fast, aren't you, rookie? And surely the witch is a famous hunter. She is master class, 2nd or 3rd Dan, I am sure. I approached her as the most appropriate guest to conclude this tournament. She replied, only if the rumored golden rookie will be my opponent. Whoa. Thank you for the nomination. I'm too honored to accept it. Wait, the most appropriate guest to conclude this tournament? Yeah, the last match of the day, the grand finale. The pressure hits me all at once. I had never experienced being in such a big stage even in the Heise era. The shows that were broadcasted live, the reports of what was going on in the waiting room, and the eagerly awaiting spectators, everything made me feel heavy at once as I imagined such a founding festival martial arts event. I mean, you are the only one who has the ability to fight with her in Shugamo. We would love to have you compete. And of course, we will reward you regardless of whether you win or lose, and we will do our best to accommodate you with whatever you want. Though we have a limited amount of money we can offer. Will you accept our offer? The opponent is that Komagom witch. Kai continued. The Shugamo branch also has a chance to show the world what the Shugamo hunters are capable of. To be honest, we have been crushed quite a bit by other tribes, and we would like to ask our guild members to help us. Mr. Abe, would you lend us a hand? Amoto and Kai bowed together. The room was quiet for a while. I was at a loss for an answer and unintentionally looked around. Shimoinagi is smiling with a grin up to his cheeks. Tamiko is warming up the table, ready for her turn. And, when my eyes meet Ootsuki's, she is shaking her head in a frantic manner as she blubbered. Before we get to that, can I ask you something? Ask me anything. What kind of person is that Ms. Witch? How strong is she? Holy silver puppeteer. It was Ootsuki who answered. She said with a stiff voice. Amoto and Kai nodded and continued the explanation. Yeah, Komagom Witch is her common title, and that's her official nickname as a hunter. Holy silver puppeteer Maria Haku is the strongest hunter in the Komagom branch, level 78, the highest active rank of 4 Dan, and the 6th ranked legend in the national hunter ranking. With a bright smile on my face, I look up and replied with a knee slap, it's impossible. Afterward. This concludes the Rikugi Metro, the Omen arc. Thank you for your patience up to this point. Shou and Tamiko's Metro Labyrinth adventure will continue in the next chapter, Grand Tournament arc. I hope you continue to enjoy it. End of Volume 2.